and I look like a lawyer who...
Shut the fuck up.
No, wrong.
You're going to jail, bitch.
Hey,
That was the most disrespectful thing you've ever done. Explain your outfits. You start by saying that I'm your paralegal.
You
The
look
worst
like a
costume
paralegal.
you've ever worn
It's
in the
not the
entire
worst
podcast.
costume.
You look like you spin a sign for a local restaurant. This is
I don't
not.
look like I spin a
You
sign
are
for
a
a
girl
local
Aladdin being a drag
I'm not a
king.
girl Aladdin being a drag king.
You are, bro.
I look like a lawyer who has
You look like you smell like a sewer.
You work in
I don't look like I smell like a sewer. I look like I smell like
This is
Dracula
literally the
Noir.
worst outfit you've ever worn. You put on the shirt, you thought, oh, this isn't enough. So you put on the vest. And
This
you
is
tried
just
to save
nothing.
it with
This
it.
is
This
nothing of an
literally
outfit.
nothing.
This is nothing of an outfit.
You look like a young puckish lawyer.
Puckish.
Puckish, eh?
Puckish,
Oh,
bro.
no, I'm all business. There's no mischief here.
No. He looks like he could get a legal loophole.
I don't deal.
And I look like I deal with DUIs.
You don't look like you're
You
dealing
don't
with
look like any kind of. You look like you've never had a
no
deal.
cards.
This is like those.
Look at this.
No.
It's
I'm
so.
clear.
You look like a homeless guy from one of the haircut videos.
You look like in a Looney Tunes when they get pushed, they get slammed through a room and they come out wearing all the things that were in the room.
You look like a train hobo.
Well, imagine if a train hobo was a lawyer.
Why would they be a lawyer? Again, this is you're making these.
Deals for legal things, dealing with the homeless.
Why would a homeless person be representing the homeless?
I would be representing another homeless person.
In what
A
court?
hobo, 1930 style hobo.
In kangaroo court.
Yeah, kangaroo court. I look like the lawyer from kangaroo court.
No, you don't.
There we go. I look like, if this was in black and white, I would look like an old lawyer. Can you put black and white
It's not in
over
black.
me?
No, it's not in black and white. No, you look terrible.
I would look like Gregory Peck in the Kill a Mockingbird.
Oh my god, you're
Is that-
dressed like the gourmet detective. You got a
Gourmet
jacket, you got a
detective?
vest on under the jacket.
Wait a minute, I like the Gourmet Detective.
Do you know about the gourmet detective?
What, you mean the Phantom Gourmet?
No, the gourmet detective.
What's the gourmet detective?
We've been watching the gourmet detective on Movie Mondays. This is exactly what you're wearing.
Oh,
It's like the gay gourmet detective.
what the fuck is the Gourmet Detective?
He's a detective who solves food crimes.
What kind of crime is
Murder. None of them have anything to do with food.
Oh,
I don't look like this guy. I don't look like
you
him.
look like this guy.
I do not look like that guy.
You don't look like anything. That's what we're trying to tell
Yeah,
you.
you
What do
really.
you mean?
It's nothing. It's giving nothing.
It's giving nothing, and you're eating all the, or you're eating crumbs everywhere.
Nothing is so fun.
It's giving zero today.
It's not giving anything.
This is an NBA 2K creative player.
If you stopped at the best,
This is a creative coach.
Yeah. Okay, now you might look like a little kid's NBA creative coach in 2K, where you just max out everything.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever this thing is.
All right. Well,
anyway,
I look like a lawyer who would lose a case.
I'm a real ass lawyer,
And I'm skinny
and
Pete
I
from Breaking Bad.
specialize in. I do domestic violence, but only between brothers.
No relationships. What would you qualify as domestically abusive relationships between
Slaps,
brothers?
punches, or harsh words.
Things that my two older brothers,
So
Or
you're-
stealing
So boys
between each other.
I would say
Even
this
between
is.
each other
I would
is
say
so
this
bad.
is boys being boys, and you're saying
See,
this
I
is a
lay down
crime.
the law.
he's
I
the one
think
who's
it's. I
on
think we
trial.
let boys get away with being boys for far too long.
Okay.
And it's time. And listen, if a brother comes to me and says his brother has been taking his toothpaste, I'm coming down on him.
Toothpaste is communal in a family.
No, not if the brother thinks that the other brother shouldn't have it.
The only time it's not if you get the red toothpaste, the
Can I
whitening
let you in?
toothpaste.
Can I let you in on a secret?
Yes, sir.
As a lawyer, it doesn't matter to me what is moral or ethically true. It's about who's paying me.
Yeah, you're a bad lawyer.
That's a good lawyer. That's a good lawyer. Lawyer
you're a
should have
suit-style
no regard
lawyer.
for the truth.
Exactly. I'm scrappy.
Yeah.
I'm hungry.
Scrappy the lawyer.
Scrappy the lawyer.
Oh,
There
there's
we
a lot. This is a Scrappy the lawyer.
Scrappy Esquire.
Oh,
Scrappy
yes,
dude.
Yeah.
yes, Scrappy Esquire. And look, he's got a Harvard mug or bottle because he went to Harvard
I
Law.
went to Harvard
Yeah.
Science Law.
I remember
Scientific law or lawyering.
when I was in Boston touring.
What's it made out of?
Old Hollywood.
It's made out of metal.
There's something crazy.
Let me screw it on and I'll look
It's
at
just a kind of. Oh, he's trying to fool you. by telling you to turn the bottle upside
And
down.
it says polyconcept.
Polyconcept.
What the fuck is polyconcept on a water bottle?
Only a lawyer would understand this.
Yeah, that's a lawyering word.
I want to get into that. This is called legalese, guys.
Jargon.
Jargon. This is.
Were you talking about you being in Boston?
When I first moved to Boston and my mom helped me move my shit in, we walked over to Harvard Law, the Harvard Law campus, and we walked around and my mom said, I can't believe I'm walking where Obama walked. And I don't know why that stuck.
You can say that on any
I
place.
can't believe I'm walking where Obama walked.
You can say that about a good children.
No, he's not Forrest Gump.
No, you can say that about
You
the
can say that
Apple
about
Orchard in my
any
hometown.
road Forrest Gump
He's
probably
been a
came
lot.
by.
I can't believe I walked where
Obama
Gump
has been
walked.
more places than the average person has been.
Yeah.
There's no question. He's been to
So
every
so
state.
it's fair to just.
You could walk outside there and say, I can't believe I'm walking where Obama.
Obama did not walk on
But it's
this
like
avenue.
the percent chance that you'd be right versus saying, I can't believe I'm walking
It's
where
got to be 25.
John Stevens walked. Well, I don't know
John
who that is.
Stevens
I just,
walked.
Well, but that's
John
probably
Stevens
because
definitely walked down this
because
street.
you don't know who that is. There's probably many of them. So
Yeah.
John
well, I'm
Stevens is
still saying
probably
a
more
specific one.
likely.
Okay, John Stevens, the one who was born in 1973.
Okay, well
Okay.
maybe.
Probably didn't walk. He's less likely to have walked here than Obama.
Well, I guess this
Yeah.
is true. Okay, well again,
And
the
when
lawyer
in lawyers,
defeats
it's all about percentages and likeliness.
The likely lawyer has defeated me once again. The legal eagle himself.
Scrappy the
I'm
lawyer.
sick of this legal eagle guy.
Who's that?
He's a YouTube video.
Oh, he's the one that watches the. Wait, which one is this?
He's some piece of shit with a suit who goes up. Makes all these videos like legal eagle, lawyerly reacts to TV show.
You know who this
You
outfit is
should be
based
in
on?
court. Why are you making YouTube?
Have you seen the other lawyer that wears like the big? What is his name? There's this lawyer who is on YouTube, and he does these snaps of the camera, and then it transitions to him in his office reading a book. And he says, if you ever get pulled over, say, I don't consent to any searches, and he's very southern.
Oh, I've actually seen this guy.
This guy's awesome.
Does he have a bunch of rings?
Yeah, he's got a bunch of rings and a big wig.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saul Goodman guy.
Yeah, real life Saul Goodman.
He's cool. I
That guy's
awesome. Fuck with him.
Yeah.
He's
The legal eagle. Never heard of this guy.
He's and I don't like that lawyers are on average better looking than people who work in trash rooms.
It's because they can afford gene therapy.
I think it's that for sure.
And genes from
DNA research from
chemical reaction.
real shit.
I want to start a brand of jeans called Therapy.
Therapy
That's
reaction.
good.
That would be good.
Oh, that jeans. Oh my god.
You guys want to hear an idea I thought when I was a kid that I just remembered the other day?
Yes.
This is an idea I thought would make $1 million, so I didn't tell anybody. Because like, if I grow up, I'm gonna make this.
Yeah, and now you're up.
I'm up. I'm gonna make it. Basically, it's like a lollipop, but it's hollow, and inside it's got some types of little candies, and it's a candy maraca.
They might have that.
Make a lot of money.
They might have that in Mexico.
I don't know if they do. Do they? Have that in Mexico?
I'm certain they have it in a country that we have heard of.
A candy maraca?
They have that in Mexico.
That you can shake and it goes.
Yeah, because
They do?
all right. Well,
Okay, well we'll make it hot then.
yeah, spicy.
No, like
A candy that's
temperature.
spicy.
Yeah, that's not
Do
bad.
they have that in Mexico?
Spicy. Nice.
Okay, well then we're good. We can do that.
Okay.
All right, let's dive into this
Yeah.
legal.
Which also, the reason we're talking about lawyers is because we're doing the lawyer website again today. The law advice website.
A different one though.
What?
Right?
Is it a different one?
No, it's the same.
I thought we did Avo last time.
We did. What did you do?
Oh, we did a different website.
Yeah, we did a different website.
What, did you guys collaborate on something? Well, how did you both do a random different
Because I
website?
asked him what it was, and he sent me a different website.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I found a completely new website.
Okay. Well, we're doing law advice, legal advice.
Yeah,
You
It's
guys
the same kind of thing.
I didn't know about this secret website.
Well, this website that we
I
found.
found some good stuff on the old
Yeah,
one.
we should go first then, because we have.
You guys go.
I'll go
the
first.
new
Mine's
website.
open. I'll go first.
Mine's long.
This is from justanswer.com
Which
/
this morning we had a very funny "Who's on first" almost happened.
Yep, because I asked him what's the website, and he said, just ask.
And you
I'm
said-
asking you.
Yeah.
And he said, just answer. Okay, wait, do we have a clicker?
No,
we haven't had the clicker for a year.
Bruce.
Oh yeah, this one person just said I started weak. This guy just says Bruce, and then
What did you look up to find Bruce?
I don't know. It was just in the recent asks, I think.
Oh,
It just said Bruce, and then go next slide. And this is just a guy, the customer says, hi, Bruce. So the way this website works is actually a little different than Avo.
Yeah.
The way this one works, it's much more similar to Practo, I would say, where the lawyers are getting presumably paid based on if they get rated for their answer on this website.
Okay.
So I think that this has to be this guy, Bruce, who has 38,000 satisfied customers. Can't be true. He's laundering money.
Giving laundering.
Yeah, so this is Bruce. Next slide,
I think
please.
it costs $1 to ask a question.
I have a legal question, and I'm going to see if you would mind answering it for us.
Nice.
So that's nice of them. Next one. And Matthew says, good morning. Your question does not say much about your question, so hopefully I'll be able to get your answer. Help you get your answer.
His last name is Esquire.
Esquire. Next slide. And so this person says, sir, thank you for responding on such short notice. Just wondering the legality of this because I see it quite a lot. This is in Pennsylvania, by the way. If someone were to, say, drop their cat from 10 to 15 feet on a soft surface because they, quote, land on their feet, is there anything illegal about it, even if the cat likes it?
I will say that is not illegal.
Well,
Customer says
and
hi.
then customer said hi. Next slide. Stop moving my shit. Next slide is somebody was making a parody song about Elon Musk, and they want to know the legality.
Okay.
This song is about Elon Musk, and it's sang from his perspective. The song mocks his recent decisions and exaggerates his views on the world, portraying him as a Disney villain-like character, something close to South Park-style humor, but less violent. I'm wondering if Musk can potentially sue us for making it, and if yes, are there ways to prevent it? There was no answer to this one, but I do want to get your opinions.
I think that Musk can sue, of course. That's your legal right as a U.S. citizen.
Is he a U.S. citizen?
I believe South Africa is part of America.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
He can sue, but of course also there are ways to prevent him suing you. For example, brainwashing him. Legally brainwashing him using videos and TV.
Like
Or
strapping him down
telling
in front
him-
of something and taping his eyelids open, that type of brainwash?
Right, or telling him not to.
Okay.
And the type of lawyer that I look like would say, if this case involves any kind of tin can, then I can take it.
The type of lawyer that you look like would say this.
Because he doesn't exist. There isn't one. But isn't you? There's got to be like some. If
If this was two people fighting over a tin can, maybe a song about tin cans and bindles.
there we go. That could work.
Yeah.
If the glove fits, you may acquit. If they're trying South Park, let them walk.
Yeah.
Something like that could be.
Here's the trick. This is actually a real thing. I don't know if you guys know about this. The small penis thing, which is where if you're slandering somebody or you're doing libel or whatever, you're doing a parody of someone, and you want to prevent them from suing you for it, you have to also put in something that's really like embarrassing, like saying they have a small penis or something like that, because in order to sue, they have to like prove without a reasonable doubt that it's like, oh, this is me that they're making fun of. So you have to say that it has to be me. The small penis character is me.
Well, it's civil court. You don't have to prove the unreasonable doubt.
Well, you know what I mean. I used the wrong words, but that is it.
But you do have to prove that you are.
You have to prove that you're the one being made fun of.
Here's another one. If it's SNL, you can tell.
Because I know every sketch.
That's another type of you must have quit thing.
If it's Mad TV, you'll make Madly Me.
Here's a trick. Just change his name.
Yeah.
To Freelon Dusk.
Yeah, Elon Dusk.
Elon Red.
Yeah,
It is anything.
Anything, yeah.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
Beyond
X. Or like Beyonce.
Beyond X. Beyonce, I think you'll have another problem though.
Yeah.
Next slide. I had a coworker ask me if I have noticed the boss's serial killer smile. I said a little. It's probably just a front to assert his power. Nothing to worry about. Can that be considered trash talking? And Dolan Williams says, hello. Trash talking is not against the law. Wow.
Thank God it's still legal.
Bit of a legal revelation for me. I always thought the trash talking could have been considered some bad
I guess it depends
style.
who you trash talk.
Libel.
When?
Threats.
Yeah.
Threats is trash talking, and threats should not be illegal.
Next slide, please. And this one, hypothetical situation. And this is, by the way, the best possible thing you can search on this website. Yeah, hypothetical.
Yeah.
Hypothetical situation. If someone typed into Google, quote, teen porn or, quote, porn, would that be regarded / viewed as evidence of intent to view child porn? Answered by Gene C. We're going to see a lot of Gene C right now. No. Gene says no. This is simply that you are researching something for a project for school. Awa, because you heard about people getting involved in these illegal activities and you wanted to find out about it. But you did not download any, and you do not keep going back to those sites. And the customer says, thank you so much for answering the weird questions. Hoping I don't have any more to ask. Have a happy night. Gene says, you have a nice weekend too. But this continues. Next, customer comes back. I do have one more question, but I'm working until 11:30 p.m. Could I ask you tomorrow or something? Gene says I will eventually come on tomorrow, but I'm not sure when. But if I'm not available, one of the other experts can help you as well. Customer says, I hear you. I would be home around 8 p.m. Gene says, okay, that's fine.
Can't just ask the question.
Yeah, why not?
So next day. Hello. Hope Friday has gone well. Thank you for your time and patience with me. First question. Hypothetical situation. If someone typed into Google young teen bestiality porn, young teen bestiality, teen bestiality porn, young bestiality, or young bestiality porn, would that be regarded / viewed as evidence of intent to view child porn? Gene says not necessarily, but it is evidence of an interest in something that is viewed as a different type of sexuality. So if that person keeps typing these things into Google, they could possibly attract the attention of someone. Therefore, they should stop typing this into Googleoa if they must. Googleoa. Okay, next slide. Like Googleoa. Customer says, hypothetical situation. What if someone accidentally views child porn? Gene says, then they should get off the website as soon as possible. You can't help what you accidentally view, but it's best to stay away from those type of websites with your own computer, because this stuff seems to come up more than you want it to. So maybe you should take a break from using your computer to view any type of materials of this nature so you don't have to worry about it.
One of my favorite parts of these types of websites is people who are clearly did something very bad and are approaching a court date, and they'll go on a website and they post something like, so I feel really bad about this. I did something I shouldn't have. I killed a guy. Will I get in trouble? Yeah, and all their responses are delete this. You just have to imagine that they just have, it's just there has to be an alert that goes off when someone's.
I like to imagine that this hypothetical situation is happening between every message, and then he has the tabs open and he's going right back. But there's a lot more, trust me. Next slide, please. Thank you for your patience with me, Gene, says the customer. Next slide. Hypothetical situation. If someone typed into Google young teen scat porn or young scat porn, would that be regarded as evidence? Next slide. Long as they do not continue going back to those sites. And most importantly, don't download any forbidden materials. Customer says, I want to thank you one more time. I'm almost finished.
He's asking the same question every time.
I'm almost finished with the odd / stupid questions. Hypothetical situation. What if someone watches a video titled something like young teen does something? The video, etc. doesn't say anyone is underage. Next slide. About the bestiality questions above, when you said not necessarily, if that person literally made that search once or maybe twice, then they don't have anything to worry about. Gene says, no, that is not illegal. It's simply a sign of odd preferences. Customer says, gotcha. Thank you so much, Gene. I think that is all. I hope to never bother you with any weird questions again. You're an angel. Thank you so much for your time and patience.
Gotcha is so funny.
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah, cool, gotcha.
Gene says, no problem. Have a nice weekend. Okay. Next slide. Hypothetical situation. What if someone typed into Google teen incest porn, young incest porn, or young teen incest porn? Gene says same thing as I said above. What if they Google that and then Google the bestiality porn or something? Like one search after another. Or like they did one search one night and the other search the second night. Next. The best thing for you to do is stay away from the computer for a while. Whatever you did, you cannot undo, and if you keep trying to undo it, you'll probably cause more problems rather than less. So the best thing to do is avoid the computer and avoid the topics you are bringing up. Have a nice weekend. Next slide. Totally. What if someone made those searches and maybe saw something? Just leave it alone / in the past pretty much? Gene says, exactly. Best wishes. You as well, says customer. Leave it in the past. Just fine. Or would you be just fine? I love this. Leave it in the past, and that person should be just fine. They realize that they're talking about hypotheticals or would be just fine. I'm sorry, you mentioned reading material. What if someone read erotica about a minor engaging in sex acts? Is that illegal? Would that be viewed / regarded as intent to view child porn or anything? Just leave it in the past, and that person is okay. Next thing they say, okay / fine equals not in trouble / charged. And then Gene just didn't respond.
Yeah, at a certain point, he's asking the same question over and over.
But that's
I love
truly
the chat structure.
I know it's chat. Yeah, the way this one works,
It's
a
really
good
good.
chat.
It's incredible that it's public.
Why
would this be?
Because people could have like similar scenario or situations. But every single one is so specific to a person.
It's doing
that
it
it
in the
should
chat.
not be public.
Imagine if you like your chat with like the like chat bot on like a car dealership website or whatever. You know that ones they have where
you have red.
I want a Ford truck. Do you have red? And then next slide, please. What does MILF stand for? My boss keeps getting things from those initials. I know it is porn, but what does it stand for? Lawyer reacts. Me, I'm a lawyer, fool. Well, a lawyer probably would say that. A lawyer would, but if you were a civilian. Okay, my international law firm. I'm pretty sure it's masculine. Iguana. Illicit. Love fest. It's a gay. I think it's a boy thing.
Okay. I think my international law firm is.
That's good too. My next slide, I think, is my last. Unless that was my last. Nope, that one's the last one. All right, that's what I got from Just Answer /law, guys.
I'll do mine now. I'll show you some from the old website from AVO.
All right.
So here's the first one. How to get trial or change of venue. This judge is old miserable lesbian. I just wanted to put that. How did you find that title? I think I searched venue or something. I did not search lesbian, even though you think I did. I did not.
You thought that it was a video tab.
I did not search lesbian. I searched some nasty stuff, man, but I didn't do it.
Miserable.
All right. I think I actually did type miserable. That's what I searched.
Miserable lesbian.
You can search on these websites too. Let me put you on. Misery, agony, miserable, torture.
I have one search term that you're really gonna like.
The two that I searched a lot was hypothetical and hello sir.
Yeah.
Hello sir is always got somebody who really was not that good at talking.
What if I did a Grinch photo shoot, but changed it to the Green Man? I am new to photography, so want to see if I can do a Grinch photo shoot, but use Green Man name instead.
I feel like this is
teetering.
Yeah, this is teetering on like parody / just.
What I dislike about this one is I'm new to photography. I want to do a Grinch photo shoot.
So I don't know about stuff like this. Can I say Green Man?
If he's a green man with no green hair.
Yeah, even a green man with green hair is okay.
And a Grinch.
As long as it's not completely covered in hair.
I'd say this is legal.
That's the thing, yeah, because you can be ugly and green.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's a few that go together. My boyfriend has jock itch really bad and was seen at a McDonald's parking lot itching, but it was called in under indecent exposure. He went to the station to put in a statement, but never gave a ticket if he is found guilty and has to register as a sex offender. Will that prevent us from ever being able to have children or get married? In the state of Oklahoma, what is the sentence he could be given and what restrictions could he have? Here's another one that goes with that. Is rubbing your groin in front of someone a crime? Public genital scratching illegal? I was recently given a ticket for grabbing my genitals in public outside my clothing in view of public. I can't seem to understand on how a person either scratching himself or rearranging the northern region can be charged with anything. You can go to the next slide. What's on the next slide? Okay, not that one. So just a bunch of people who got in trouble because they were scratching.
I don't think scratching should be a crime.
Scratching is not a crime.
I mean, are they saying that they pull out the genitalia area?
This is the ones I put these in because it really does seem like they're probably doing. They're
definitely.
He had jock itch at McDonald's.
Jock itch.
Jock itch at McDonald's is a crazy thing.
Yeah.
Oh man, they got horny as fuck looking at the menu and all the Bad Bunny meal stuff, the promotional videos.
Here's the next one. What can we do? She's hurting. We just got to eat cheddar. My wife stepped out of the truck, slipped, and fell on the ice in the parking lot. What can I do?
We just got to eat cheddar.
I don't know what that means. I searched eat cheddar to see if it's like a restaurant.
Wait, here's what it is. bad punctuated. Okay, we just got to eat cheddar. My wife.
This is so like, what can I do?
He's so panicked. He's so panicked. He's so panicked. He's not making it. He's just typing so fast that it's autocorrect.
We just got to eat. What did we eat? Cheddar. We ate cheddar, and then my wife stepped out of the truck. Maybe the cheddar
She's hurting now.
She's like, include all the details. Okay, we ate cheddar.
We just got to eat cheddar. What can we do? She's hurting. We just got to eat cheddar.
That is good.
Then we got, can I sue Chipotle for hurting myself on their walls? When I was waiting in line for food with my girlfriend, when I stuck my finger in one of the holes on the wall at Chipotle, I could not get it out for the life of me. But after some time of struggling, I managed to set myself free but got a mild laceration as a result. Can I sue for hurting myself with their decor?
No.
I know exactly what they did. Do you know they have the like Aztec style? They stuck their finger in that hole. Can you imagine being in line at Chipotle, your finger stuck, everyone behind you's like, come on!
Rip your finger
Come
off.
on, next please, like, ah!
Or just imagine being in line at Chipotle and somebody sticks their finger in your wailing.
I told Carter about this in the AI. I said I have a fantasy about sticking my finger in the wall.
That's true.
My finger stuck to the wall.
You shouldn't do it because you're going to get
Yeah, no,
lacerations
I have an immediate answer.
and likely have no legal recourse.
You know what? You're better than Carter.
Thank you.
Don't say
You're
that.
way better than Carter.
Thank you.
Carter would not answer that question. He said it was inappropriate, but
It's appropriate.
Wow,
I know where
you gave me a good answer.
Yeah.
So Carter, step the fuck
And
up.
illegal to do.
It's not illegal to figure
It's
the wall.
illegal now. We just
Well,
made it.
That's private property.
We just made it.
It's not illegal to touch. Never mind.
How can I sue KFC for pain and suffering of my tear meniscus on my left knee and a back pinch nerve? I worked for KFC and I slip and fall on a raw piece of chicken skin. Slip and fail on a raw piece of chicken skin. Now I'm with a tear meniscus on my left knee and pinchy nerve. This happened back in May 2nd of 2018.
That's a BJ.
And this is recent. They did this. They were like, oh, I just remember when I slipped on chicken skin. I wonder if I can get anything.
It should be like a sports injury, I think.
Yeah.
You know, to us, but torn meniscus. You like plenty of football players.
Yeah.
You trip on a piece of raw meat.
Yeah, classic.
Yeah, that's what
KFC.
happens. You're out for a cut some chicken skin. You're out for 4 or 5 years.
KFC can be Kentucky football championship.
Probably
Yeah,
is.
Certainly be.
Well, here's another fast food one. Can I sue McDonald's over there being snot-like substance in my drink? I don't know if intentional or not. Still unacceptable during COVID. Just was getting some hot hacks and hot chocolate to start off my morning. I've never had any problems before at any other locations till this morning. I order hot chocolate with my meal, but when I drank it, tasted like a slimy goo.
Oh, that is such an amazing line to be given. This needs to go to court.
It tasted like a slimy gooby.
Your Honor, it tasted like a slimy gooby.
Exhibit A, the gooby. Please bring out the slimy gooby.
The taste was completely off and had gooey substance all over it. Really don't have words to describe texture. It was same texture like snot. Used my fork and scraped out lots from the inside. I have photos I can provide if needed, just need a place to send them. I'm never usually that guy, but this is my first time ever actually feeling like I have to leave a report. I'm open to being tested or whatever to prove it's not my own.
He kept the slimy gooby.
We took a photo, man.
We took a photo.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna test it. Yeah, he's keeping it, man.
This needs to
That's
go
like right there. I had so many of this type of thing of finding slime or gooby.
This should be
You know, the material.
This is not a one for
Everyone keeps it. Is the what I'm saying.
yeah.
Everyone says, I still have it. I put it in my fridge.
I don't think that this is a problem for the United States court system. This is a problem for Maury.
Yeah.
This is a Maury thing.
It is not your gooby.
It's not your ladies
and gentlemen, it's not my fucking gooby.
That's a backflip. 50 backflips in a row. Not my Goopy. The Goop does not belong to you.
Here's a nice one. Can a police officer use a Slim Jim to enter my car without my permission? I just want to read the full thing. Oh, this next one is horrible. This is one of the most horrible things I've ever read. I went to the county health department to get a pap smear, and the doctor got the speculum stuck in my vagina.
What did you look up to find the speculum?
No, I searched. I'm trying to remember what I searched. It was not vagina. Pap. I always, all the grossest, most horrible ones I always find because I search for something innocuous and then something crazy comes up. The doctor, I went to get a pap smear. The doctor did not lubricate the speculum before insertion. After the pap was done, she was unable to remove the speculum. She said the speculum was stuck because she could not get it to close. She started pushing, pulling, and twisting the speculum while it was inside of me. When that did not work, she started opening it wider. She said in a panic voice, "It's stuck and I can't get it out." It's just so horrible.
This is why men should be the gynecologists, not women. Because I don't care what they feel.
Yeah.
Right? I'll just rip it out.
Oh.
Okay, here's the next one.
You know, like that.
It sounds like it hurts really bad.
Of course it does, but I don't care. I have a penis.
My husband purchased and consumed Gatorade with slime and worm-looking thing in it. He drank 4 before he discovered it. Now sick. What recourse should we follow?
Bro, he drinks a worm in the
Gatorade. He got 4 Gatorades with slime and worm. Don't worry, there's a bunch more coming.
Chad one time made a Mountain Dew with a fly in it.
Made him out there.
Drank. Yeah, make Mountain Dew.
Here's the next question. It's under internet law. Is it illegal to sell slime at schools in Ohio?
Oh, yes. Most no school in Ohio.
Yep, slime selling school.
Most no school in Ohio.
Here's the next one, a little close to home. Can I sue TikTok for destroying my marriage? My husband was home during COVID-19 for a while, and now my marriage is destroyed. All he knows is watch video after video. We argue about this every day. He doesn't talk to me or hear nothing I say.
This is one of the most common problems in all of America at the current moment. This is
The COVID-19 TikTok edition.
90% of white people are getting divorced.
My wife and I, here's the next one. My wife and I lived at 21 Totten Street in Bethpage, New York. During that time, they dug gunk out of the ground near Green.
This is a full work life.
Yep. They dug gunk out of the ground. And now what I did is I took out the body of this one, because this one is actually
Truman is their son.
really sad, and the wife got cancer from the gunk.
It was cancerous gunk.
It was cancerous.
Oh, I don't want to hear about all this.
You don't have to hear about that part.
I hate
What
that
should
shit.
I do if I found a rubber jelly like substance in my bag of chips? I was eating my chips when I almost finished. When I reached in the bag, grabbed the last of my chips and put it in my mouth, I immediately felt something blueberry jelly like substance in my mouth. So I went to the kitchen sink and threw it in the sink, and then grabbed it and put it in the bag while I was eating.
This would ruin my day so bad.
Rubber jelly.
Rubbery jelly in my
I
fucking
love the
chips.
narration of like what they do. They're always like, they say, "Well, I was eating, then I tasted a rubbery goopy, and then I grabbed it and I threw it."
I threw my goopy back in the bag. My blueberry goopy.
All right. Here's one I want to hear from you about. This is, I think, your area of expertise.
All right.
Here's a question about intellectual property.
Oh.
Fuck me. Do you put the app word on your trademark, such as peanut butter and jelly app? I'm a little ignorant about trademarking.
What does that mean?
Do you put the app word on your trademark, such as peanut butter and jelly app?
He's speaking it out. Peanut butter jelly.
He's going to see if you should put it
He's asking if you should trademark the word peanut butter and jelly, or if you should trademark peanut butter and jelly app.
Oh, I see now. He's saying he's starting an app. It's an app called Peanut Butter and Jelly. Can we see if this app is
I need to see it on the butter and jelly app.
I'm going to see if this is
Oh my god.
It's so funny to make an app called peanut butter and jelly. It's even funnier to try and copyright the words peanut butter and jelly.
Peanut Butter and Jelly app. This has to be out by now.
Wait a minute, peanut butter and jelly TV.
Peanut Butter
That's
and
PBJ
Jelly.
TV.
Peanut butter and jelly app.
Jello Ballo.
You might be stuck on the intellectual property trademark.
Yeah, I'm also just seeing Jello Ballo
Peanut Butter and Jelly time.
and Subs. Subs is an app for sandwich recipes.
Okay, cool.
And then the cartoon of Bun Bun.
All right. What do you think? peanut butter and jelly app or peanut butter and jelly?
Peanut butter and jelly app. It has to be.
Okay. I still have a bunch more, so I'm going to start going fast. I found a bunch of good ones. This one, I think this actually means something, but I could not stop laughing at just this phrase. Is penal code 211 considered a wobbler?
Yeah, I do like the
I
podcast.
did not go to prison, but received a felony.
Penal code 211.
This guy can't, so he can't vote because he wobbled.
I guess it's a wobbler.
Yeah, he's a wobbler.
Question: can Zood Dunkin' Donuts eat croissant that has rubber glove in it? It's so funny to me to imagine eating a croissant that has a rubber glove.
What is this?
Did you get
the peanut butter jelly out?
Tell me. I got that.
Peanut butter jelly app. Okay, next one. Okay, I understand. The floor had a crack in it and a bubble underneath the crack, which when I took the next step, I trimmed. I love starting with I understand.
Oh,
So I'm coming to you because I finally got what happened to me.
I'm seeking legal recourse. Okay, I understand.
Oh, okay, I understand. Can I sue the company that makes a Bubble Day game for false advertisement? I downloaded the game that said you will win money if you get 10,000 points. Bubble Day. Here's another intellectual property question. Can I make custom South Park characters?
No.
You cannot.
Oh my God, try.
This next one is the most evil thing I've ever seen on this website. This is so horrible. Is it illegal to give a minor sperm so they have a child? I'm very curious if this would be illegal. Could I be charged with something if I did give my sperm to a minor? I'm 24 and she is 15. There would be no sex, just giving her my sperm.
Oh,
Is that illegal?
yeah.
Kill yourself. You found the loophole.
That's awful.
I found so much stuff like this on this website because I searched birthday because I was trying to find stuff like, oh, so-and-so ruined my birthday celebration or something, and it's all, can I have sex with this girl? Her birthday is 2011.
There's only
4 months. Yeah. Horrible. Found this creature inside my bag of candy. So my question is, who do I need to talk to about this? I brought some gummy Jolly Rancher candy, and I found this creature inside my bag of candy. So my question is, who do I need to talk to about this creature? And I've been vomiting since I saw it inside of my bag.
Whoa, just by seeing it?
Yeah.
Incredibly powerful.
This is the most disgusting creature in the world.
Can I get sued from an injury which required surgery due to consensual roughhousing? I was at my neighbor's barbecue. The homeowner, his friend, and myself were the only three left in the bar. We were having cocktails and having a good time. The host was telling me that he wasn't a big fan of our neighbor across the street because he was coming on to his wife. Jokingly, I mentioned that he's a pretty big guy and he'd have his hands full if they squared up. He told me that he was a Golden Gloves boxer and would have no issues. My comment was, well, if he knows any grappling, there could be an issue. He walked around the bar and started jokingly throwing blows at me, and a few landed on the ribs as I was backing up. He threw a few more blows, at which point I came in very close with a wrestling jiu-jitsu move and picked him up and laid him down on the ground and locked him up, never intending to hurt him. He has a torn rotator cuff. The move is not intended to damage, but more of a submission application. I went back the following day and learned he needed surgery. He told me everything was okay. He had great insurance. We agreed to split the copay. I'm now getting nasty grams from his wife. Am I liable? A nasty gram?
What's a nasty gram?
Nasty gram for Ken. I got a nasty gram from his wife. It's like laid him down. Nasty gram.
Yeah, just somebody knocking at the door.
My husband.
Nasty gram.
You hurt my husband, you asshole. I'm gonna eat shit in front of you. Okay, here's another long one.
Nasty gram.
Are pictures of cartoon minors being tickled illegal?
Yes.
I have clicked on many images of teen male cartoons being tickled over the past few years. They have usually been between the ages of 15 to 17, though there have been a few younger ones. In most instances, the teens are clothed. Sometimes they've been half clothed. There have been a couple instances where they haven't been clothed. I normally try staying 18 plus as much as possible, but the site where I browse is very liberal as far as these pictures go, and it's easy to click on a picture that's previewed on an existing page, so you may not necessarily know the character is below 18 until you click the thumbnail version. Currently, I'm trying to get my computer and phone investigated for hacking. However, the company I want to work with states in their authorization form that anything illegal that's readily apparent found while doing digital forensics will be reported to the authorities. My question is, what I've described illegal? Is it considered underage pornography? Is it prosecutable where I live?
Follow-up question. How old is SpongeBob? If you had to guess, how old is SpongeBob?
And then we have, I was watching the original Karate Kid, wax on, wax off, and learning karate. Then I went to the kitchen and accidentally struck my husband as I practiced. And what a coincidence, it was after I read his text with another woman. Now I have a DV court date, but I am a woman, plus I was just practicing karate.
Wow, that is the most amazing defense I've ever heard. You rage punch your husband. They say, I was simply practicing wax on, wax off for the karate. You have to pick a movie that is old, so that because everybody in the jury's seen the Karate Kid, and then you have to show the movie.
And it has to be a crowd pleaser.
Exactly. And guess what he does in the movie? Fucks up.
But he always gets back up.
Just like you in court.
And if your husband had watched Karate Kid, maybe he would have gotten back up after what's the thing can't defend from? Punch.
This one.
The crane thing.
Never seen Karate Kid.
Me neither.
Yeah, fuck.
So here's just a few more.
I see Cobra Kai though.
Can I say Waldo inspired for a bikini I am making?
Yes.
You can say that if you want.
You can say that.
Here's another one.
You can't find the bikini because it's on micro.
No, just the strips. I think.
Sorry to get rid. Is it illegal to transform movie characters in Photoshop?
Yes.
Transform into what?
Transform.
You cannot transform.
Is it illegal to transform?
I think it is by definition transformative.
And then here's the last one. This one is really cracking me up. I don't know why. I was injured inside a store. A young girl hit me on my right knee with a Santa Claus pole. My lawyer says to settle.
For $5?
Just the phrase "a Santa Claus pole."
Yeah, Santa Claus pole.
She hit me with a Santa Claus pole.
I think that's a death penalty situation.
Yeah.
All right. So
Wow. The gooby thing really fucking killed me. I tasted slimy gooby. Oh my god.
slimy.
I
found a rubber jelly. All right, so here are my slides now. There's a lot more. So the first one I looked up, this is how I would find stuff. I just wanted to show my process. So I would do the site thing, and I found, I just really loved this. Good day. My name is Darren Dookie of Trinidad.
Okay, tell him what you told me about Darren Dookie.
Then I looked up Darren Dookie. I think Darren Dookie killed somebody.
Whoa. And he said the case was called, the people of Trinidad versus
Darren Dookie, yeah. This next one. Is it illegal to post a video taken in my own home of a person eating his boogers? I know it's gross, and there was no answer for that, which sucks.
It's illegal.
I would say it's fully illegal.
It's fully illegal. This next one. How do I answer LIGA without being delusional or pathetic? That was a good search term. Was pathetic. It was a lot of very, very sad people asking questions. And then the legal author expert says, I apologize, but I do not understand the question. Could you please clarify for me? And then they said, well, Liga was a client and we had a love affair shortly. I told her that I'd pay her back for her plane ticket to fly from Copenhagen to Kansas City, $2,000-ish. I'd pay her back the money she loaned me when I was in a jam, but she and I had a falling out during that trip. She still wants to pay it back. I can't pay it yet. Is there an issue? Also, I have a question concerning my business startup. Is it okay to start an if I start it, or is it okay to start it without an LLC for the first months? And the legal author only answered the LLC question.
Well, yeah, there's no LIGA law.
Yeah. And then this next one. Is it legal for me to pay to eat food from a dominatrix as it comes out of her if her and I are both willing? Which then D. Winogo Esquire expert said, what state are you located in? They said Indiana, and they said, there is no statute or regulation prohibiting eating feces. Moreover, Indiana Code 35-45-4-2 defines prostitution as someone who performs or offers or agrees to perform sexual intercourse or deviant sexual conduct. Therefore, it is not illegal as long as you are not engaging in deviant sexual conduct with the dominatrix concurrently, which the other person has. Okay, I understand. So would the same answer apply to having the dominatrix perform cock and ball torture and letting me on me and letting her kick me in the balls while busting or cuckolding if we are both molesting? And I would be paying for all this. Thanks. And then D. Winogo says, absolutely. And they said, I wanted to make sure that you understood what cuckolding meant. I would be watching the dominatrix have intercourse, and after completion, she would cuckold me by making me lick and eat his cum from her. Would that be legal? Sorry for the delays. I had to leave town for a couple of days. Yes, the same statute and answer I previously provided would apply to the cuckolding situation as well. Would that be considered a deviant sexual act or sexual conduct when she would make me take another man's cum from her private area after they've had sex? If you were paying her, then odds are yes. It would be considered deviant sexual conduct, and you can get charged criminally with soliciting prostitution. Okay, so then if I'm not paying her, it would be legal? Yes, as long as there's no money involved, this is legal.
This case needs to hit court because I need to hear the old-ass judge go, and what is ball busting?
I love the CBT. I loved so much that he was like, okay, I'm not sure you know what cum is.
Sorry, I'd just like to clarify, I'm eating his cum out of her butt.
This next one had no answer, but it was a customer saying, I used 2 profanity words on a fax to a lawyer asshole and jerk face, and now he wants to take me to court on profanity charges. I want to go in alone and represent myself because I am not going to fight it. I was wrong, and they can rule whatever they want against me. Do I, or should I really need a lawyer with me? Yes!
Cussing is illegal. We've talked about
Cussing is
I'm the number one lawyer. I work on so many profanity
Cusses
cases.
are illegal, but cussing is different from mom to mom. So it really depends on what.
Your Honor, my client, you thought he said shit, but you didn't hear after. He said hockey mushrooms.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
See, we might be saying fudge.
Your Honor, have you not enjoyed a steaming bowl of pho?
Exactly. And
We all have.
every house was different. I wasn't allowed to say God dang. A lot of
I
people
couldn't say sucks.
Yeah, I couldn't say sucks.
I can say all the swears.
I couldn't say screw. Now screw is a cuss in my house. So it really, and some people had. I went over to my friend's house, and his parents let him say, "Fuck this, fuck that, fuck the dinner that I'm eating." So it really.
I was told in 3rd grade that my jerk is a swear.
Suck my dinner up my ass.
Oh, suck my dick.
I sit down at the table telling Grandpa that.
Hey, Grandpa, suck my dinner up
my ass.
That's a pretty good. Actually, you should be able to say that.
Suck my dinner up
Suck
my
my
ass.
dinner.
Suck my dinner. It depends on the food. Maybe you have like a savory lollipop.
Stink my dinner.
Lick
I could say stinks instead of sucks.
Lick my bob.
Stick
Lick my bob.
My D. That's my D, Mom.
Where's my bob?
Or like
My
stick
bob.
my thing.
Yeah, any of that should be
Stick my finger.
Lick my finger.
Because then they say where. You say, ew.
What are you
Yeah,
talking
anywhere.
about? Yeah.
Finger my.
Stick it.
And then, okay, this next one. I did something incredibly stupid today. While there was no question it was stupid, I wanted to see if it was illegal. I was at a trade show in Las Vegas, and I got a call for an emergency and had to leave early. When I parked this morning, it was a single spot up against a concrete barrier in front. I entered the parking lot to find someone and parked directly behind me, less than a foot in the spot that wasn't a space and was sticking out into the roadway. Not having time, I spent the next 5 minutes and 100 turns getting my truck out from in front of
Turns. This guy's playing Baldur's
I
Gate.
know. Making sure I didn't hit his vehicle in the process, scraping up my bumper on the concrete. Upset, I wrote a note. Great job parking like an asshole directly behind me when there's not even a spot, insensitive bastard, and left it underneath his windshield wiper. Looking back, it was rude and stupid, but was it illegal under Nevada law? I didn't threaten him or touch his vehicle. That is the most ex-Mormon fucking thing I've ever heard.
Hey, go suck a lollipop.
Yeah, what is he says? Great job parking like an asshole directly behind me.
Sarcasm
When
on a
there's
note
not even a
illegal
spot.
in Nevada?
Insensitive bastard.
Is Nevada
Insensitive
where-
bastard.
Is Nevada where ex-Mormons moved to?
I think so,
Opposite
yeah.
of Utah.
I think there's a lot of Mormons in Nevada also.
There's 2 cities of sin, Nevada.
Reno.
Las Vegas and Reno. The whole state is sin.
Yeah.
Basically. You ask me. This is Sodom and Gomorrah.
Nevada, more like never had a good thought or emotion
Or
in my life.
impulse when I was in Nevada because I was gambling and drinking Sprite.
Never had a
Sprite with
never had a chance to go to heaven.
Never had one.
And Nevada backwards is heaven.
I think it's head of Abada. Abada Kedavra.
Yeah,
which is a death
magical state.
curse.
This next one. I have taken the company computer with the out of the office to my home to review more trash on it, of turning it.
I'm thinking of
I'm
turning
thinking
it.
of turning it over to the law. Some of the girls looking young, he was on a teen porno site.
Comma.
Comma, every ellipsis is a comma. Just let the law check it. And if no one is under 18, I'll jam it and give it back to him. But if there's a girl under 18, will the law arrest him? And then
No, the
P.
law will
Simmons-
arrest you.
Well, that's what P. Simmons says. P. Simmons says, thanks for the chance to help. I am an attorney with over 12 years experience. Hopefully I can help you with your legal question. What is going on here? You took a computer with child porn on the computer? I didn't say child porno. I said it was on a teen porno site. That could be 18 or 19 years old. I said some of them would be questionable if they are under 18 or under. The P. Simmons says, yes, if there's child porn on the computer, the police can arrest him. My concern is that if you have the computer, you're also breaking the law. The best thing to do is turn it over to the police and let them investigate.
Pedophile Simmons, man. I'm not
Oh my God, wait, that's true.
Yeah, he's covering his ass.
This next one is, this is a strange question. Is there a law about ABDL in public? And then Isaac Esquire says, thank you for your question, but please permit me to assist you with your concerns. I happen to be a Pennsylvania license. My apologies, but by ABDL, do you mean adult baby diaper lover or something else? If not, I just want to answer the question properly. Yes, adult baby diaper lover. Hi, there is no law against it. The only law is based on decency, which means that so long as genitalia is covered up, sincerely, Dimitri Esquire.
Okay, so apparently,
I like that the Isaac knew what ABDL meant.
yeah.
Well, he searched.
I think he probably Googled it.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if here's the troll you pull, right? You ask this question, the person says, oh, I'm sorry, do you mean ABDL? Is that adult baby diaper lover? I think I'm not. And you say, what the hell are you talking about? What the
Here's
fuck?
the troll I do. If they ask me, is it legal to be ABDL? I just sit back. Sure, fucking hope not. Then
Yeah.
you're the master, and then you get 5 stars.
Yeah, exactly. This next one. This is embarrassing, but please bear with me. I have an unhealthy hobby of watching porn. I was recently searching for videos with Google, and I searched for something that isn't appropriate because the word I used doesn't mean what I thought it meant. Google brought up a page that let me know what I searched for was illegal. I never saw any picture or video, just that message from Google. Should I be expecting a physical
What
consultation?
do you guys think the word was?
So,
Alien.
Is it illegal to look at alien porn?
it can't be legal.
It shouldn't be legal.
It should not be legal.
Does Google give you a warning if you search something illegal?
I think so.
That's awesome.
But the warning, this is what the customer said.
Thank you, Google.
This is what the customer said. For some crazy reason, I thought Lolita meant a beautiful Hispanic woman. So when I searched for Lolita hand job, oh my God, immediately let me know that what I searched for was illegal. This is 2 days ago, and I've been freaking out ever since because I looked up the actual definition of Lolita. As long as I didn't view any material and I didn't break any child porn laws, right? Having it accidentally open for a second or so is not equivalent to watching
I
videos
like
for
that defense. He only watched it for 1 second.
Yeah.
The hoops
They
that-
shut it off.
That pedophiles will jump through to make what they're doing illegal.
Yeah.
And so I wish that
Children.
I wish that every other criminal was doing this. I wish there were questions on this website like, so I technically may have accidentally killed a guy, but like I only did it. It was for a second. It was only for a second that I was choking him out, and that like just all these excuses, and it's unbelievable.
It really is amazing. These guys are kind of master of. This is why I know
They're kind of master debaters.
You were talking about people asking questions on this website, right?
I guess.
Well, I tried to get my own.
I guess that's
You guys, I tried to get my own legal advice.
You're kidding.
I was trying to do that too, but I changed my mind.
I tried to get my own legal advice on something. Now I want you to look at my conversation.
Okay.
Welcome. How can I help with your legal question? Hello. Yes, it has recently come to my attention that an employee of mine has stolen my designs and started his own clothing company. How do I sue him? Next slide. The lawyer can help you determine if you have a case. Where are you located? These laws vary by state. I am located in New York City, but my client is in Mexico. Next slide.
Your client.
My employee is the most famous singer in Mexico. He is 19 and weighs 90 pounds, like Chalamet. He dances better than most, and I am upset. He has gone behind my back, and I want retribution. They said chat is completed. They did not want to take this
They
case
didn't give you anything?
They did not want to take this case on. Jubio, what is this?
Go next.
Jubio, what is this? What is it? Jubio.bigcartel.com/products.
The Jubio Stellar hoodie.
What have you done? You've taken my designs.
The Jubio Authentic Sisters.
You've taken my designs from me, and you have started your own clothing brand. I've been sitting on this Jubio merch forever.
The You haven't.
I haven't put it there. Well, my design was that the island was going to be the dot on the I.
That's a better design.
That's a better design.
And Jubio ripped it off and made it.
And why is it in pounds?
That's a good point. I guess it's.
Why are you paying for this in GBP?
Euros?
Or euros, rather. He's not answering.
Well, that's because I think that this is a different Jubio.
Is it different Jubio?
This is JU Bio.
JU Bio?
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are
Just under.
Well, then how are these designs so similar to mine?
Just under beach.
Well, it's somebody else ripped you off, and you know what they also ripped off? Jubio's name.
So we have a case together.
We have a case. You guys have a co-case, which is good because this is going to dip into international law.
This is good. Oh, yeah, because
I'm
it's
not
all
qualified for it.
holy
I've
shit.
actually been completely banned from participating in it.
This might even be maritime law if there's an
I think
ocean
it
that's
is
been
maritime
used in the
law.
other. So this means that it's legal to do killing. Is it legal to kill someone in the fucking ocean?
Yes.
For real?
Yes.
If you just go 20 miles off of New Jersey and kill?
No, not 20, but like a lot more.
I think that the country that the person is from would be mad at you.
Well, but being mad is fine. I don't
Being
care. if
mad,
people are
you can
mad.
I think that you wouldn't be able to go to that country anymore.
Okay,
And
so
then
fuck it.
depending
Just
on what
kill
it was,
people
they
from
might
countries
get
that
you.
suck.
Because it's like the thing where someone does something bad and the other country says you gotta, like in the Dark Knight,
You
extradite.
can kill someone from the United Kingdom in the ocean
Yes.
and just never go.
Well, it
But I
depends.
bet that the U.S. would get you and send you there
Why?
to
I'm
get
a
in trouble
citizen.
because they're fucking narcs, man.
I'm a Republican.
They don't care about that. Honestly, the people at the top, for them, it's not about Democrat, Republican. It's about this. Either you got money or you don't.
Okay, so I have a lot of money.
You don't.
Well, you got a lot of money. You got enough to get on a boat.
Honestly, even the people who have a lot of money in our lives, like $100,000, $200,000, that's literally nothing.
How could that be nothing?
That's a
buy-
grain of sand.
They can buy 20 of these hoodies.
You buy more than that.
They can buy 20 of these.
Well, I guess if they only have 20 in stock, they'll probably
Yeah.
but
Well, guys,
Well, if
this
you have
thus
money-
concludes the episode about legal advice.
And if you have money,
Another one.
send $5 to patreon.com/podcastaboutList,
Yep.
where you can see new type of
Dungeons and
files.
Dragons, the shareholder
yeah,
meetings,
speaking of the shareholder meeting, what day is it this month, Julio? What did you
beers
say?
we drank. I mean,
It's on I remember it's on a Sunday. What?
28th.
Sunday, January 28th will be the shareholder meeting. That's
Yeah.
on Discord, so join the executive producer tier on Patreon and then make sure you're in the
And
Discord.
also this weekend, Friday and Saturday, I'm going to be opening up for little Adam Friedland from a tiny town called Tampa, Florida.
Where are you playing?
In Crazy Comedy Village.
Is it really called the Crazy Comedy Village?
It's something along those lines. It's a really stupid name. It's going to be really, really bad. These shows are going to be terrible. Please come out. Please just brighten my day just a little bit. It's going to be so fucking hell being in Tampa. He's going to try to make me go to a strip club or something. And I'm
Tampa's
going to say,
nice this time.
I like
Tampa
movies. Tampa, no, I'm not a fan of this area.
Tampa's trash. Tampa's a junkyard.
You went to Tampa
So if you live there, come on out, bitch.
You went to Tampa 2 years ago for FYA Festival, was it?
Yes.
And we got accosted by an Uber Eats or an Uber driver.
Accosted. A guy talked to us. And
No.
Assaulted. Let's say what it is.
Say what it was. He verbally assaulted us.
By saying what?
He said,
we were taking an Uber to Waffle House, and he said, "You know Waffle House sucks, right?"
mm-hmm.
I said, "No, it doesn't."
I'm sick of the funny Uber drivers.
And you were acting like this is not a crime against us, that we can sue this man.
Accosted.
He accosted us. This is a crime against the both of us.
to a
He
place.
drove you there and he paid.
No.
He can say whatever he wants.
He verbally assaulted us.
All right, well,
And
Every other building
we
in
will be suing
every
this
other
man.
building in Tampa is an adult video store.
all right.
Yeah.
Well, then I think I'm going to have a good time. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you next time. Maybe. I have another question. Do you guys fucking hate me? You guys fucking hate me and wish I was fucking
It's
dead.
a bad prank. That is a bad prank.
I'm not good at pranks, man. I'm famously bad at pranks. I don't
You
do
have a prank
pranks.
face.
I
What
haven't-
face is this?
I haven't done pranks since when I was a kid. I did the bucket of water on the door to
You
my
do this.
brother, and he cried.
You do this when you're
My older brother,
you
6 years
can't.
old.
You have no poker face for pranks. Is when you do a prank, you have like a bobblehead thing.
I don't
that you do.
bobble my
You do this. You go.
I don't double my head. The other day, I got a fake poop. and I put it on my kitchen counter. As soon as I got it, I zero planning, put it on my kitchen counter, and my wife walked in, got home from work, and I said, I'm so bad at breaks. I said, hey, baby, can you get me a glass of water? And I was closer to the kitchen than she was. I was doing nothing. I was just sitting in the hallway. Can you give me a glass of water? It didn't work, man. She walked in, and she was like, yeah, there's a fake poop on the
I'm also pretty bad.
We were talking about the master troll the other day.
I
remember I was trying to think of trolling I had done in the past, and I remembered something I did in college that I completely forgot about that people got mad at me for. Which was, you remember how in college it was like they had the it was like a TV net, like a school TV network where you get shows, and it's like they have a staff and you make like however many episodes. And I never did any of that, but on Facebook I made a fake poster for a show for that called Shit Fucks, and I said, I'm excited to announce I'm making one of these shows. Please message them on Facebook and ask me if you want to be on the crew. And like, we're gonna have a meeting in this room on this day at this time. And it was completely not true and fake. And a bunch of people messaged the school organization, be like, hey, can I work on this Shit Fucks? And everyone got really mad at me because it wasn't real.
Lyle, Crocodile. The crocodile himself is here in the
What's
building.
up, boys? How's it going? How's
What's
life?
up, you killer croc? How are you?
I'm doing good, man. I love this set. I love this fish. You guys have a really cool operation.
It used to be Christmas around here.
You do all
It's
everything.
Christmas everywhere, Patrick.
Well, on the set,
That is true.
on the set, it used to be Christmassy.
You do a digital set.
Yeah, I do it. Well, it's crazy that you guys have like 3 cameras and 5. It's just me and a camera that sometimes works.
And you're 40 times more successful.
Well, I don't know.
That's tough for us to
Maybe we
hear.
should-
Maybe don't tell us about how bare bones. Oh yeah, I'm nothing, and no, don't do that to us, man.
No, this is really cool. I love that you have a guy who sounds like Jigsaw. That's
Jigsaw out there in Mexico doing his thing, man.
Say hello, Julio.
You don't have a producer?
Hello, Julio.
I have somebody who who helps me edit the podcast after the fact. But
nobody live doing all
You
this.
don't have
no, like when
everybody needs a Jamie.
The Jamie was a
Yeah.
giant change for us.
Really?
Yeah, because now we can say if we don't remember something or we don't remember what something looks like.
Google pig in the farm. Something like that. Like, here's a
Pig in the farm. We need a photo. What does a pig in a farm look like? Well, now watch this. Just hold your horses.
Pig in the Far Cry
Pig
4.
in the-
Pig in the Far
And
Cry
see,
4.
he's an
right
expert.
here where he pulls up
Yeah.
Far Cry 4 pig hunting, where to find pigs for quiver upgrades.
So you
if
actually-
need to quiver more in the game.
He's not all that good at the job, I would say.
I mean, there's the pigs. He did it.
He did find it. He's an expert. How you liking New York City so far?
New York is awesome, man. I was really stoked and happy the first week I came here because I sold my car and stuff, and the honeymoon phase is kind of ended.
It's over.
Yeah, it's like this is my life now. I gotta
Have people started being mean to you? First question, do you walk around wearing this?
Not yet. I want to. It's too cold.
It's too cold.
Do you think about going to like Times Square, hanging out with like Elmo in the gecko
Yeah.
costume?
I walked
You could
around
be Geico.
I walked around Las Vegas once in the costume, and this 12-year-old kid came up to me, and he showed me on his phone that he had listened to all of my podcasts, and then we took a picture, and then his mom came up behind him and tried to give me $5. I was like, you don't have to do that. It's not one of those.
What a mark that lady is. Jesus
We've
Christ.
never gotten a 12-year-old.
No, I would say our audience is
What a
not
Caleb
skewed. So we just need one.
There's one pick with a 12-year-old.
Well, because they'll start going to school, spreading it around among all the other people, looking at different toilets or the toilet videos.
What did you guys like? Did you guys listen to podcasts when you were 12? Or I'm sure you had YouTubers
When I was
that you
12,
fucked with.
I used to be a big fan of You Made It Weird with Pete Holmes.
Yeah, me too, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Yeah, so I used to listen to that when I was a kid, and I would play Halo, and I would do that. I was homeschooled, so I'd do that instead of learning.
Really?
Yeah, so I would do that pretty much every day when I was a kid. And then I grew up, and now not really my thing.
How long were you homeschooled for?
7th grade all through high school.
I have a friend who's homeschooled, and he mentioned.
Now?
Yeah.
What?
No, yeah. I'm friends with a home. No, well, I have a friend who he was homeschooled,
Okay.
and he talks about how he feels too normal for the homeschooled people, but too homeschooled for the normal people. Do you ever feel that
I
way?
don't relate to that at all.
Blade.
No, I was fully
Home school Blade.
I loved being in homeschool.
Really? What'd
Yeah.
you like about it?
No fucking school. It was awesome.
Were you lonely? Were you not
Hell
sad?
no.
Really?
I had movies. I had YouTube videos.
Yeah, I guess.
This shit was amazing.
That's cool.
And then I had to go to college. All of a sudden, you're walking in and then you have books.
Oh my
and
god,
shit.
pencils. What are these?
Yeah, I really didn't know how to use them. I wasn't even the kind of homeschool kid who gets good at something. Like I wasn't like getting good at art.
But that doesn't really ever happen.
Well, the spelling bee. There's one kid who was homeschooled and destroyed the spelling bee.
Instantly, you've been proven wrong.
No, 99% of schooled kids, and yes, schooled. I'm not because the homeschool is unschooled.
Well,
Are
no, that's a
beating
third
the-
thing.
Are beating. Well, the numbers don't matter.
Yeah.
But the point is that it's smarter.
What was it like a religious thing for you? Was it a teacher or was it your mom?
I
or your dad?
got in with the thugs at my school, and I was what we call a future thug.
Really?
Yeah, so I got pulled out because of the thug stuff that I was doing.
He ran over a teacher with a car.
I did a lot of really bad stuff. And then I was getting suspended, and I was on the verge of getting expelled, and my mom was like, "We're taking you out of school."
You got
I
accused
thought it
of
was
treason.
sick.
He was hanging out at a rival
I was hanging out at a rival school.
Yeah.
I was spreading. I was like,
You don't even have lunch at our school.
I was giving them the football plays, doing sort of very discreet handoffs, and so I just ended up being taken out of school.
You're giving the sheet music for
And
the
then
band.
I went from, this is a very rare. Well, I guess it's not that rare. I went from thug to nerd.
Today, do you still feel as though there's any thug remaining within you?
I pray for your sake you don't find out. I pray for you.
I'm a de-escalation gecko now.
Yeah, you don't want to test my gangster, as it were. Yeah, because it bites.
You guys ever imagine the situation? Well, I'm sure you do. When you get mugged and what you would do.
I think
Yesterday I was
about this
imagining.
more
I had
than
a new
anything.
scenario I came up with yesterday.
Okay.
And this is if you're getting mugged and you're just going next door to get some food. You didn't even bring your wallet because you're gonna pay with Apple Pay.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about this when I was going to get some food across the street. I thought, well, someone comes up to me and tries to mug me because it's 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
The muggers are out.
The muggers are out.
They
They just
I would
enter
say I would be
effect,
like
charged
I
up.
would be like, man, seriously, I don't have my wallet on me. I'm just getting food across the street with Apple Pay. But if you want, I'll go into my apartment and get my wallet. Go in, lock the door.
He would come into the apartment with
He
you.
wouldn't. I would be like, I don't want you to come in because my girlfriend is home.
Have you guys ever gotten mugged before?
I've never been mugged, and I know that because of that, it will be the end of my life when it happens.
I have this, I've never been mugged before, and I have this thing in my head. I'm like, there's no way I'm getting through life without I'm gonna get
Because I've never
yeah.
been mugged, I'm building it up so much in my head with all these scenarios and strategies that I will get stabbed. I will say there will be one word out of my mouth. They'll be like, "Give me your wallet." I'll be like, "Well," and then
You'll
they'll
be
immediately
cycling through the dialogue branch. Where do I go from here? And then they'll stab you. They're like, "Oh, this guy's already dying. Obviously, he's having sex." You'll die of natural causes, thinking of what to do.
Yeah. Just trying to do every strategy at the same time, like just going like
Well, I'm a deaf cop.
saying, "Well, I have cancer and also I'm gay," and then trying to make myself throw up.
I've had the fantasy that I would like appeal to the mugger emotionally.
Right.
I would look at him and be like, "Hey man,
That's what I always think.
what's going on?
You
Why
need
are they
to do this.
Yeah, but that's not what would happen.
The way I would actually get stabbed is that they would mug me and I'd have like two $10 bills in my wallet and I'd try to give them one.
Getting mugged.
What's that?
100% what I would do.
Immediately looking at the guy and just going,
I also think if they asked for my phone, I would probably go, "Really?
Here's what I do.
Really, man?"
that's the one thing that they really can't take anymore because you can just they have programmed the phones to be bug-proof. You can
There is a Bushwick bandit who's going around on a bicycle or a motorized one. A Bushwick bicycle bandit. He's been going up to people, showing them a gun, and saying, give me your money. When they don't have money, he says, come with me. He goes into stores, he'll go into like dispensaries or GameStop, he'll buy an Xbox with their Apple Pay, or they will, and then he'll leave. And he is not killed.
Why not just tell them?
Why not just stop it?
He doesn't kill. That's nice.
Why not just stop him? That's my theory.
See, this is exactly the scenario I need to be theory crafting for.
Yeah.
This is what, because I'm still stuck on a guy who shows me a knife and says, "Give me your money." But what do I do when he asks me to buy an Xbox?
Yeah.
Say, no, man, I don't game.
I don't have time.
I would go into the GameStop. I would be in there for about 5 seconds. I'd walk out and I'd say, "They don't have Xbox, man."
Are they right now?
Well, I'm gonna go home.
You walk out,
the Xbox 360.
well, here's what you do. You spend the amount of money.
Xbox game. I'm like, "Oh, is this not what you want?"
You didn't want Stick of Truth? I don't get it.
That is a really
Yeah.
good game.
I don't
Somebody
even
mugs
want
me. I think the thing that you're supposed to do is you're supposed to look at them and say,
Yeah.
and then when they say, what do you mean? You run away.
I also think that's another
Confusion
scenario. I
tactic.
100% someone tries to bug me. There's a good chance I will just try and sprint through it.
I think there's a good chance I would do something really offensive to get out of it. And so I just don't want to be put in that situation.
When I was a kid, I used to think like if I just like acted crazy,
Yeah,
then
exactly.
I'd be like, "Whoa, this guy's nuts."
Yeah,
I don't want his money.
Away.
It probably is crazy.
This guy's gonna.
This guy probably has crazy.
Yeah.
It doesn't work in America.
This guy's crazy. He probably only has coins on him.
Probably doesn't Monopoly.
That's
Yeah.
what you
You walk around with a
Walk around with a little bit of Monopoly
Oh,
money.
you want to mug me? Look how crazy I am. I have Monopoly money.
It's all money that has your own face on it.
Yeah. Oh, you want Caleb coins? Here you go.
Tell me.
What's up, pimp? How you living, baby? I'm kicking ass, taking names. How about you? Did you get to sleep? That's good. I've been following your account on Twitter. So far, so good. Thank God. It's 6 o'clock in the evening here. So it's the 6th for you? It's February 6th, right? Right, it's February 6th for you. Well, you need to get some sleep, my man. 420, just blaze. Well, you need to get some sleep. Well, that's okay. Just watch me long enough and you'll fall asleep. No problem. Excellent. I'm going to listen to a podcast. Listen along. What kind of podcast would you like to listen? Something on Freemasons? You got it.
proudly sipping her cherry slush drink. She just added more lines to her Cogs mobile plan and saved, making her feel excited. Store today. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, and other terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is David Patrick Harry with Church of the Eternal Logos. And in this video, I am going to sort of recap and summarize my latest stream, a sponsored stream. Major thank you to Orthodox Centurion on Freemasonry and the Revolutionary Spirit. I got off the stream last night, and something just didn't sit right with me. And I think what it was is there was so much information. The topic that Orthodox Centurion asked me to look into was the Masonic relationship to revolutions, particularly the American, the French, and the Bolshevik, the Russian Revolution, most specifically in 1917. And so doing all that research led me down many different pathways, some of which I was not very familiar with. And therefore, I was kind of inundated with so much information. When I got off the stream last night and we were reading James Billington's prominent work, Fire in the Minds of Men, I thought, I didn't do the job I wanted to, sort of secretizing and summarizing the entire sort of argument that I wanted to make. And so that's what this video is for, to sort of connect the dots. And so in regards to Masonry, one of the things I was trying to highlight in that stream, and you guys can go back and you can look more into it. So I'm going to go through and show you all the sources or all the pieces of information that I use, basically tie a thread through a series of beads. And you guys then, if you're interested in that, you can do your own research, or you can look a little bit into the longer stream that was like 3.5 hours long. So to begin with, the argument was that Masonry is not actually a monolithic thing, as some people may speculate. Certainly it's not consistent with an Orthodox fronema, because as one of the articles I showed, and I'm going to demonstrate today, just highlight, you guys can read more of it, is that it claims to be, and the Orthodox Church believes it to be, a continuation of some of the ancient mystery traditions, even coming from Eleusis, so the Eleusinian mysteries, and many people may be familiar with the Picocchion and potential use of inebriating substances, and I've wrote about this and done streams on this topic. But Masonry in its influence was different in the American context than in the French context. And so what I thought was most interesting, and what I really tried to develop within the stream and the research that I was trying to cover and explicate, is that French Masonry, interestingly enough, has a very unique connection with socialist and communist movements. And so that was one of the things I wanted to differentiate, because when you look at Masonry in the Protestant context, mostly the Scandinavians, Britain, and America, we didn't see that same revolutionary spirit described in the 19th century during all that turmoil in Europe. And so some people have speculated, and this is something that maybe you guys can speculate on, there might be multiple reasons why that is. Some believe that maybe Protestantism and this idea of, as we've argued as Orthodox, sort of relativism, that everybody can have sort of differing opinions about Scripture, interpretation, hermeneutics, exegesis, that sort of plays into living in a society that's more multivariate in regards to people's personal opinions, and that the federalistic structure of the American Revolution itself, and creating the sort of Federalist Republic structure, diffused the centralization of power. Now, as I highlighted in the stream, obviously this is falling apart, and here in the United States, much of what was unique and prominent, like, again, having private property, which I'm going to highlight, is actually biblical. And when we look at the French Revolution, whether it be Rousseau, whether it be many of these other occultists and Masons, the idea was that private property was actually the problem, and ties into contemporary rhetoric coming out of the World Economic Forum and the Great Reset. And so my point was to highlight that, interestingly enough, I think this particular strand of ideology that comes from the French Revolution through certain Masonic lodges. Some Masons may claim that some of these French lodges are clandestine, that they're sort of separate, and there are many internal factions with Masonry, so it's not all one explicit thing, but that the influence in the revolution were different in subtle ways. So I just want to then present some of this stuff to you guys real quick to just encapsulate what it is I was trying to show last night. So we were reading again from the book Fire in the Minds of Men, and again as I go through here, just look at some of the URLs. If you want to go back and do some of your own research, feel free to. That was really the point of this video. And so files.libcom.org has a great copy of this book in which then you can do command find, and you can do various word searches for particular concepts, words, people, like whatever you're kind of looking for. So that's why I think it's really beneficial to have this one as opposed to sites like archive.org, where it's a little bit harder to do with these word searches. But we were talking about Fire in the Minds of Men as highlighting the origins of the revolutionary faith, and what was I utilized this book for is that there's a whole section on the occult origins of organization. You can see that right here. And what James Billington makes the claim is that Freemasonry and German Illuminism, coming from Adam Weishaupt, some of you guys might be familiar with the origins of the Illuminati, stuff like that, that these particular Illuminist strands believe that man was going to essentially deify himself without God, and I read that in that last stream, and that's what James Billington was trying to highlight, is that the sort of German Illuministic ideas, occultism, which is, again, is influenced by, and we're going to just mention quickly as we go through this, things like, again, the most magical century of Europe, the 16th century, the 1500s, where we see alchemy, we see, people like Paracelsus, Jacob Boehme, John Dee, and even Frederick the Elector Palatine in the what's referred to as the Winter King, his marriage to Elizabeth, and trying to reconstruct the sort of magical Protestant empire in Bohemia after Rudolph II. And so this was a syncretic process of like infusing Protestantism with aspects of Kabbalah, aspects of, again, esoteric spirituality, ritualistic magic, this type of thing. Of course, that fails and ends up in essentially ending in the 30 Years' War. But that gave rise to the Illuminist strands, and if you guys have read Frances Yates' book on Rosicrucianism, she highlights and lays out why Germany is so important in the facilitation of many of these esoteric and occult ideas. So Billington makes that same claim, and so when we trace this revolutionary faith, it's not all of Masonry, although as an Orthodox Christian, we would say that Masonry is indicative of the Enlightenment ideals, liberty, fraternity, equality. And there's then splits on which one's emphasized more. Is it liberty or is it equality? And you can make a case that some of the more Protestant variations, like America, like Britain, is maybe in favor of aspects of liberty, but the equality strand is certainly going to be part and parcel of the socialist and communist rhetoric that's going to eventually come to fruition, I would argue, in the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. And that when we look at the World Economic Forum and they're advocating for, again, minority rights, not that we're against all people being made in the image of God, but doing away with private property, a radical transition and reconstruction of the world, new economic systems that are more equal and fair, that capitalistic pursuits for private property and private ownership, that this is detrimental now to the environment. So the general rhetoric, the general narrative that we see coming out of the globalist elites that we're aware of, and the fact that we're well on our way to the Great Reset, that is expected to end in 2030, that this particular strand, looking at French Masonry, looking at the communist socialist ideals, looking at occult spirituality of basically man deifying himself without the need of God, and the influence of Jewish Kabbalah, I think is very interesting, because it seems like that maybe is the undergirding strand of maybe some of the utopian worldly rhetoric we're hearing from the global sector. So This was the book that we were talking about. Again, check this out if you're interested. And so this is James Billington, who wrote the book. He was the 13th Librarian of Congress. It's a very well-read book. Again, I don't know exactly what James Billington's personal religious or spiritual beliefs were, but I do recommend this book. And going through it, it's very well researched, and it presents some very unique information that is often not explicated on in various historians' works. So that is James Billington. Again, in regards to Freemasonry and Orthodoxy, I was reading from this article, Freemasonry, the official statement of the Church of Greece in 1933. Now, it's interesting enough because we're going to highlight that Freemasonry and somebody like Alexander Pushkin, the Russian poet and romanticist, that he himself eventually leaves Russia for the Caucasus region, eventually winds up fighting in favor of the Greek Revolution and finding independence from the Ottoman Empire. And of course, he was explicitly a Freemason who got initiated during this period in history. So is Greek independence from the Ottoman Empire good? Yeah, I would say so. Does that mean I'm in favor of, again, some of the revolutionary inklings or the Enlightenment ideals of Masonry? Absolutely not. So this was the official statement that I read through in that stream. And if you want to read more about it, you can do so. But basically, it highlights that Masonry, in its own words, claims to be sort of syncretic religious tradition that finds its origins all the way back to Eleusis and the ancient mystery traditions of old, and that Gnosticism and this pursuit for rational knowledge is something that both Masonry is a part of, a sort of illuministic framework. You could call it Luciferian. Certainly the sort of worship of the sun or of the light, of a general God architect, but at the same time is explicitly not Christian. Sometimes they're explicitly anti-Christian. And we have an article from Helena Blavatsky, the founder of Theosophy, in which she then sort of congratulates Masonry on its attack of the papacy. And that's part why Masonic traditions are very different in the Protestant context versus this French context, because of its rivalry with the Catholic papacy. Now, and I'm an Orthodox Christian. I'm certainly not in favor of the Catholic papacy, but I think this is a very interesting historical angle. And this is why some of these French lodges are so conducive to socialism and communism, of which I found an article on a Marxist website. And them are lamenting the fact that so many French Masons are part of the communist movement, if you will, in France. So just connecting that itself. So Orthodoxy is explicitly not in favor of Freemasonry in any way, and you can read that there. Now, and in regards to the American context, most people are going to be much more familiar with Masonic involvement in the Revolution. As I highlighted, the exact number of Masons, it's hard to pinpoint. Some have speculated. According to the one Masonic site that I use, this one right here, it argues that only 8 of the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence were actually Masons. Now, it also highlights that Paul Revere himself was part of the Masonic lodges at that time. I saw other articles that were claiming somewhere in the range of potentially up to 14 signers of the Declaration of Independence may have had some relationship to the Masonic lodges. Hard to pinpoint, but we certainly know that George Washington and many of the founding fathers did have Masonic connections. Certainly Ben Franklin, and he was into some very strange things, especially his time in France. And so France comes up again because it's some of the French lodges that he was even initiated into as well. Now, Pierre Charles L'Enfant, he is the person who lays out the design for Washington, D.C., and we discussed this a little bit in the larger stream. We also inspired the street plan for Detroit, Michigan. He himself was a Mason who was hired by George Washington to sort of construct the layout of Washington, D.C. So just highlighting that because obviously we know that
Margot felt quite exquisite as she dipped her fingers in mayo, gracefully extending her pinky to the sky. See, she had just saved by getting Cox Mobile for her family. Yes, more lives, more savings, Margot. Brilliant. She finished her cherry slush drink with a triumphant. Exquisite indeed. Visit a Cox store and pay as low as $30 a line for 4 or more unlimited lines. 4 lines required for $30 per line price. Max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, Orange County, experience better banking with SDCCU, one of California's largest credit unions. Open a free checking with e-statements account at sdccu.com and bank on the go. Check balances, deposit checks, pay bills, and more online or through your smartphone 24/7. If you need cash, you can access one of our 30,000 surcharge-free ATMs. SDCCU, it's not big bank banking, it's better. Message and data rates may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. For details, go to sdccu.com/new account.
The Masons had great influence in the American Revolution. We talked about how the lodges were homes for some of the militia movements and that they would have meetings there and stuff like that, the Sons of Liberty. But also we would know about money. So if you haven't looked into it, check out Jekyll Island, check out how the Federal Reserve came about, but certainly some of the U.S. Fiat notes, as they're referred to, has a lot of occult symbolism that we see the all-seeing eye over the pyramid, which again, Billington highlights, comes out of the synthesis of occult ideals and spirituality coming from human illuminism, as well as Masonry itself. And I've talked before about the Masonic connection to the Knights Templars, in which the Knights Templar, the sort of knights during the Crusades, it seems to me, got initiated in various forms of Gnostic spirituality, again, a sort of existential pursuit of spiritual knowledge. And that when the Inquisition happened and their leader was killed, eventually they moved up to Scotland, and Robert the Bruce, he himself sort of brings them in and gives some of the Templars land, which eventually comes is referred to as Rosalind's Chapel. There has a lot of Masonic and Templar symbolism. So my point is certainly the U.S. has much Masonic influences, although with a Protestant context in the Federalist structure certainly diffused the centralization of power as compared to the French Revolution. So you can look at the money, you can look at, as I argued, the full fulfillment of maybe some of these ideals, these Masonic occult connections. At this point, it seems like the federal government and the Federalist structure is totally eroded, and that we exist in a two-party system which are working for the same people, which connect to the end of our narrative here, in which Leon Trotsky, who's the second in command in regards to the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia in 1917, his ideas and his followers actually are the progenitors to the neoconservative party in America. And so when we talk about Republicans being Democrats 10 years behind, well, that seems to be the exact plan from the get-go, and that our conservative party, the neoconservative movement, has basically been constructed to sort of be a governor to the radical left, and that the radical left continues to push it in one direction, and then we have an oppositional dialectic party. And this ties into, as Billington highlights, the utilization of Hegel's dialectics, and how many of these communist revolutionaries, obviously Marx is a materialist dialectic, building out of the young Hegelians, the left-wing Hegelians following Hegel's work. Hegel believed history ends in the world historical figure of Napoleon, but his followers, they believe, no, the job wasn't done, and that a sort of worldly utopian state is the ultimate end goal. And so we can see a sort of false dialectic, a Hegelian dialectic here in the American context. And this is one of the reasons why, again, nothing gets done and our country is basically falling apart. Anyways, I digress. So I also talked a little bit about the layout, again, of LaFont and here in Washington, D.C. And I played these videos, which I'm not going to play. You can look them up, the pentagram in Washington, D.C., 1 and 2. And, I'm skeptical. It's kind of interesting. It's almost like some of the History Channel stuff. But what's interesting is the video does make an interesting connection between the broken pentagram, which you see here, to like Goethe's Faust, to black magic, to being a sort of portal potentially for spirits or whatnot. Again, take that for what you will. And this video then connects it with the planetary movements of Venus and highlights maybe some symbolic connections to Venus in Washington, D.C. Anyways, I'll just leave that for you guys to check out if you want. And so this article here we talked about was, the Revolutionary Masons, and this article touches on George Washington and the the amount of Freemasonry influence in regards to the American Revolution. And this article here is also about Freemasonry influence on the Declaration of Independence and the American Revolution. You can check that out if you want as well. But what was more interesting and what I wanted to highlight was the French Revolution. And so here is one of the French timelines. If you're not familiar with the French Revolution, you can check this out and see sort of how it unfolds. And of course, in all these revolutions that we see in the 19th century European context, including the French Revolution and the Bolshevik Revolution, and many of these, the failed German Revolution, the Polish-Russian War, it has to do with many of the peasantry and the lower class people being short on bread, being short on economic activity. And so again, this general rhetoric about how these, interestingly, mostly elites, mostly wealthy people are going to come and salvage sort of these peasants and give them economic opportunities because the capitalists and the bourgeoisie and the aristocracy have limited it. And so that obviously is going to coincide with socialist communist movements. And so the French Revolution was no different. King Louis, Marie Antoinette, they're living this very luxurious life in Versailles, but meanwhile the capital of France was in Paris. And meanwhile people weren't even getting bread. So this ferment, so the absence of food, the absence of resources for people fuels again this rhetoric, and that's where Billington highlights that the journalists and the intellectual become the progenitors of this revolutionary spirit, because it's really, as Dostoevsky highlights in his book The Possessed, it's really the fire is the intellectual ideas and the hope that's given to people who are in sort of distressed situations. So that's also going to be true, and one of the reasons why, obviously I'm in favor of the Russian Tsar Nicholas II, but one of the things he was facing is that the workers of Russia and some of the feudal structures, were certainly disenfranchising some people, and then the sort of socialist communist rhetoric was giving them hope to some degree. So here's a timeline. You can check that out. This is a timeline of Napoleon, because Napoleon, interestingly enough, he himself was in fact a Mason. That's also a historical fact. Here's an article on that from a Freemasonic lodge, if you want to look at that. Napoleon, the Freemason emperor. And Napoleon, even though the French Revolution happens, the point is to undercut monarchy. We first have the cult of reason, then we have the cult of the supreme being, replacing it. We have people like Rousseau, Robespierre, but then by the time of Napoleon, he sort of puts himself as in a way, an emperor, even though that was the point of the French Revolution. So, interestingly enough, even though he was a Mason, according to Billington, some of these French lodges were facilitating the socialist and communist rhetoric because they themselves weren't too happy with aspects of Napoleon's rise. So this article here was highlighting that this is one of the differences between the American and the French Revolution. One, the American Revolution was not as bloody, but because of the Protestantism and because the fact that the American Revolution was responding against the taxation without representation, if you will, from the British Empire. We have the Boston Tea Party, all this different stuff. That's a little bit different than the ways in which we saw the French Revolution unfold. And so this just highlights that when you compare and contrast the American and the French Revolution, there's certainly major differences, although you can find also multiple similarities. So just highlighting that as well. And then I wanted to highlight, before we started getting all these French revolutionaries that I mentioned throughout the last stream, and I feel like I didn't do a good job tying this thread together through all these different sources, is that many of them are all in favor of doing away with private property, because private property is believed to be one of the reasons for the societal ills and the disenfranchisement of certain people. Well, with that believed to be the case, I just wanted to highlight that property law and private property is a biblical idea, and highlighting that this Masonic, Illuministic, Kabbalistic, atheistic, communist, socialist infusion, the sort of syncretic blending of all these things together, that it's always has to do with doing away with private property. And we see the same thing with the World Economic Forum. So I just wanted to highlight that private property itself is biblical. And then, of course, there's the Napoleon thing. Now, here's some of the movers and shakers that I was referring to last night, but trying to give you a better framework for the general narrative, the historical narrative through the 19th century. We have somebody like Rousseau, whose ideas were incredibly influential. And of course, he was a Genevan. And Geneva in Switzerland, along with Zurich, is going to be a place that's going to be a hot spot for many of the French lodges, for the communist socialist rhetoric. Lenin himself, as we'll see, spent a considerable amount of time in Geneva before going back to Russia when the Bolshevik Revolution happens. And along with some of these other revolutionaries like Buonarroti, who this Felipe, he was a descendant of Michelangelo. He had the same surname, but he also was an Italian utopian socialist writer, agitator, Freemason, and conspirator. He was active in Corsica, France, and Geneva. So Geneva is one of these places. France and Geneva, Switzerland keep coming up, even though Switzerland itself was not a hotspot of revolution. It was a hotspot for revolutionary organization. Due to some of these secret meetings and whatnot. So he became a quintessential. He wrote this book, The History of Babeff's Conspiracy of Equals, and we'll see that, again, the conspiracy of equals was to make complete equality. The amount of money you made, the amount of things you owned, that it was equal across the board, and I'm going to show you that here in a second. But Rousseau himself, again, was against, argues that private property is the source of inequality. And one of the things I do agree with him is he highlights that the decadence found in cities, urban cities, was led to a moral degradation. I would agree with him there. And this is true really worldwide. You see more conservative values in rural people than you see in urban people. But Buonarroti, he features often in the Billington work. And so he was talking about Babeuf here, and he was a French proto-communist revolutionary journalist of the French Revolutionary period. He led a popular revolt against the Directory, the French Directory, the government of France. He was a leading advocate for democracy and the abolition of private property. He angered the authorities who were clamping down hard on their radical enemies. And in spite of the efforts of the Jacobins, friends to save him, Babeuf was executed for his role in the conspiracy of equals. And so then you can go look into the conspiracy of equals. Again, I talked a little bit about this last night and read about this, but you guys can look into it yourself. And so you see that Napoleon was not very much in favor of that and closed the club of the Pantheon in 1786. Babeuf decreased his activities, and well, eventually he's killed by the guillotine, which is a commonality when we look at the French Revolution. And so this was Buonarroti. Again, this gentleman right here, he's as Billington argues, a sort of cornerstone for this particular revolutionary spirit and a historical figure that most people haven't touched on. And we can see that he was certainly a Mason, and he joined the Masonic Lodge in 1786. And so he joined the Jacobin Club and became friends with Bonapartists and all types of stuff. So, okay, we get that. Moving forward here, this was the book that he wrote, The History of Babeuf's Conspiracy for Equality. The Conspiracy of Equals, again, was a failed coup d'etat during the French Revolution, and it led Francis Noël Babeuf, who wanted to overthrow the Directory and place it with an egalitarian proto-socialist republic inspired by the Jacobin ideals. And so this was also, again, about, here it is, we aspire to live and die equal, the way we were born. We want equality of death is what we need, and we'll have real equality at whatever cost. However, the conspiracy failed to include colonial slaves, but again, we see the abolition of private property, and at some points even wanting to do away with the incentives for work and what separates people financially, all that type of stuff. Okay, now we see Blanqui was another figure, and he was a French socialist and political activist, notable for his revolutionary theory. And he himself, Blanqui inspired an uprising which took place in Paris, in which the League of the Just, forerunners of Karl Marx's Communist League, participated. And so Interestingly enough, again, he was interested in the redistribution of wealth. Again, many of these socialist ideas, various ways from our socialist currents of today. On one side, contrary to Karl Marx, he did not believe in the preponderant role of the working class nor in popular movements. He thought, on the contrary, that the revolution should be carried out by a small group who would establish the contemporary dictatorship by force. And so, yeah, anyways, you get it. You get it there. So wanted to highlight that. Moving forward, we have the cult of reason, and it's eventually its rival, the cult of the supreme being. This is because I wanted to highlight that these movements, again, one of the differences that
Hey, Orange County, experience better banking with SDCCU, one of California's largest credit unions. Open a free checking with e-statements account at sdccu.com and bank on the go. Check balances, deposit checks, pay bills, and more online or through your smartphone 24/7. If you need cash, you can access one of our 30,000 surcharge-free ATMs. SDCCU, it's not big bank banking, it's better. Message and data rates may apply, federally insured by NCUA. For details, go to sdccu.com/new checking. Hey, Orange County, experience better banking with SDCCU, one of California's largest credit unions. Open a free checking with e-statements account at sdccu.com and bank on the go. Check balances, deposit checks, pay bills, and more online or through your smartphone 24/7. If you need cash, you can access one of our 30,000 surcharge-free ATMs. SDCCU, it's not big bank banking, it's better. Message and data rates may apply, federally insured by NCUA. For details, go to sdccu.com/new account.
Billington highlights is that within the Protestant context, God was not so much usurped. Now, certainly we would talk about the founding fathers of the American situation being deists. I mean, how much would they be biblical Christians? We know that Thomas Jefferson was a red letter Christian, meaning he only basically read the words of Jesus and threw everything else out. Interesting argument there. Certainly as Orthodox, we would question their fidelity to the Christian faith. But unlike the French Revolution, it was not about the total overthrowing of God. And so the cult of reason eventually gets replaced with the cult of the supreme being here. And so I just wanted to highlight this is sort of a deistic reinterpretation by Maximilian Robespierre. Okay, moving forward, we see Nicholas Bonneville. Now, he's an interesting figure because we'll see that Bonneville actually has a sort of menage a trois relationship with Thomas Paine, one of the, again, considered the patriots within the American Revolution. Now, Thomas Paine, as we'll highlight, has an interesting book on the origin of Freemasonry, which Bonneville himself helped him publish. And he spent a significant time in France and was having a sort of polyamorous relationship with Bonneville's wife, who then accompanied him back to America afterwards. But he was a French bookseller, printer, journalist, and writer. He was also a political figure of some relevance at the time of the French Revolution into the early years. He was certainly initiated into Freemasonry in 1786 during his stay in England. He wrote the book on the subject, Jesuits Expelled from Masonry, Dagger of the Shattered, in which he accuses Jesuits having introduced into symbolic degrees of Freemasonry the myths of the Templars and their doctrine of revenge based on the crime of their destruction. And the 4 vows of the Templars included the 4 higher degrees earlier. In 1787, the leading Bavarian Illuminist and Freemason, Christoph Bode, is said to have converted to the German-speaking Bonneville to a faith of combined esoteric symbolism and radical ideas on popular sovereignty, bordering on direct democracy. Okay, so just wanted to highlight that. Again, you guys can look more into it. Of course, we have Maximilian Robespierre, controversial figure, played a pivotal role in the events that led to the downfall of the French monarchy, and was another upholder of direct democracy, had certainly some socialist ideals, and so just wanted to, obviously, as an important figure, you guys can look more into it. The Jacobins, or simply was an influential political club during the French Revolution in 1789. The period of its political ascendancy includes the Reign of Terror, in which, again, 10,000 people were executed. So popular enough. You guys get it. You can look into it. Theodore Dezamy was a French socialist, representative of the neo-Babavist tendency in early French communism, along with, again, various individuals. He was also an associate of Blanqui, and his colleagues formed a link between the extreme left of the French Revolution and Marxism. So, again, wanted to highlight that as well for you guys. And the reason why, I get Wikipedia is a CIA front. You got to be skeptical on manipulated information. But one of the good parts and what you can use Wikipedia for is to come down here and find some of the sources that cite the information, and that's why I use it. Obviously, I'm very skeptical of anything on Wikipedia, but as a researcher, you can go here and try to find sources and get back to whatever's being cited. Pyotr Takachev was a Russian writer, critic, and revolutionary theorist who formulated many of the revolutionary principles that were later developed and put into action by Vladimir Lenin. Although Takachev is sometimes described as the first Bolshevik, he did not figure prominently in the mythology of the Soviet Union. So, wanted just to highlight him because he's another figure that some people hadn't heard of that plays into our sort of general narrative here. And down here it talks about his political career. Again, you guys can read all this. My goal is not to read these articles, but just to lay out again how it all connects. We have Proudhon, which was a sort of rival to Karl Marx. He is the father of anarchy. He was a French socialist, politician, philosopher, and economist who founded mutualist philosophy, considered in many ways the father of anarchism. And he was the first person to declare himself an anarchist. Now, he eventually had some falling out with Karl Marx, and it could be because of friendships due to certain people or whatnot. So just wanted to highlight that as well for you guys and connect that together. Karl Marx, interestingly enough, he has a considerable amount of time over in France as well. Again, he has a whole section here in Paris, Brussels, but you're going to be familiar with Das Kapital and the Communist Manifesto, all that different stuff, the works of Karl Marx. But my point, obviously him being German, and him being an atheist and him being Jewish and a young Hegelian all sort of fit together in this general narrative. Adam Weishaupt, again, Billington highlights that German Illuminism was an important catalyst for these sort of revolutionary sentiments that sort of take over continental Europe in the 19th century. He was a German philosopher, professor in civil law, and later canon law, and a founder of the Illuminati. So, you guys know, you can look into this, so just wanted to highlight that general sentiment. And I've done other streams talking about how these esoteric spiritualities really get going, in that when we look at like the book of the Zohar, which is the sort of magical text of Judaism that really deals with the Kabbalah, that we can point back to the Iberian Peninsula in Spain when Jews, Christian, and Muslims were allowed to sort of investigate and share ideas in regards to mysticism, magic, and whatnot. And we'll see somebody like Giovanni Picadella Mirandola, who develops what is called Christian Kabbalah, as also being part of this sort of continuative project. And so I just wanted to highlight that Kabbalah is certainly part of these, included in Western esotericism. We have Christian Kabbalah, Hermetic Kabbalah. But when we look at Poland, for example, and some of those revolutions, we see a real Jewish influence. And I just wanted to highlight that, again, this revolutionary faith certainly infuses many of these magical ideas. And that's how, as an Orthodox Christian, I would argue that they're all connected, because it all is part and parcel of these illuministic, esoteric, obviously, I would argue, magical, satanic projects, if you will. So I also wanted to highlight, again, a gentleman that I mentioned briefly, but we've talked about before, is Frederick the Elector Palatine. Why is Illuminism getting going in the German context? When we look at Adam Weishaupt, we're looking at 1748 to November 1830. Well, before that, we can point to somebody like Frederick the Elector Palatine, when the Holy Roman Empire was in existence, and the Emperor Rudolph II, who was very, very much interested in the magical arts, and that's why we see somebody like John Dee and Edward Kelly being brought to the Holy Roman Empire, to the court of Rudolph II, for their alchemical promises to transmutate lead into gold. Well, Rudolph had the very strange court, and so when we see these sort of archetypes of a royal king with like dwarfs and naked women and the sort of Joker figure, a sort of a circus-like feel. This was the court of Rudolph II, and so I wanted to highlight that after Rudolph eventually comes to the ascendancy of the Winter King, Frederick the Elector Palatine marries Elizabeth from the British Empire, and this was an attempt to form he was the King of Bohemia, and that the Holy Roman Empire was obviously historically Catholic. Rudolph II is part of the Habsburg lineage, but his influence and his very much love for the magical arts also made Prague in the Kingdom of Bohemia being a hotspot for Jews that would bring things like Kabbalah and whatnot. So Frederick the Elector Palatine, he himself was very much interested in these magical arts. And so as the Winter King, this was an attempt and leads into the loss on the Battle of White Mountain, that the 30 Years' War comes to place because the Catholic Church is obviously not happy with the fact that there's an attempt to overthrow the Holy Roman Empire by a synthesis of these sort of Protestant, magical, Kabbalistic yearnings. And Frederick the Elector Palatine was certainly part of that, him and his wife, Elizabeth. So I only highlight that because this sets the stage for why Adam Weishaupt and German Illuminist spirituality really gets going there. So just highlighting that. Again, here's Rudolph II, very strange guy, had some strange, he's often described as incredibly erotic, or here you go, he was unusually erotic. Again, very strange guy, very much interested in the occult. Again, he was part of the House of Habsburg. So, Kingdom of Bohemia, I just wanted to highlight that, again, under Rudolph, many people who were practicing the Kabbalistic arts were, again, in this general area. And then we see somebody like Alexander Pushkin, again, during that 19th century period. He was a Romantic era playwright, poet, novelist, and that despite being Russian and of Russian nobility, his first language is French, interestingly enough, and that really doesn't start getting into Russian until really his teenage years. But my point with him is that he was also a Mason, and he joined, again, so he eventually leaves Russia, where he went to the Caucasus area and Crimea, and there he became a Freemason, and he participated, interestingly enough, in the Filiki Eteria revolution, which is the German or the Greek revolution to overthrow the Ottoman Empire in Greece. So just connecting that again with all these revolutionary movements during the 19th century, that somebody like Pushkin, we can see a esoteric, we can see a Masonic connection there. So just highlighting that. Of course, we have Vladimir Lenin, and he was a Jewish man who is sort of the founder of the Bolshevik movement, and he becomes head in command after the 1917 revolution and the overthrowing of the Russian Tsar. So another group that we highlighted yesterday was the Carbonari, which is a sort of secret revolutionary societies that come out of Italy and participated in many revolutionary groups, including France, Portugal, Spain, Brazil, Uruguay, and Russia. So I just wanted to highlight that this was another group, and if you're not familiar, you guys can dive more into it if you will. So this was another gentleman, again, an important figure that sort of, again, Billington highlights, not often mentioned, is Stefan Radchenko. And he was part of the Institute of Technology, which is a hotspot for the student unions and sort of the student fever for socialist and communist ideology there in St. Petersburg, Russia. And certainly Lenin and many of his compatriots were in conjunction with that Institute of Technology. But this gentleman right here is of interest, and so if you want to dive more into it, you can. Now, I had this article here, and I didn't do a great job explaining why it was important, and this comes from, again, a Marxist.org website, and what it highlights is that this is from Leon Trotsky. So this is describing French Masonry and its connection to communism. And so you can read this article and check it out. It goes into great detail, but we'll just leave it here with the last line. It says, Freemasonry is an ulcer on the body of French communism. The ulcer ought to be cauterized. And so it highlights again these socialist communist sentiments, which aren't indicative of all Masonry, especially in the Protestant context. They tend to be very anti-communist, but in the French context, due to the French Revolution, due to this insistent belief on the eradication of private property and workers' rights and the redistribution of wealth and all these different ideas, that we see communism in the French context actually infiltrate many of the Masonic lodges. And some Masons, I'm not a Mason, I've never been a Mason, but I'm certainly, some Masons would argue that some of these Grand Orient lodges in France are probably clandestine or broke off or not in complete union with the other aspects of the Masonic Brotherhood, if you will. But anyways, this is an interesting article, and this comes from Marxist.org. You can check that out. This was one of the few articles I found to try to connect the Masonic connection to Lenin or Trotsky, because when the Bolsheviks come into power in Russia, one of the first things they do, like Hitler, is they shut down the Masonic lodges.
Hey, Orange County, experience better banking with SDCCU, one of California's largest credit unions. Open a free checking with e-statements account at SDCCU.com and bank on the go. Check balances, deposit checks, pay bills, and more online or through your smartphone 24/7. If you need cash, you can access one of our 30,000 surcharge-free ATMs. SDCCU, it's not big bank banking, it's better. Message and data rates may apply, federally insured by NCUA. For details, go to SDCCU.com/new checking.
Many people speculate, well, then the communists and the Bolsheviks, they had no Masonic lineage. Maybe so. And this is a random article, blog thing that I found on online. So I don't know how to, know how valid its arguments are. But one of the interesting things that I found is that the connection of Lenin and Trotsky to Freemasonry all come back to these French lodges. And so it talks about how German philosopher Karl Marx has formulated his ideological foundation of union writings. His real name was Chaim Mordecai Herschel, and that he was a member of one of these French lodges, meaning his father. So interesting. I wouldn't be surprised there. This claims that Vladimir Lenin was a lodge brother, and that, again, it comes back to this Art de Travail French lodge and the Nine Sisters of the Union of de Baville, two lodges belonging to the Grand Orient of France. Now, again, I found some sources to say that the Grand Orient Masonic lodges of France are clandestine. They're not in total union with the other Masonic lodges. That might be true, but interestingly enough, this comes from Winston Churchill, and Trotsky also belonged to these same French lodges. And so, interestingly enough, there could be a Masonic connection even with Trotsky and Lenin being somewhat initiated into the Brotherhood. This one claims that Lenin was a 31st degree. Again, take this with what you will. I don't know how accurate these sites are, but just in my research, I thought it was interesting. So, moving forward, again, we have the American Revolution, we have the French Revolution, we have, again, the Greek Revolution, Philiki Heteria, and we see here that there were obvious Masonic connections. The three Greeks came together in 1814 in Odessa to decide the constitution of a secret organization in Freemasonic fashion. Down here it talks about Carbonarism, and remember, that was this group right here. And so it's highlighting that various members were initiated in the Freemasonic Lodge and whatnot. So we know that Pushkin was a Mason. We know that him as a Mason ends up fighting in favor of this revolution here. And am I in favor of the Greeks having independence from the Ottomans? Yes. But I just thought that was an interesting connection for the sort of general historical narrative here. Then we have places like the November Uprising, which is a Poland-Russian war. And according to Billington, this is a point in which we see Again, student unions, younger people of Polish identity, sort of gaining an alliance with many Jews at the time to sort of overthrow the Russian occupation or the Russian dominance of Poland at that time. Eventually it's failed, so this is a failed revolution. But again, just highlighting all these revolutions in the 19th century, I thought it was worth highlighting. Obviously, here's the revolution of 1848, and there's a whole bunch. We see it all over Europe. The Italian states, France, German states, Denmark, the Habsburg monarchy, Hungary, Galicia, Sweden, Switzerland, Greater Poland, Romanian principalities, Belgium, United Kingdom and Ireland, Spain, and other European states. So again, much revolutionary fever during the 19th century that I was trying to highlight. Here's the Russian Revolution you guys are going to be most familiar with. And then we have the February Revolution. This is, again, really when the Bolsheviks take full power in 1917. The revolution during the 1820s, again, we see them all over Europe, in Italy, Spain, Portugal, Greece, Russia, Argentina. And so the same thing, again, and it was the same in Greece that the wars to overthrow the Ottoman Empire, which we've already highlighted. And so here's the Decembrist Revolt. This was another sort of revolutionary attempt, if you will, in Russia in the December of 1825. So between 1820 and 1848, my point is just to highlight how many of these uprisings there were. This is one of the failed revolutions after World War I, the German Revolution of 1918 and 1919. This leads to the establishment of the Weimar Republic, and the revolutionary period lasted from 1918 until the adoption. And so this was also the revolutionaries inspired by communist and social ideas did not hand over power to Soviet-style councils as the Bolsheviks had done in Russia, because the leadership of the Socialist Democratic Party of Germany opposed their creation. So again, we see the same socialist, communist intentions and ideals in regards to this failed revolution. Saint Simon and the Saint Simonians, again, were highlighted in the Billington work, in that he was a French political and economic and social theorist and businessman who's thought a substantial influence on politics, sociology, and the philosophy of science. And so just wanted to highlight that. The Young Hegelians, this is where Marx comes out of. If you're not familiar, check it out. This is the article by Helena Blavatsky, the founder of Theosophy, in which she praises Masonry and its attempt to overthrow the papacy. And so you'll see here where she talks about how Freemasonry will have the glory of subduing the terrible hydra of the papacy, planting on its ruins the secular standard, verita, amore, truth and love. In it, again, she, interestingly enough, she claims to disarm the church is not to kill her, we must decapitate her in Rome. And in here, it is thou, O Satan, who inspireth my verse, if I breaketh forth from my breast, to find the God of the Pontiff Kings. O hail, O Satan, thou hast conquered the Jehovah of the priests. So my only point in using this was to reference the theosophical connection, this esoteric spirituality, and how somebody like Blavatsky and Theosophy saw Freemasonry as, again, in opposition to Catholicism, which characterizes that French revolutionary spirit. This is the article by a book by Thomas Paine, actually helped published by Bonneville, the other man Bonneville was sharing his wife with Thomas Paine. And he has, in this debate, and I was trying to find, is Thomas Paine a Mason? Found multiple different sources. Some argue he was, many argue that he wasn't. Hard to point, but he wrote a book on the origin of Freemasonry, and basically which he characterized it as, like Billington, a syncretistic religion, the remains of the Druids and the Magi of Persia and Heliopolis of Egypt and the priests of the sun. That Masonry is a sort of syncretic mystical tradition that is about sun worship. So just highlighting that. And then there's Thomas Paine. You can look more into it. Not exactly Christian friendly, was very against many sort of a literal biblical framework for Christianity. And then we have Bolshevism. And we know that, if you go look up Putin, Bolshevism, So, Mean Man in Russia has highlighted that the Soviet government was mostly of a particular orientation. We can find this in Bolshevism, which is really just a historical fact. But I only bring this up because somebody like Leon Trotsky, as well as Lenin, as well as Marx, we see a particular connection right here, and just highlighting that connection exists. And the atheistic movements of Europe are again syncretic within this whole thing. This was neoconservatism was just to highlight that Trotsky. Again, we see Irving Kristol. Where is that? Irving Kristol, and that many were. Yeah, there we go. So, former Trotskyite theorists who developed a strong feeling of antipathy towards the New Left had numerous devotees, and that the neoconservative party was really the Social Democrats USA, and that they were just really created from Trotskyite ideals and followers. Again, Irving Kristol being one of those people that were a follower of Trotsky, and that's partly parcel why our government itself really has no opposition to the progressive agenda, which is the basis behind all this occultism, this esoteric spirituality, and the socialist communist ideals. Now, we talked about a little bit about the death of the Romanov family, and you can read more about it. But one of the things that are really interesting, of course, is this gentleman here, Yakov Yurovsky. He also, he was actually part and parcel of the killing of the family, and he was known as the chief executioner of the Emperor Nicholas II of Russia and his family. And I highlighted something that I ended up finding after the stream. And if you come down here to the disposal section, where it's talking about disposal of the bodies, let me see, where is that? Disposal. Here it is. You'll see that, and this is what I highlighted, that a few of Ermakov's men pawned the female bodies for diamonds. Now, this is after they killed Alexander and his entire family. The female bodies for diamonds because they were hiding jewels. They thought they were getting ready to flee Russia before they were murdered. And their undergarments, two of the men lifted up Alexandria's skirt, the wife of Emperor Nicholas, and fingered her genitals. So very interesting. Now, Yurovsky again ordered them at gunpoint to back off, dismissing the two who had groped the Tsarina's corpse and any others he had caught looting. So again, not an ideal situation, but I just want to connect all that together. And how Vilnius, the capital city of Lithuania, interestingly enough, again, with contemporary sources comparing it to Babylon, before World War II, it was considered the most important Jewish center of Europe, and Jewish influence the nickname the Jerusalem of Lithuania. Even Napoleon called it the Jerusalem of the North. And so I highlight this because when you do this research, you can, again, if you're using this document, this book, you can do a word search for it. You'll see that Vilnius is a city that comes up over and over and over in regards to some of the communist work, where they were meeting and where they were festering their ideas. So I just wanted to highlight that. This is the timeline of Russia, just to cover again how we lead up into the Bolshevik Revolution. And then, as I highlighted, again, looking at the Masonic connection with the Russian Revolution, as Orthodox Centurion responded to the stream asked me to do, I noted that within the Russian context, again, multiple conflating arguments there. Some show that it appeared to be that the Russian Masonic lodges were very much in favor of Tsar Nicholas, and that they were not pro-Bolshevism. However, there is an interesting connection I found in this article, which tied in the British connection, that British Freemasonry and British powers may have had a sort of Masonic conspiracy in which they funded some of the Bolsheviks, like Lenin and through German gold. So if you want to check that connection out, again, you can do so with this article at rbth.com. And if you do just a search for it, you should find it. And so with all that being said, I just wanted to create this video to sort of provide an overview of what the narrative was for that stream, and to show that I think what's so interesting is that these mixtures of the Masonic lodges, the French Revolutionary spirit, socialist ideals, communism, illuministic spirituality, the practice of Kabbalah and magic, sort of all facilitate each other and move together in regards to these revolutions we see in continental Europe in the 19th century, marking a distinction between the Masonic influence in places of Protestant dominated religion, America, Britain, and the Scandinavian countries, along with Switzerland, even though Geneva was a hotspot for facilitation and meetings of many of these people. So I hope this provides a capstone and a full overview of what exactly was going on and what exactly I was trying to argue in that stream. So again, just want to thank you all. If you support my work, please become a website member, send in super chats, become a YouTube member, purchase a one-on-one, sponsor a stream. I'd be very appreciative, and I want to thank again Orthodox Centurion for sponsoring that stream last night. And as always, until next time, God bless.
Hey, Orange County, experience better banking with SDCCU, one of California's largest credit unions. Open a free checking with e-statements account at sdccu.com and bank on the go. Check balances, deposit checks, pay bills, and more online or through your smartphone 24/7. If you need cash, you can access one of our 30,000 surcharge-free ATMs. SDCCU, it's not big bank banking, it's better. Message and data rates may apply, federally insured by NCUA. For details, go to sdccu.com/new account.
Imagine picking the time and place that works for you, and college would just appear. With 100% online classes and personalized support, UMass Global helps you succeed in college wherever you are in life. Major in your future. Visit umassglobal.edu to apply.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is David Patrick Carey with Church of the Eternal Logos, and today we got a fun open panel where we'll be discussing what many people believe the year of chaos 2024. Of course, we are 12 days into 2024. It's already been quite an interesting year. We've already had some Epstein drops. Cat Williams made some call outs of people in Hollywood. Apparently aliens bombarded a Miami strip mall. So we're off to a pretty interesting start so far. But we are going to be opening it up. Again, there's not a whole bunch of a monologue today, so I'm asking everybody to hop on if you got some comments. I got a few potential things that could be negatives or positives in the year 2024. So though we have an election cycle, of which many people around the world actually have an election cycle this year. I think it was like 45% or close to 60% of the world has elections in 2024. So definitely going to be a wild ride. But I got a few things just to potentially get the conversation going before we bring some people on. We already got Nemesis. Looks like he's waiting in the background. So welcome, brother. Again, if anybody wants to join, please use this link right here. Again, anybody is welcome to come on. We just ask that you keep the language consistent with TOS, obviously. We've had a few people come on with nefarious intentions, so we ask everybody be a good sport and understand. But 2024, some potential negatives, and we're going to get people's opinions today. Obviously, mass immigration, that's definitely not going to stop for at least another year, even if, let's say, we were able to get some type of presidential candidate into office who is willing to make some changes. Well, again, they don't even take office until 2025. And so if you think the border crisis is bad, which it is, we had an all-time high for the month of December, which is rare for the winter time. Well, that's not going to let up. And that's not going to stop. We've seen Brooklyn, New York. I don't know if you guys saw where they're now housing them in elementary gymnasiums. And the mayor, what's his name? Eric something Adams. The mayor of New York City has said that they're going to be coming to a house near you, that they're asking private residents to begin housing illegal immigrants. So very interesting. So again, this is another potential negative. We know that they're funded by the globalists. We know that there's Agenda 21. Anybody who's familiar can go look that up, and you'll know exactly. Yeah, Eric, the mayor's Eric Adams. Exactly, that's what I thought. I wasn't positive. But we know that they're funded by a lot of NGOs, and the same people behind the mass immigration into Europe are the same people behind the mass immigration into the United States and even into Canada. And that's not going to stop. So that's certainly a potential negative. We'll see what people's thoughts are on that. Economic collapse, that's also a potential negative. We see that the U.S. dollar, with the rise of BRICS, nations like Russia, China, Iran, Saudi Arabia, I think Brazil has joined, are looking to create a new global currency, of which would not be the U.S. dollar. And this has led some people to speculate that that may be part of the massive funding of the Ukrainian war with Russia. Is yes, it's clearly a money laundering operation, but also it keeps the U.S. dollar afloat by putting so much money into circulation. It's just a temporary effort to keep the dollar going. Who knows? We also know that the Fed Reserve took our currency over in the early 20th century, and it's never been on a gold standard since, and is basically fiat paper currency, which they can create and print at will. But we see housing prices going up, food costs going up, and I just did a stream talking about the American, the French, and the Russian Revolution, and one of the consistencies with both the French and the Russian Revolution was the amount of food shortage. And so people literally didn't have access to necessary resources, which led to these sort of communist social uprisings due to the propaganda. And so is that another attempt to get, create a sort of destabilization, inflate the cost of food, inflate the cost of housing, so that maybe people will be more sympathetic to the rhetoric of communist ideals, socialist ideals, and all this type of stuff? I suspect that may be part of it. Rampant degeneracy. If you feel like our culture is moving in the wrong direction, I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon in 2024. So I would say that'd be another negative. And we see how many people of a particular community, the Skittles community, you could say, are being placed in positions of power. That's no accident, because as soon as you adopt certain types of lifestyles, you're naturally going to be accepting of many different ideas. So rampant degeneracy, that doesn't seem like it's going to slow down in 2024. World War III, we have, again, all these neocons and really the entire globalist establishment. Doesn't matter what party they're in, especially in the United States. But talking about war with Russia, we see NATO. We see basically NATO takeover of Poland. I don't know if you guys have been following that. So Poland went from basically a nationalist government to essentially run by the globalists, of which their first thing was to begin to promote Skittles ideology and talk about war with Russia. And if Poland goes to war with Russia, the entire NATO alliance and the European Union is going to follow suit, which would then bring the United States in. Is that a possibility? Certainly it's on the table. Is it going to happen? We don't know. We see people like Lindsey Graham beating the drum of war with Iran. That's, again, potentially setting off another war, of which we'll go ahead and fight the war on behalf of Israel, as was the case with Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria and all the other times. But World War III, that's certainly on the table. Corrupt presidential election. We know that, again, just to avoid some of the snares of YouTube, that there have been presidential elections in the United States of America that maybe weren't so legitimate. And in that effort, many people suspect the things that happened maybe 4 years ago is going to happen again this year. We know that in the United States, one of the few first world countries where you don't need a state or a citizen ID to cast your vote. We know that the immense amount of immigration has been explicitly stated by some Democrats in government that this is a new voting bloc. And so corrupt presidential elections, mail-in ballots. I know Tucker Carlson, some people have speculated that maybe Trump's going to get assassinated. I don't know. Who knows about that, but certainly that's a potential topic on the table. But if we went to war, also it's potential that there may be issue martial law. And if there is a martial law, that maybe there would be no election, or maybe there's another pandemic. And if the pandemic sets foot, again, maybe there's another reason that there won't be a presidential election, and maybe that's going to set off a domino effect of which there will never, ever be a transition of power moving forward in the United States. Possible. What about domestic terror attacks? We know for a fact that various Islamic, radical Islamic groups have come through the southern border. We know that many Chinese nationalists have come through the southern border. Of course, we know that Central America has basically been emptying out their prisons and just putting people on foot down to the southern border. So domestic terrorist attack sounds like that's another possibility. There's been speculation about, if the CCP, they got enough nationalists here in the United States, they wanted to shut down the grid. Certainly could. We know that there's various Islamic radical groups that have been caught all over the United States doing sort of military drills, learning, buying equipment, preparing for something which potentially could be nefarious. So that's certainly on the table. But of course, we know that the FBI has also said that those pesky old heterosexual white Christian men, that they are the most likely to commit a domestic terrorist attack. And I wouldn't be surprised if our own government committed its own sabotage to the grid or something worse, who knows, in the name of the people that they in fact want to imprison. So that's another possibility. And then in that regard, federal persecution of the domestic populace. We know that MAGA, if you saw the recent political ad of Joe Biden, he literally states that basically the biggest worry to the United States are MAGA people. It went from Nazis to white supremacists to now it's just anybody who's quote unquote make America great again. All the MAGA movement are now domestic terrorists. We could see a potential effort by the federal government to begin persecuting those people, of which we've seen has happened with the J6ers and everything moving forward. Now they're prosecuting people on the J6 that didn't even go into the Capitol, that were just in the vicinity. So, and I suspect, again, that's setting a precedent for if you were to resist any sort of potential illegitimate election moving forward, that you will definitely be dealt with swiftly by the federal government, because that precedent has already been set that you are a domestic terrorist and you are a threat to democracy. Now, on a lighter note, certainly though 2024 might be the year of chaos, there may be some optimism. And so I would say maybe some potential positives from 2024. We'll get people's thoughts. One being, I hope to get married and finish my academic work. And so I'm pretty hopeful and optimistic about that. God willing, I'm able to do that. Anybody who has been following my life knows that I'm engaged and waiting for my fiance to get her K-1 visa. And so any prayers regarding that would be greatly appreciated. But that's true for all of us. 2024 may be the year that we find our person. We find the person we're going to build our life and family with. So relationships, personal goals, maybe you're starting that new business. Maybe you're making a new venture. Maybe you're changing directions with your life. 2024 may be that year. And so even though everything that's outside of our control may be a great negative, there may be many positives that we can be aware of and look forward towards. The Great Awakening, I think, is a great positive. I don't think anybody who's has any foot in the waters of the conspiracy world or the truther world wouldn't notice that there is a great awakening at foot, and many people are becoming aware of things that maybe they weren't aware of previously. And so I think this is a great positive, that the more people that are awake, we really have numbers on our side. And so as Brett Weinstein has talked about, the great Goliath being the system that is, well, us being the faithful Christians and believers, being the shepherd boy David, maybe there's great hope. Maybe that the Great Awakening is an opportunity, and this may be a turning point in the Great Reset. It's potential, maybe not, maybe so. Some people have speculated about a Bitcoin boom in 2024. Is that possible? Could the crypto market maybe blast off and present opportunities for all of us that are being disenfranchised intentionally by the system that is. That might be an opportunity. So if you have crypto, if you have Bitcoin, if you have alternative resources with money exchange, maybe this is the year that things move in the right direction. That might be a possibility. In regards to our faith, growth in orthodoxy is at an all-time high in the West. As I've said before, I have not had a single person on who's a clergy member. So any of these priests that I've had on, every single priest that I've had come on said they are experiencing a massive boom in the church and a massive growth in catechumens wanting to join the church. Well, that is only a benefit. And so numbers are only going to grow from this point forward, I suspect. And as I've mentioned before, Father Peter Heers believes in the prophecy of St. Paisios that Orthodoxy is going to go through a golden age before we reach the end times. And so could that possibly be beginning right now? Are we potentially going through a golden age? And that as the world maybe falls down around us and crumbles, that maybe people finding the true church is actually at an all-time high all around the world. Could be a possibility. Another one is the Overton window shift. I don't think anybody can doubt that, especially with the happenings of Israel-Palestine, the growth of X, that the Overton window in an acceptable public discourse is certainly altered and different than 2019. No doubt about that. So the shift in the Overton window, I think, is a massive positive potential and benefit for the year 2024. Again, I've been skeptical about us having an actual election in 2024. I've been very skeptical about Donald Trump. But maybe there's real government change. Maybe 2024 is the year that maybe we actually win something. I doubt it, but it's a possibility. And I say the last potential is one of the things that's happening as good men create good times create soft men create hard times. We are in hard times, and therefore the only positive is that those who are going to excel are going to be good men, strong men. So this is an opportunity for the growth in traditional masculinity, and I think that is a great benefit. So that's kind of my opening, in that we're going to be hitting on all these topics. We got a gentleman here on the back end getting ready to hop on. Again, if anybody would like to join, this is an open panel. Anybody can join if you would like. And so let me share that link again. So here it is. Please join the conversation. We're discussing the year 2024. What many people consider the year of chaos. Join the stream right here. And so that's for anybody, no matter what platform you're on, just come on and join us on StreamYard. But before we do that, got to do a little bit of shilling real quick, and then we'll bring on our first gentleman. The first line of business, of course, is if you would like to support my work, one of the best things, you go over to the website, davidpatrickcarey.com/register, become a website member. We got tons of exclusive video content. All this is up, including Brother Nathaniel's latest conversation with Alec Jones. That full conversation is up at the website. We have tons of exclusive video members content. We have over 8 pages full of videos. It's more than that. So for $5 a month, you can get access. Of course, we have our fitness membership the first Monday of every month. And then we have our premium membership, which I'm turning into a think tank. It's going to be a think tank of people coming together to have private conversations, discussing ideas about the world. So stay tuned for that. If you want to join the think tank, become a premium member. Also, if anybody wants to sign up for a one-on-one, please do so with this link right here. This is the register link, and this is the one-on-one link. Would greatly appreciate that. We can hop in a private Zoom meeting, and we can talk about any topic your heart desires. And then if anybody would like to sponsor a stream, you can do so with this link right here. And I would greatly appreciate anybody who'd like to support the work and have a particular topic you'd like me to dive into, please do that. And also, if you are looking for maybe some merchandise, go check out the store. We have it on the website and on YouTube. I'd be greatly appreciative if anybody wants to get some Kodal goodies. Would greatly be appreciative. And then the last thing is, if anybody's in the market for some Orthodox stuff, go check out OrthodoxDepot.com. OrthodoxDepot.com. It's a great Orthodox company here in the Midwest. Use promo code Kodal. You'll get 10% off. You'll be able to help me out. and get some great products. So if you're in the market, go check out orthodoxdepot.com. Use promo code GODO. All right. So with that now being said, let's bring our first gentleman on. What's going on, brother?
Hi. Hello. Thanks, David. First of all, thanks for your program because it's really helped me with my transition from Catholicism to Orthodoxy.
Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate you hopping on and being a participant and joining. Are you a catechumen?
Yeah, currently.
That's nice. What jurisdiction?
I think it's the Russian church. I think it's the Russian church outside of Russia. I'm not actually sure exactly which but still, I haven't really been savvy about the detail. But yeah, it's the Orthodox Church in Florence. It's the only one. So
where are you at right now?
Close to Florence. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Well, welcome, brother. What are your thoughts? So to get it started, you're the first one on. You saw the topic at hand. Is it the year of chaos, 2024? You'll give us maybe more of a European perspective. What's your thoughts on the coming year?
So I think, like you said, just to sort of start on the positive, I think there's going to be a boom of Orthodox converts, especially from Catholicism, especially because of the Republicans and all the stuff that's been going on, with the church right now, with the Roman Catholic Church. So I think that there's going to be more and more people sort of realizing the inherent problems with the papacy and especially with the current status of the church post BC2. So I think we're going to get a lot of people jumping in that, from into Orthodoxy, from Catholicism especially.
I think we're already seeing it. I mean, it's the Pope-splainers are strong at hand, the people trying to defend the papacy and what's going on, but I've seen so many Catholics basically throw their hands up. They can't defend what's going on anymore. And Pope Francis has been one of the greatest apologists for the Orthodox faith.
Yeah, definitely, because he's very hard to defend. Right? And I think so that's a positive. I think that we're going to see boom in Orthodoxy, and especially, I would say, rediscovery of like the tradition, sort of put in a newer light, let's say. So that's a positive. For the negative, well, obviously we're gonna see an increase in war tension. Sweden has said that they're expecting a war.
They're expecting a war with Russia?
Yeah, they were saying something about Russia possibly invading.
Something about Sweden sending troops to, Lithuania to bolster the border with Ukraine or something like that. So I saw that they were getting involved, but I didn't hear that explicitly.
Yeah. It's gonna. So they're definitely expecting something.
Yep.
Then there's been the surprise event that they've been talking about. So I think there's going to be a lot of problems with infrastructure and communication. We might see sort of the beginning of the Great Reset with the internet censorship laws. Those I think are going to be a thing, or at least they're going to start implementing them.
Well, in regards to that, I know because one of our premium members is in Greece that they already have their digital IDs that are input, and they have to have those finished by 2025 or they can't participate in economic life in Greece. And again, why is it that they chose Greece out of all the European nations in the EU? They chose Greece to begin their digital IDs. I think, obviously, I'm Orthodox Christian. I think there's a spiritual component there. Unfortunately, Greece, the national government funds the salaries of all the clergy in the Greek Orthodox Church, which maybe 100 years ago seemed to be a good thing because it was a solid source of income. But since obviously the pandemic, we see how that is incredibly manipulative for us, and how that led so many clergy to go ahead and promote something that wasn't conducive or ideal for their spiritual flock. So we've already seen in Greece, they've already got, it's the first place. You think it'd come in like Germany or Spain or one of these more openly liberal societies, but no, it's Greece. They got it going right now. So like you said, I think that's already started. They've already picked a few countries where they're already issuing that.
Hey, Orange County, experience better banking with SDCCU, one of California's largest credit unions. Open a free checking with e-statements account at sdccu.com and bank on the go. Check balances, deposit checks, pay bills, and more online or through your smartphone 24/7. If you need cash, you can access one of our 30,000 surcharge-free ATMs. SDCCU, it's not big bang banking, it's better. Message and data rates may apply, federally insured by NCUA. For details, go to sdccu.com/new checking. Hey, Orange County, experience better banking with SDCCU, one of California's largest credit unions. Open a free checking with e-statements account at sdccu.com and bank on the go. Check balances, deposit checks, pay bills, and more online or through your smartphone 24/7. If you need cash, you can access one of our 30,000 surcharge-free ATMs. SDCCU, it's not big bang banking, it's better. Message and data rates may apply, federally insured by NCUA. For details, go to sdccu.com/new account.
Not to mention Georgia as well, being like they've got problems going on right now in Georgia. There's been unrest, a lot of civil unrest going on. So, yeah, we're definitely going to see a lot of unrest in countries. We're going to see civil wars, or at least, something getting close. Yeah, I think in the US as well. I mean, they're doing that Civil War film now. It's called Civil War. I think the title is like Civil War, but it's like, Texas and California, like they ally against something, and it's like, yeah, I think it's sort of trying to put the word out that it's going to happen at some point. So that's one thing. The other, I think we're going to see a lot of increase in UFO activity. Which is the aliens. Which are demons. I mean, like they're freaking interdimensional demons. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. So we're going to see a lot of alien sightings, possibly something akin to the Battle of Los Angeles, which was 1948, I think. The one where they actually fired rounds at a supposed UFO, and there was like casualties and that. So I think there's going to be something like that.
Right. That makes sense.
And then I'm gonna go full Protestant street preacher. So don't take my word for it. But I don't know if you've seen a while back, Klaus Schwab said that he wanted to microchip everyone by 2026. And the microchip was obviously going to be the mark of the beast. I mean, I think at this point it's pretty obvious that it's going to be something like that. And my theory, again, I'm going to be very speculative, but I think that my theory will be that we will see the rise of the beast this year, and the beast will be a sentient AI, a so-called sentient AI. So we're gonna, they're gonna say, oh, we just achieved singularity, and this thing can now speak. And it's going to say things that people will go, wow, this is so deep and so, amazing. And then it's going to start saying, well, religion, blah, blah, blah. It's dated. He's going to debunk, Christianity. I think that's going to happen. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just jumping the shore, but I can see that.
I think you're on something. As I've said before, one of my good friends who I just met with, he's very connected in the tech world, and he's had meetings with very high up people that have developed the AI who are very much believers in it and have recently said that it's much more advanced than the public is aware of. And this was an atheist materialist guy, and he said that it's weird because it's becoming quite clear that this is about the soul. This is about taking something. Again, he wasn't a Christian, but he was saying to my Christian friend, yeah, it's weird. It's taking turns where it's about like capturing the soul of humanity. And then as Christians, we're like, yeah, this all makes sense.
Well, because again, to sort of quote Alex Jones, I mean, not the best guy to quote necessarily, but I think he is onto something when he said that basically their plan is to sort of have a hive mind intelligence where everybody is connected to this AI with a microchip. And that, there was actually a Catholic priest a whole while back forgot his name, French Catholic priest, who was supportive of this kind of thing, and he said, you know, we're going to have the noosphere, which is going to be this collective consciousness through the magnetosphere. I think it was going to be something like that. Yeah, and the magnetosphere, you know, is connected to demonic activity. I think it's what the pagans used to call the world soul. And I definitely see something like that happening. And that's why also the soft disclosures, I don't think there's going to be a full disclosure, but I think the soft disclosures of aliens and that kind of stuff, because, you know, obviously we're going to get to the ecological disasters and the war and the complete drying up of the Jordan. And then, you know, that's going to be World War III. And then you have the imperial spirits like frogs, you know, like gray aliens and frogs, they sort of look similar as well. And that's going to be, you know, getting the kings of the earth all together to wage war against God. Because then at that point, you're going to have, you know, people are going to follow the aliens, like in visitors, like in, you know, that kind of stuff. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents.
We had a super chat come in over on the YouTube. Circle G throws in $5. Thank you so much, Circle G. He says Frank Herbert Dune was right about AI. He certainly was. Again, those are just private conversations. My buddy's asked to remain anonymous, but he was okay with me sharing some of the stuff because this was a private conversation we're having. I was like, man, do you care if I talk about some of this? He's like, yeah, just, you know, don't mention my name or any of the people I'm talking to you about. But very, very interesting what's happening regarding the tech world and the actual state of all this advanced artificial intelligence and the Cold War. I mean, there's a Cold War amongst these groups, amongst Google, amongst ChatGPT, amongst Tesla AI, Russia, China, to get to the first advanced general artificial intelligence. And so, you know, what's going to happen from that point, who knows? Who knows? But thank you so much, Circle G, for the super chat. And anybody who wants to support the stream, you got comments, you got questions, send them in, please. Use Streamlabs or the Dono chat links. They're in the video description. Or if you prefer to use YouTube, use YouTube. If you're in a giving spirit for the topic, you support the work, gift some Kodo Crew memberships here on the YouTube. Would be greatly appreciative of that. And I know some of the other people in the audience would be as well. So if anybody wants to support the work, please do that. Now, I want to bring Ivan on because he's one of the regulars, and I know he's going to have some interesting ideas. Ivan, what are your thoughts moving into 2024? I would suspect that you're not too far off of. And by the way, how do we say your name? Cavarex?
Yeah, that's not my real name. That's my
use your real name if you don't want to. But how do you refer to you as?
Nick is okay. Nick is fine. Yeah.
So you heard Nick's kind of opening statements, of which I basically agree with everything he said. Ivan, what are your thoughts, brother?
Well, I think that we're going to see a lot of shifts in narratives, and I think we're going to see how, like, the hawks separate from the doves. Like, we're going to see a fake right wing start to struggle to gain elections, like what happened in Spain. And we're going to have like a very big awakening in terms of intellectual ideas. So we're going to see a lot of people like, I don't know, for example, Jordan Peterson perhaps become Orthodox or sort of Orthodox. We're going to start seeing a lot of people from the alternative right wing start making a lot of sense and becoming more mainstream. And we're going to see big criticisms of democracy. So I think that that's one of the things. And another, I think, like you said at the beginning, Patrick, I think that there's going to be a golden age of Orthodoxy. So it's going to become more apparent that Orthodoxy is the only path forward.
Yeah, and you probably heard me mention that. That's what Father Peter Ears has explicitly stated, and it feels like that's what almost we're in the beginning of. I mean, we've talked about this in previous streams. I think the last open panel was on why men love Orthodoxy, but the unprecedented growth in the West and its relationship to overall population, like we're under 1% of the U.S. population. I wouldn't be surprised in 10 years if it's not 5%. And that's a massive growth in a demographic, especially young men, which I think is incredibly hopeful because, you know, what is it, like the 10% rule? Like if you have 10%, you can have like a revolution. This was the case for the American Revolution with how many people actually did, maybe was ideologically supportive but didn't want to fight. But there was a fervor amongst at least 10% of you know, fighting age men that was able to mount a militia. That if we had 5 to 10% of the U.S. population were devout Orthodox Christians, I mean, that's a game changer, especially with how many babies they're going to have.
Definitely agree, man. I think that we have to navigate these waters very carefully in the sense that I see a lot of cookery within the Orthodox Church too. But I don't hold it against it in the sense that I think that Orthodoxy is still the way to go. It still has everything that we need. But I think that we have to also be forced to re-enliven the church from within, because let's take the example of people like us who are very intellectually minded and let's say articulate or charismatic or perhaps very interested in the mythological and the cosmological aspects and the theological aspects of the faith. There are lots of let's say great Orthodox that don't have that same zeal for the truth, the same approach to Orthodoxy itself. And I think that we have to, let's say, be very steadfast against a certain form of iconoclasm. Like every different church has different, let's say, problems. But for example, right now I'm going to a Russian Orthodox church, and it's got its fair share of, let's say, tough-minded men, which is very good. But at the same time, there's a lot of, let's say, resentment because of the war, because there are Ukrainians and Russians there, and there's a contingent within the church that is very against, let's say, the new converts. So they look at the new converts with suspicion. Those people are the same cucks that like don't take the faith seriously and want to play along with the world, or I don't know, just wanted to. And I think there are going to be frictions within the church itself. So we have to be careful and we have to be, let's say, tactful, but not compromise on what we believe, right? The truth to be. And we need priests to let's say, be aware of these situations so that they can, let's say, take part, so that we act in a way that is not, let's say, a takeover. Because it wouldn't be proper to go into the church as a recent convert and try to change things up. So there's a balance to this, right?
Well, and that's an important one for Western people. Again, many of the converts are aware of that, but there's a Western sentiment to go in and change things or make things more in our image. In Orthodoxy, that's why it's so great, is it doesn't change, and that we conform to it does not conform to us. And so I think for some people, they're attracted to the tradition for those reasons, but when they get in, then they want to compromise on certain things. It's like, no, bro, that's not how it works. So what else do you think? Definitely a growth in Orthodoxy. I think we all agree in that. What about, the big one in 2024, obviously, is the elections. I've been skeptical that we will even have an election here in the United States. Obviously, there's been attempts to take Trump off the ballot in the states of Colorado and Maine. Those seem to be unsuccessful. There's, I believe, an attempt in New York that was thwarted by the Supreme Court. Tucker Carlson, in one video I mentioned this, said that when they went to the UFC fight with Kid Rock, Dana White, and both of them, he turned to Trump and said that he wouldn't be, again, this was after he got like a standing ovation from the UFC crowd. He said, I wouldn't be surprised if the powers that be try to assassinate you. He said Trump looked at him, he heard him, and then he didn't respond to anything, to that idea whatsoever. And rightfully so. I mean, who wants to talk about the potentiality of their own assassination? But I just think something dramatic is going to happen probably this summer. that's going to thwart, or maybe in the fall that's going to thwart any typical election cycle. Could be another pandemic, could be martial law, could be World War III, could be any of these different things, could be a grid outage. Who knows? But what are your guys' thoughts on that?
Well, I think
No, I was saying if you want to go ahead and say.
okay. I think that it's very tempting to think that there's a master plan in the sense. Of course, there is a master plan, but I don't think that the reins are so tightly held because there are too many factors to control. I think that what's going on is that we're being set up to fall for a fake dialectic, and I think perhaps Trump unwittingly participates in that fake dialectic in the sense that, well, for example, I don't know, Javier Milei, the president of Argentina, is flying, I think, in a couple of weeks or something like that to a Davos meeting. So, like, I think that the right-wing figures are kind of part of the classical liberal dialectic they're setting up, and they're trying to, like, slowly cook the people and stew them. So the people themselves demand, like, the AI authoritarian government or whatever it is that these people have in mind. But I don't think they will succeed. Perhaps I'm trying to be hopeful, maybe, but I don't think they will succeed because the worse off they look, the more people we gain over. So, like, for example, what Pope Francis did, I think that's one of the most egregious mistakes that these people make. Like, they think so highly of themselves and so little of the rest that like they're gonna trip up and people are gonna be able to see through it. At least that's my hope.
Yeah. Nick, what are your thoughts, brother?
Yeah, definitely, I agree. I think in fact this whole woke thing that we had for so long, well, at least, since 2015, is essentially a way to sort of have the counter reaction building. And I don't necessarily see it as a positive, in the sense that, like, I think that traditionalism is good if it is within the Orthodox mindset, but if it's detached from the Orthodox mindset, if it's detached from actual values, then it's empty. And I think that what they want to achieve is what the whole Hegelian dialectic, right and left. What they want to achieve is a synthesis, right? So it's going to be a bit of the left, a bit of the right. It's going to be something. It's going to be a mix, an eclectic mix that's sort of going to please everyone, because that's ultimately what they want to achieve. And it's going to be tyranny, but it's going to be slowly sort of presented to them, because it's not going to be just a thing that you're just going to pull out of the red carpet, because it's the classic story of the frog being boiled, very slowly. And as well with the war. I mean, the war is going to be like World War III because it's inevitable. In fact, way before the Russian conflict, I met an influential general, who told me that the war between America and China was inevitable. So basically, yeah. I mean, this is. It's been common knowledge in the military spheres for a while, and but it's going to be something like it's going to happen very fast. Right? It's not going to be World War II when it's going to last 10 years because of the technology involved and the kind of war that they're going to fight. But it's going to be presented slowly. So I think it's going to be probably within 2025, 2026. We're going to have to wait a little bit more for that to happen. But we're going to set the stage for that. Right. So yeah, I definitely see that happening.
In regards to setting the stage, and we'll bring in, hey Jay, if you're able to turn your camera on, brother, we'd appreciate that, if you're able. But in regards to setting the stage, that's where me doing some research on some recent streams on like the French and Russian Revolution, without the economic turmoil of people not having access to food, those ideas wouldn't have been able to spread and gain the fervor that they had. And so it's like, well, what again, to get us to adopt the ideologies and the system that they want, they have to make so much chaos and make life so difficult to live that we will accept it willingly.
Not to mention, let me just add the lack of trust, the societal trust, because, and that I think will also happen through conspiracy theories becoming more and more prevalent, which
Am I going to sleep? No, I'm here. I was just resting my eyes. I'm good. Thank you so much for being alongside me. You're so sweet. Just getting comfy. All right, we listened to one of the podcasts about lists. We're going to listen to another one right now. Next up is Technology Week.
Cheers, my friends.
Technology Week. Cheers to
Technology Week. Cheers to 1,000 years more of this technological war. Thank you for being here, my two friends.
This is what I eat and drink.
Thank you for being a trend.
Thank you for being a
Trending topic.
a trending topic, a friendly mop that's got to
Speaks in cop.
bucket friend. Speaks in cop. What?
A friendly mop that's got a bucket friend.
Well,
The mop is glopping and slopping
in the
and flopping across the floor.
You know what's amazing? I just realized that probably in 10 years, no fucking janitors. So it's gonna be robots.
Yeah.
We don't have to ever have a janitor again.
I saw one of the Stop and Shop robo following around a guy at Stop and Shop, and by Stop and Shop, I think I mean Market Basket. Nope, I'm thinking of Stop and Shop. It was at Stop and Shop.
Is
It
this
was over the holidays.
Yes, sir.
It chased a guy. Guy came in and it started walking right behind him.
You didn't see a robot chase him in.
It was literally
Was this man a slug?
He was walking and then he turned around and he got really scared because there was a robot.
There are robots chasing him because he's leaving a trail.
That's why they have those cleaning robots, but
They're for security.
they try to make them appear a little less scary
The
with the
eyes.
eyes.
This robot,
That's
this robot
scarier.
was
That's
way
scary.
scarier than that because it was that with the eyes, but it was also dressed as Santa Claus.
Oh,
Ew.
Horrifying. So
Yeah.
it had eyes and a beard right under its eyes.
This is our
I mean,
first
that is
week.
the
and a hat.
logical. The next step is you add hair.
Yeah, this is our first episode back since Christmas break.
Basically,
I know.
our first one all together in the
A
stew.
lot of
Yeah.
stuff happened
Without random parasites jacking our style.
True. What's gone on?
Random parasites jacking our
Yeah, I'm
style.
talking about E1.
Oh, yes.
Well, do not.
Basically trying to take over our first premium episode of the year.
Take it over.
And they were
take
begging
us
us, please,
over.
can we do another collab? I'm like, I really don't want to.
I actually kind of like riding someday, guys.
Yeah, I like riding solo with my two friends that together are three.
I like riding
Les-
our triple tandem bike together.
Speaking of three friends, here's a different type of person.
Okay.
I went and saw the Iron Claw.
And so did I. Let's
didn't
talk
see it.
about this.
Let's talk. Okay, so
I
first
didn't
of all,
see it.
First of all, I'm gonna give spoilers, but there's no spoiler warning here. You don't turn it off if you don't, because it's a real story, so
It's a
there's
real
no such
story.
thing as spoilers. It
That's
doesn't
how I
matter.
feel. I feel the same
Now,
way.
first here, I'm gonna first tell a story about my experience, then I'll have a question.
Okay.
Can you?
So during this movie, everybody dies in the movie.
Fucking
Everybody
Jesus
is-
Christ.
it's
I
a
don't know
real
anything
story,
of the
Patrick.
story. I don't know
It's real.
anything
It
of the
really
story.
happened.
I could look it up. Can you
No,
say
I'm gonna
it?
tell my story.
Here?
You're never gonna see this movie. You're just interrupting a story for no reason.
No,
at
no,
all.
no. I have a suggestion. I want to see this movie very bad. Can you change?
Very bad.
What are you talking about?
It looks really good, and I want to see it. I want to see it this week.
Fine.
I want to see it this week. So can
I haven't been to
you
a movie in 3 years.
can you change the names? Change the name of the movie to a movie that I've seen,
No.
so that it's not a spoiler. And I think that this is
Okay.
a.
I think Iron Man.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen Iron Man.
So in the scene in the movie when Jeremy Allen White kills himself
Yes.
near the end,
Yeah.
everybody's.
And he's
I saw this at the Nighthawk, which is a dine-in, a movie theater where you get the food, you get a meal.
A movie theater where you get the food.
You get the food, they bring the food to you, which I don't like very much. It's so fucking expensive. It's
Yep.
crazy. We only went because we had a gift card. It's insane. Anyway, this is probably the scene in the movie that's very sad. Probably my movie review.
Probably the scene in the movie
Okay,
that's very
I'm
sad.
doing a little movie review
Okay,
along
okay.
with this. But he kills himself. He kills himself, and I literally the entire theater. I can hear everybody around me. I can hear these people sniffling and cry. I can hear people crying all around me, like just genuinely crying. I hear baby type sniffles of like of crying. I see the guy sitting in front of me. He has his head in his hands. It's the saddest that I've ever seen a group of people in public. And I was thinking, couldn't stop but smiling and chuckling to myself because I could not stop thinking about how funny it would be if right at that moment the waiters brought me out a gigantic triple-decker hamburger.
They bring out fajitas.
It's one of the ones that explodes in cheese. And you
Oh, yeah, they make a bear burger.
They have to pour
pour the cheese on top. That's it. Okay.
Everyone was like, and it's just like,
And it's somebody's birthday. Happy
Here's the birthday
birthday.
burger boy. Here's the birthday burger
like
boy.
burning cheese is going over my body.
They have a special. They have a special for the birthday burger boy. It's
That
it's
is
your
really getting me.
If it's your birthday, you get a triple decker hamburger that has a camembert cheese thing that explodes
Yes.
out.
It made me really want to pay attention to what point in the movie that happens and go back and try and line that up, like get my order
Oh my
right
God.
before.
That'd
So
be
right
so-
when he's like, when the brother's carrying him in his arms, they're like. Because the other thing about that theater is you can tell when somebody orders food near you because you can smell it.
Yeah.
So everyone would be crying and they would just start smelling it.
Yeah, they're already sniffling. They're already sniffling.
Yeah,
So they look over. You have a burger that's this tall. You have a Dagwood, and you're going.
And I'm just going, oh yeah, here we go. Oh, I'm so hungry.
I haven't eaten since lunch. I had an experience watching that. Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead and finish your.
That's the end, but I have a question for after you tell your experience.
My experience was I went to the Regal downtown, the Essex, and they have the reclining chairs. And I would just like to say, I'm somebody who goes into every movie theater and I think that there's going to be an attack.
Yes.
Every single time. These chairs obliterate this fear.
Because
And here's
you're
why.
basically asleep.
I'm too comfortable to get out of my chair even if I was getting shot at.
100%.
Every other movie theater I go into, I think, oh, I could do a double backflip over that staircase, and I could probably save hundreds of lives by disarming the person. This, I ain't doing shit.
No.
If they walk in and I'm in a recliner and I'm Thanksgiving full off popcorn, I'm dead.
Yeah.
My whole
Well,
family
you
is
can
dead.
just pretend to be
I was
dead.
trying to. I get the same fear, and I was trying to comfort myself at the Nighthawk, being like, "Well, this place is so
Nobody's
fucking
gonna go to the
expensive.
movie,
Nobody's gonna
theater.
Nobody's gonna go there and try and kill everybody." But then I was thinking, like, well, if you're about to kill everybody and either get put into prison for life or kill yourself right after, would you not spend all the money you have left on nachos?
That's true.
Yeah.
Would you not go spend $100 on a movie ticket and then $500 more on food
I
before you
went
go
there-
out in a blaze of glory?
I went there with Brandon one time, and we bought a whole bottle of wine.
It's a crazy place.
It shouldn't exist.
I
That
see
should
people
not be
around me
allowed.
ordering multiple rounds of snacks. They're
Yeah.
literally spending $75 during a movie.
wrong.
It's unbelievable.
morally
You
wrong.
think,
It's
oh,
morally
beer at a
disgusting.
movie, but
I
then
had
you're spending
a-
$7 on a
It's
PBR.
insane.
I
Yeah,
had a
it's not
$16.
No.
I had a $16 Bud Light when I saw.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
crazy. It's
oh.
so insane.
That should be. You should be shot if your business sells Bud Light for $16.
Well, that's kind of what we're getting at.
Anyway,
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
these are the most likely spots for an attack.
We
Here's
should
my
not
question.
name the theater by name then, because then there could be some James Holmes style crazy out there that listens to us and thinks that that's a coded message.
Right. Some kind of a fan of you who decided to listen to me and Caleb just because we were in proximity to you.
Yeah, but mostly
Oh,
here
no.
for Patrick.
Yeah. Just
Wait,
a
you think
Patrick
I'm
fan.
I'm the magnet for
And
those
probably
crazies?
and probably will
I'm the crazy magnet.
You're the crazy.
and
Not
probably
the Joe Biden song guy.
Those people are all reasonable. They're
that was
leftists.
yeah, those are
That's true.
wait, that even scared me.
Okay, but let me ask my question. I guess this is mostly a question for Caleb. Who's who? Come on. Which one of us is which brother?
I don't know the movie, so I don't know if it's good.
Because I have one that I want to throw out there right away.
Okay.
Julio is the dad.
Yeah.
Julio is the dad, I agree. Abusive.
Yep.
Abusive. Trying to live vicariously through us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He couldn't make it.
He
So
couldn't
he
make
needs
it,
to see
so
us
now
make
he
it.
needs to see us make
He
it.
needs to
And
see
which
us
one-
make it.
Okay, then which one is I
I
guess
think
Pat
Pat
is.
is
Pat has the biggest
Jeremy
head.
Allen White.
Oh,
That's sad. Well, I guess
okay.
I kill myself.
I was gonna say Pat, everybody kills themselves in this movie.
Oh.
I would say Pat is the little skinny one who gets brain damage.
Oh, Pat is the one who just wants a career in music.
Yeah, this is you. This is you
I'm
just
the-
off
the-
of looks.
The tall one.
Yeah, and then I'm a combination of the other two guys, basically.
Well, no, I think
all
Patches
the
is
best
Zac
qualities.
Efron.
Also, I'm so stupid that I would shoot myself in the heart instead of the head.
Yeah.
That was so. I was like, wait.
What?
Well, you
It's
hear
just
the
because they don't
gunshot.
want to do makeup and
You
put
hear the
brains
gunshot and you
everywhere.
see the blood dripping as he carries the body, and then he lays him down on the table. I'm like,
And he goes,
okay,
yeah.
I'm rubbing my hands together.
See
Okay,
Jeremy Allen's White.
I get to finally see this fucking loser from the bear get his head exploded, and then, god damn it, he shot himself in the heart.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Elliot
So
Smith
insane.
bullshit.
Yeah.
Most dramatic way to kill
Dad
yourself.
did it.
No.
That's
The
what
dad
they're
was so
hinting at.
far with a sniper shot.
Yes.
Dad shot him with a sniper.
That's
I need
my
to see
theory.
this
That's
movie.
my fan theory.
I need to see this movie now.
Here's
fine, man.
It's okay, but here was my problem with the movie. I think I told you guys this. The end of the movie, I'm sure you agree, is the end of the movie is everything has gone wrong in this guy's life. His entire family, everyone he loves, is dead, and he has 2 sons, and they're doing okay. And at the end, he starts bawling, crying.
Yeah.
But then his sons cheer him up, and they play football. Could that not have just been him having like a really nice time at a water park, where he could have eaten
That was the
an
only part of the
amazing
movie
lunch?
that made me tear up.
Why the fuck? How does that? It's still the saddest story ever. This is not an uplifting. Why'd they even try?
Yeah.
I thought the part where
There's a 5th brother.
There's
you were
another
saying?
brother who killed himself too.
He got cut out because he's the saddest one.
where they're in the afterlife and they see the
What
little
is this
kid.
movie?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking
Yes,
about?
yeah.
I could not.
They travel to the afterlife.
Well, yeah, they die.
Well,
No, like
that's how they got
in
it.
the movie, they go to heaven. There's a scene of them in
It's
heaven.
not heaven, but it's the afterlife.
And it's not
They
real.
go to hell.
It's not real. It's just in a
yeah,
movie.
It's a movie scene. But they meet their.
They go to
meet-
hell?
It's all the adult brothers, but they meet their oldest brother who died when he was a kid, and he's still a little kid, and he's like, "You must be Jack," and they little kid's just like,
Yeah. Yeah.
smiles at him with a little kid smile. It's so scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it just comically sad to the point where I didn't even feel sad.
I felt nothing.
It
felt nothing.
The only thing that made me cry was when he was looking at his kids playing football and he was thinking about playing football with his brothers.
The only interesting, or the entire movie, it was okay. This brother starts playing. What do they do? Wrestling, and he dies. Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, this other brother's gonna start wrestling. Okay. Well, he'll probably kill himself badly.
Multiple times in the movie,
It was that every
multiple
fucking
times in
brother.
the movie, Zac Efron would say something like, "Well, looks like everything's perfect right now," and then would immediately cut to a brother.
Yeah. The brother is
They
just.
did that with every death. Was just Zac Efron being like, "Looks like things are finally looking up," and then would cut to a phone call like, "Your brother is dead."
And by the way, they're gonna have to remake this movie in 20 more years when the Zac Efron character also kills
Yeah.
himself.
Here's something crazy
He
that I learned.
survived for now.
Did you know in real life the Zac Efron character's 2 sons, they also became pro wrestlers?
Oh no.
That's good. They're gonna die too.
That's crazy.
The whole family.
That's so sad.
Pure death and
It's
destruction.
curse.
It's an
Yeah.
actual curse. I'm convinced.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It made me so wish that I had this kind of family. Just tons of brothers. I mean, the thing is, you don't have to become an interesting person or be good at anything. If you have
No,
5 brothers
yeah,
who
of
die, you
course.
still get a movie made about
Yeah.
Yeah.
you. Even if they had
He
been
didn't
wrestlers.
even win world champion.
Exactly. He wasn't even that good.
No, he was the worst of the brothers.
Yeah, exactly. And he still got a movie
Because he
where he
didn't
gets
go
to be
hard
the,
enough that every other brother went so hard in their careers that they died.
It's about if you're too big of a pussy, you see everyone around you die, and then you just have to have a son.
Yeah, and here's
Oh my
here's your
God.
consolation. You have a beautiful family.
And not that beautiful in real life. They really, I'll say it, guys. They really dolled up the family for the movie.
That's them dolled up.
Yeah, dude. Oh, Zac Efron. I said this to you guys also. Great actor.
Looks insane.
Can't be in any other movie except this one.
No,
Yeah.
completely. And he's doing good, but you can't see any emotion on his face. It's crazy.
Because he's like,
Yeah, he has no humanity.
He has a full Easter Island head.
He's become,
and
and guys, I'm segueing here.
Yeah.
A cyborg.
technology. Julio, pull up that video.
Technologic.
Pull up that video because that's the.
It's a perfect song.
Okay. Wait, what's this? This is the. So it is.
This
technology
is a
week
perfect
on the show.
segue song. Actually, would we get DMCA'd? Would we play this? This is the guy singing Ayo Technology.
He's not really singing.
He's not really singing.
She want me, I wanna get to her. She know me, it's right here for her. See it, break it down. Oh, blowing money, she work, girl, she work, oh, she break
When
it
does he
down.
say
She
technology?
take it, she
He says
it,
technology.
she out there.
It's in the
Doing
chorus.
So dog.
So traditionally on this show, we each make something.
Yeah, PowerPoint,
or
write something, report.
Like
This is what I did because
painting. You YouTube search technology.
I looked up Ayo Technology. It's a good song.
I mean, it is a good song, but also really nothing for audio people
Well,
or
I mean,
video
people
really either.
who listen on the audio will get. Maybe they've never heard it before.
the song.
They've never heard
I've
Ayo
never heard the
Technology.
song before.
You've never heard it.
You've never heard that song?
What's who's it by?
50 Cent Timbaland.
See?
50 Cent Timbo.
See, now we're opening Cameron up to this.
That's true. I mean, I've been wanting to basically give him a hip hop education.
Yeah,
for
we've
some
never.
time.
I mean, what does he listen to? ABC by Jackson 5.
Mark Kozilak.
ABC by Jackson 5 gotta be one of my favorite hip hop songs.
Yeah.
It's that and Wu-Tang.
I feel like the bars are a little bad in that.
The bars.
The bars.
I think the bars
they're
are
rhyming.
lyrical.
They're just not like hard type bars.
They go hard. I think the bars are dummy.
Be careful.
You said beak.
Oh my God.
I got him to say beak. Bird.
Bird ass.
That was two.
Bird ass.
We had one of the most insane spills earlier.
We had a fully
More of an explode.
We had
Was
what we call in
I could not
sports.
believe it.
We call this in sports an unforced error. I was walking and just dropped my coffee for no reason at all. Nobody even didn't trip on anything. Just was holding the coffee and then just decided to let go.
You got hit with the limp ray.
I think I do. I think that's my problem with spilling is that I have bad wrist posture.
You need to get one of those squeezers.
No.
Do this. Do that work out?
But then next time I'm choking my chicken, I pull the thing off.
Hell no. Don't bring
You
that
squeeze
up.
it a little bit.
But not. You don't have to squeeze it all the way.
But that's what I mean. I'm squeezing it as hard as I
So
can
you
right
think once
now.
you get
He's trying to make a
you're
Play-Doh
just not
snake.
going to be able to not squeeze.
Well, yeah, because I won't know my own strength.
Yeah, he's trying to make Play-Doh snakes with his dong.
Yeah, it sounds like you're squeezing too hard in
He's
general.
doing this.
You're supposed to squeeze.
You don't need to squeeze enough that you're worried
No,
that
you don't
your
need to
strength.
squeeze.
You're supposed to squeeze to make it feel like a
You don't need to squeeze.
You don't need to squeeze.
you know what? Squeeze.
Well,
A
what?
hand?
Make it feel like
A woman's
A
hand.
squeezer? A woman's squeezer?
squeezer. It squeezes you. Yeah, it's supposed to be a full squeeze experience.
You don't need to squeeze that much. You maybe need to squeeze a little. I guess if maybe your hand is bigger than the.
Or you could just be a freak. A freak elite.
Because I
need to
go
squeeze
like
that
this.
thing.
I don't even curl my hand at all.
You rub the sides.
Yeah.
I get up there like
I'm
this.
like, well, I go around. I go like this. I rub horizontally.
This is what I'm doing. Imagine this is my thing.
Yeah.
Hit the top of it.
Dude,
Like
Kind
ringing
of a
bell.
cat batting at a
Classic
chicken
Azul
rod.
bell. Ding.
Yes.
Which one goes? That's what I should be doing. Have you ever done
I
that?
do this.
Where you have an erect, hard penis, and the tip of it, for some reason, it hits something, and it feels like it gets pushed, and maybe you lose an
Speaking
inch.
of getting hit, my girlfriend has the
Whoa!
Chill, bro.
My girlfriend has a black eye.
My girlfriend
Speaking of
hits
getting
me.
hit, my
No.
girlfriend.
My girlfriend has this thing on the toilet, like what are the cottony thing? It looks looks not like it
Toilet
matches
paper.
what is the word? Is it doily? Is that the word?
What?
Wait, it's
A
wait.
doily on the
Do
toilet
you have one
seat?
of those things on the toilet
The
seat
fuzzy toilet seat covers.
that makes it gets nasty shit on it?
Doesn't get nasty shit, does it?
Wait, it's
does,
on the inside
The-
seat or the lid? Of
The
the
lid.
seat?
Oh,
the lid,
okay,
the lid,
yeah.
But the
not that,
carpeted
no,
toilet seat is one of the most psychotic
That's crazy.
things.
That's
I don't think
gross.
I've ever
That's
seen
gross.
You never seen that?
No.
My mom's old boss had one in her house, and she had a water bed.
Ooh,
No.
this lady's a freak.
Yeah, she definitely
Water to fuck on the
Get
toilet.
this.
Yeah, she ought to get fucked on the toilet.
Water bed in her guest bedroom.
Ooh,
Whoa.
That
is
a
yeah.
swinger kind of thing.
But so she's got the doily on the lid, but now because of that, the toilet doesn't stay, like the lid will sometimes or the lid where you sit will fall down,
Uh-huh.
and I like near like Indiana Jones had to dodge it.
I know that
it
situation.
almost hit the tip of my dick so
your
hard.
penis.
I almost
Snap
got
it, snap shut
guillotined
on it.
by my
Yeah.
toilet.
I know the
lid.
situation of trying to pee on a toilet seat that is about to fall down.
Uh-huh.
That's a scary, scary situation.
You have to
That
hold
happens
you
from
have to
time
shoot all your pee back into yourself and
Because
jump
some
back.
public bathrooms are in some houses where it's all women and they don't know about seats going up.
Uh-huh.
They don't understand that the seat has to stay up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
And it
disgusting.
can fall down, and it's horrifying.
And I've tried to
Horrifying
explain this to
situation.
her. I tried to explain this to her, and she said, "No, I'm not getting rid of this toilet seat doily."
Why? So you can sit on the top
So
top
this
of the
so
toilet?
this is where
It's
the
a-
hitting comes into play that you were talking about.
No, the hitting
Speaking
was
of
on my
getting hit,
penis.
she said, "No, I don't want to hear
No,
that."
the hitting was on my penis. But if we were to battle,
If you were to battle your girlfriend, you think you'd win?
if we were to, buddy, I'm getting gigantic in the gym.
That's the main thing I've taken away from the Iron Claw movie is I've been doing the Iron Claw on my fiance a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, the Iron Claw.
It's where you go like this, and then she goes, "Oh no!" And then you go like this.
You hold her
and
head.
You grab her
her
really
head.
hard.
And it doesn't work so well.
No, it doesn't make you bleed like it does in the movie.
She asks you to do the dishes. You go.
It's really funny to just suddenly go like this.
And it just does nothing.
No.
Yeah.
She just
That was their move. Was this?
It's awesome.
And in real life, you'd say, "What are you doing, man?"
Yeah.
But in this, they go, "Ah, my head!"
And he
They have
almost
ketchup
kills Ric
packets in
Flair
the-
with
in
it.
the
He makes Ric Flair bleed
makes
because he
Ric- yeah.
iron claws. He does a real iron claw, not
Yeah.
a wrestling iron claw.
No, he does a real one on Ric Flair's head.
Yeah,
I gotta see this movie.
it's a great movie, man. And we saw it in digital technology. Speaking of technology, I have something to show my two friends and my employee.
Oh,
And my
sounds
employee
good.
will pull it up right now.
Let me see this.
Any minute
And
now.
he's passed on.
What is going on?
He is living in Dios de los Muertos.
I think he ran away. He must have heard.
Hang on 1 second.
He needs 1 second.
needs a second.
That's okay. I will stall with other technology. Hey, another technology thing. I got my phone screen replaced.
Oh yeah, what happened to
you
your
broke
phone?
your phone again.
I am the spiller and the dropper.
It's
I
crazy
break
how-
every
oh my
phone.
God.
I spill every drink.
It's unbelievable.
My desk. My wife got me a white mouse pad. Yeah. Okay. All right. So here's what we have here. So I was thinking, okay, what is up with technology, right? Go full screen on this. It's right on the top right of the thing.
That looks like
No, right on the top right of the.
Of the square.
Yeah. So okay, before you touch anything, so I was thinking about technology, and I was thinking about what we do, podcasts, right? And I was like, okay, we've already made a technological leap from audio only. Well, first of all, a big leap was starting the podcast. That was a technological leap.
Technological
From just talking to now
adding
recording
technology
and
into
using
the
technology.
equation using microphone
Then
equations.
then we did it another level, and we started doing video. This is a brand new technology. So I'm thinking 10 years from now, what is podcast about lists going to look like? And I think it's going to look a little something like this. This is an interactive podcast.
Wow.
So you can go ahead and press the green
This is
button.
on Scratch.
You can see I made this on Scratch, which is MIT, Massachusetts Institute of what? Technology. So we have over here, we have Cameron, Patrick, and Caleb. And guys, guess
No,
how?
that's Sam.
Yes, that's me. Guess how these were made, guys?
How?
AI.
Wow.
Artificial intelligence. And go ahead and make sure there's audio from this. Could you click on Cameron, please?
Okay, it says greetings. Today's rapidly evolving technological landscape, innovation continues to redefine our daily lives, bridging the gap between possibility and reality.
Wow.
That
So
was
that's
me.
that's something you'll be able to. So now click me. You'll be able to click on us and have. As we navigate the dynamic currents of the tech realm, transformative breakthroughs and interconnected advancements shape the very fabric of our digital future.
Wow. This is an incredible
This is
interactive
incredible.
podcast.
That's what I'm saying. So click on Patrick. So it's like this is what it'll be like in years from now. So it's like a podcast that is.
You click on instead of just listening to people say stuff, waiting for when is the next guy going to talk?
Exactly.
I heard Cameron say this thing. When is Caleb going to talk?
At your own
Take
pace.
it into your fingertips.
At your own pace. A fully
It's a click
simulated podcast. Now, this was all done using current technology. So in 10 years from now,
Yeah,
it'll
imagine the
probably
future.
be three-dimensional.
What is that behind us?
Well, we're in Brooklyn. So this is
Oh.
Brooklyn-style graffiti
Okay.
that is culturally amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Multicultural
Style.
Yeah,
So what did you think, Pat?
that's incredible.
I'm just glad you guys haven't used my voice for the AI thing.
That was not AI.
Those were things you said.
Those are things you said already?
Yeah,
Wow.
me and Cameron. This is
Caleb
from an
texted
episode.
me and he
Did
was
you do
like,
speech-to-speech
can
at all?
you quickly record some your thoughts on technology? I was like,
Yeah, bet. Yeah, and they were really, I think, insightful.
wow.
And
Illuminating.
Yeah, very illuminating. Very.
I can't get over it. How much that looks like Sam.
It's aged 10 years, so
Okay.
I'm gonna look like binging with Babish. Cameron looks very much the same, and you.
I'll still have hair.
Salamanca.
I'll still have hair in 10 years.
Full
That's
Lalo
good.
Salamanca.
That's actually, thank you for giving me hair in 10 years.
Well, we'll have.
Because that's not going to happen. That's not going to be there.
You'll be on hymns. That's also why you got shorter. Was the hymns?
Yeah, hymns does make you shorter.
Yeah.
If you're a man and you take hymns, buddy, you're in for a rude awakening.
You're a she.
The hymns, the hymns that you're going to be.
They should call hymns hers.
Yeah.
They actually have hers.
They have hers.
And guess what hers is? Birth
Mostly
control.
anxiety medication.
And anxiety medication, yeah.
The hymn that you're going to be if you take hymns is Muggsy Bogues. You're going to be real small.
You're just singing hymns at your funeral
Yeah.
because that stuff kills you.
As an angel.
Yeah, as an
You're not
angel.
gonna be alive at your funeral.
No, that wouldn't make much sense.
That wouldn't make any sense at all.
Would not make any sense.
Well, thank you for showing that piece of technology to us, Caleb. That's really wonderful.
Anytime, man. I mean, let me say one other thing about technology.
Yeah.
Guys, I really like using Scratch.
Scratch is fun. I used to be a Scratch wizard.
Me too. I made a lot of Pong games in there.
I taught a class on Scratch.
Really?
Yeah.
Would you teach us one right now? Could you tell us some things about school? Julio, how about you open up Scratch and Cameron tries
I don't
to...
think so.
It's gonna be bad.
That would be bad. That'd be really bad.
That's a bad idea.
Yeah.
I'm just so technologically illiterate that
Let's go around and say some of our favorite pieces of technology. What's yours, Pat?
Probably the BlackBerry.
BlackBerry
that I own, and I'm gonna say Bluetooth technology is really up there for me.
Speaking of Bluetooth, it's video game controller for me.
The video game controllers have gotten, and you know what? I'll say mine. The Rumble Pack.
I like the Rumble Pack as well as the joystick.
I like the ergonomic
Who you
feel.
got, joystick or Rumble Pack?
Oh, definitely Rumble Pack.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Come
Oh,
on.
yes.
Imagine you're in a mine cart. And
It makes
going,
it...
and you get to feel that.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't
It
that
actually makes it immersive.
Oh, I thought of another technology just now.
3D. 3D.
And I'm not talking about 3D glasses. I'm talking about 3D itself.
3D itself.
Just 3D. Or the electrical wire.
Oh, and I got
silicone.
Silicone's huge.
Silicone is huge in technology.
Oh, self-lubricating joints and pistons.
Oh,
you know, I saw a great technology
Bearings.
video. I saw a great technology video earlier. A cobalt mine in a foreign country, people jumping over each other, and it looks like World War Z.
People don't think about human technology. People who act like robots just to satisfy others.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So who are these people? These are fast food workers.
Yes.
These
Or cobalt
are
miners.
politicians, arguably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sexual nymphomaniacs.
Sexual nymphomaniacs who give their bodies away freely.
They seem almost like a 3D avatar.
Circus
Exactly.
performers.
Circus performers, definitely.
People who
The trapeze, one of my
trapeze.
favorite pieces of technology. Once the trapeze was invented, I felt like we had nowhere to go but down.
Yeah.
And by the way,
But the trapeze artists had nowhere to go but up.
speaking of,
Yeah. You let go of that trapeze, you're going down.
Not if you jump well.
Mm-hmm.
speaking of Cirques, I call them Cirques. Guess what I saw since the last time we spoke last?
What?
The Cirque du Soleil.
Cirque du Soleil. The night before Christmas, Cirque du Soleil. And guys,
Night before Christmas.
yes, and guys,
I wish it was Circuit
you
du
buy,
Soleil.
guys, you buy this ticket, okay? It's $60. You go to Madison Square Garden, you sit in line for 1 hour. You're seated, right? You're seated. Lights down. The show begins. It's for children. It is a children version of Cirque du Soleil. Nobody in the room knew this. There was no kids there.
Wow.
It was fully a kids show.
That
All of the
sucks.
performers were kids. None of them were licensed to hang upside down, so they didn't. They ran around, they hula hooped, and they dressed up like elves.
Were there people at your schools that went to circus camp to
No.
learn to be circus performers?
Fuck no.
That was kind of a common thing at my school.
What?
There was multiple people who went to
Like Barnum and Bailey?
It was called Circus Smirkus. And they learned to juggle and do acrobatics. I'm not kidding.
Jesus Christ.
Multiple people. That was like a thing that they did.
That's crazy.
I didn't know if that was a type of kid.
No, that's not a type
I
of
don't
kid.
think so.
That's local to your town.
It should be though. Isn't that funny? To
That
have a
is
bunch
funny.
Of kids at your school. The circus clique.
Yeah. The circus kids.
They were. I don't even think they were like. They weren't like friends with each other.
And they were they
Just
were
happened
they
to
All
be a
these
thing.
fucking
I think it was like a
kids
summer
juggling in
camp.
the hallway.
were they runaway circus style
No.
circusers?
No, this was mom
No, and
sends you there.
these are people who mostly grew into hikers and normal, well-adjusted people.
Oh, okay.
I
They
don't
had
think anybody went
flexibility.
into the circus field.
Well, it's just so they could juggle to like impress
Juggle and
people.
well, there was
to make
juggling and
friends.
also like I guess walking on your hands type style. I think there was multiple stuff. I mean, I don't know. I never.
Yeah, this is all stuff that you learn so that you can like have icebreakers so that you can make friends with people.
right. This is
This is
something
a
that you.
camp for children that aren't good at making friends.
Yeah. But the thing is, here's the weird part of that, because it sounds like it would be that, but I think these people all had a fine time making friends. But in order to do it, I think you have to be pretty strong. You have to be kind of an athlete, you know what I mean? To like walk on your hands and shit like that. So it's not like you would expect it to be like, scrawny, nerdy kids or weirdos who during circus camp. But it's kind of like, the guys who are strong and jocks.
So there's strong nerds.
Yeah, I guess so, but I don't think
they have secret strength.
Yeah, they always love metal.
What?
They always love metal guitar. Like every strong nerd in high school is also like, hey, he's got a 7-string guitar that he learned.
I don't think there were any strong nerds at my high school. I'm going to be real.
There's a lot at my school.
Only very weak.
A strong nerd, I feel like, has come into with Instagram weightlifting. I think a strong nerd has really come into.
That's true. There was a sleeper build. Guys.
Yes, there was a lot of those guys at my school, and they were all in this thing that technology. There was a program at my school called the PVC Pirates, where they would learn how to make different kind of technologies. Different kind of technologies. It was like kids who were like good at like Lego robotics and stuff like that. But they were going into PVC.
I never understood.
I just remembered it.
Why do you want to ruin Legos
by putting technology in it?
Yeah, that stuff I agree. I always thought that
keep
stuff was
Legos analog.
Yeah. Here's a technology kind of credential I have. I don't know if you guys know this. I was the president of the computer science club at my high school, and I destroyed the club. It stopped existing after I became president.
And what did you do?
I just did not do anything. We started the club, me and my friends. Well, the club existed. The former president passed it down to me and my friends. We had a booth at the org fair for everyone to sign up for the club, and we met one time, and we never met again.
Well, it sounds like you did an amazing job.
Into the ground.
Sounds like you did exactly what you're supposed to do as president.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, we kind of got the assignment, if you know what I mean.
Yes, you got it.
Understood it.
No, you got it.
Got it.
Yeah, and you passed with flying colors.
With flying RGB colors.
See, yes. Composite.
Yes.
Composite colors.
Yeah. Doesn't it scare you when on Photoshop it says, do you want to switch this document to a different color space? Like, color space.
What the hell is that?
I think I'm fine where I am.
Yeah.
Adobe.
I know why there's different color spaces.
Why?
For different technologies. There's RGB for the computer, but then there's CMYK for printing.
Kill your motherfucking kelp.
Kill your kelp.
Yeah.
That's not even the right order.
Kill
CMYK. Kill mother your kelp.
Crazy motherfucking yellow colors. Or something like that.
Here's a technology that
why is K black in that situation? Why is that CMYB?
Because B sounds like blue.
Oh.
Or B is taken by blue. The electric toothbrush.
I just had to throw mine
one of
away.
these?
I just had to throw mine away because the motor died.
This is a technology I don't support.
Why?
You got to do your own work.
Interesting.
Technology is making us lazy.
It's making us
whatever.
lazy.
Do you remember back in the day before we had electronic toothbrushes? You'd put the toothbrush in your mouth and go really, really fast.
You'd have to go fast.
Making that noise.
Completely,
That's what
perfectly
somebody was
gyrated.
in on an electric toothbrush for years. They probably get a normal toothbrush, they put it in their mouth, they don't move at all, and they just hum like.
Yeah.
I think that's what makes it go.
They think that's a toothbrush.
Speaking of toothbrushes and teeth, I got my wisdom tooth out.
Technology.
Using technology, and they gave me this technology that was amazing called codeine pills.
Okay.
And I would take these, and I would watch what's his name on Twitch. XQC. I would watch him play GTA 5 roleplay. That's the craziest I've ever felt in my entire life.
Oh, I just remembered something. Caleb, you died in my dream the other night. What? A big piece of debris hit you in the head and you died.
They should make technology where I can go into your dream and stop that.
That's a bad omen because there's that big puddle thing that's forming over there.
I had a dream that New York City was being nuclear bombed. And there was explosions happening, and I was hugging my fiance. I was saying, "I love you so much. Oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. I'll always love you. I'm so sorry. It's ending. This world is ending like this." And I look over, and Caleb gets hit in the head with a giant rock.
Was I in the dream, or was I implied to be dead for years?
Caleb was in the dream, getting killed for 1 second.
I had an odd
At least
dream
I wasn't killed.
I had a dream where I was a very bad guy, and here's how you can tell.
Okay.
Number one, I was involved in serial killing, which is not that big of a deal. It's the only dream I've ever had like this.
Yes.
But number two, get my partner in crime Ellen DeGeneres.
Wow.
And
You Ellen? She's a
I would bait people into this room, and then she would murder them with a chainsaw.
That's
and that
crazy.
was my dream. Isn't that a crazy dream?
I did have a not crazy dream, but last night I had a dream and it was, you guys were both there.
Whoa.
And it was me remembering the time that we went to New York City for the first time. We were at that Burger King.
I remember
But
that.
the weird thing in my dream, it was basically the exact same, exactly how both, like, we all remember it. But I went up to buy onion rings at the Burger King on that bus. You know, the bus would stop at the Burger King. I went there and I just wanted to get onion rings as zesty sauce. And the guy said, one large onion ring, that'll be $18.
This is such
And
a funny dream.
I said to him, I said, what the hell? $18 for onion rings? How big is the thing? And he shows me the size of the thing is like that big. And I was like, oh, I'll just get the medium then. He said, oh, then that'll be $8. I said, it's $8 for
This is
medium,
like
but
people
it's
are like,
18
this is like when people are like, oh my god, Inception, it's about dreams, but all Christopher Nolan could think about was a building spinning around. Patrick's dream is how expensive onion rings.
Can you imagine?
Me arguing with the guy behind the counter about the price of onion rings. I was like, why does that make any sense? Why is the large $18 and the medium is $8? And then I bring you, you guys came over, and then the dream ended.
I have to tell you something, Pat.
You know who else was my dream the other night? Lena Dunham.
I would rather die a Von Erich style brother suicide death where I lose all my limbs and then I kill myself than be your therapist.
Yeah.
Every day you coming in and being like, I had the Burger King onion dream again. What does it mean this time? And I would just be like, yeah,
I know exactly what that
Klonopin,
means. I know exactly what that means.
365 Klonopin.
Is that I would do anything for onion rings, is all that dream means.
I can kind of figure out what my nuclear bomb dream means, except for the part where I look over and see you get hit in the head with a piece of
That's just to
building.
make it feel real in your own head. You're making it feel real in your head.
It's immersion, yeah.
It's just to make it sad your friend dying.
I cannot figure out I need a Solomon style dream interpretation to figure out my Ellen DeGeneres dream. Not sure what that means.
Yeah, that one's
I think I know what it means.
That means that maybe I joined the Hollywood cabal of evil people like Ellen DeGeneres.
Ellen DeGeneres may have been projecting into your dream to make you do bad things.
Yeah. That is honestly the most.
That's the most logical.
Every night she goes, she's
that's
like,
the Occam's razor. That's the simplest explanation.
I think that actually is.
Why else would you believe that in your
It's
head?
not even a woman I think about that often.
No.
Yeah, why not?
Ellen DeGeneres?
You don't think about her often?
She's a dog.
She's fallen by the wayside. She's Z-list. I just see
She
people
fell off,
riding
bro.
skateboards holding hands together.
Well,
their arms interlocked.
That's like the two opposite
Isn't that
things.
crazy?
What happened?
They were two people skateboarding side by side, and their arms were locked like this.
What is going? Am I in
Isn't
a
that
dream right
strange?
now? What the hell is happening?
You can't imagine that happening in real
The
life.
conversation just turned so crazy fast.
Anyway, technology, car.
Tesla has a big screen on it. You can play Mario 64.
What's another technology we can want to talk about?
I got a new technology. I got an Xbox.
I heard about this.
Yeah, and this is guys. This is an amazing move that you can play on your cohabitator. You leave on the Amazon Fire Stick all day and night for years.
Mm-hmm.
It breaks. She says, well, let's order another one. It's $40. You say, yeah, it's $40, but for $200 more, we can get an Xbox.
Yeah, genius.
And you really mumble that you say for $200 we get an Xbox. And then she goes, yeah, sure, whatever. It comes. She hates using the controller, guys.
Of course.
It's not as good as a remote.
No.
But it's
Can you get
already
a
in the
remote for an
house.
Xbox?
Yeah.
You probably can,
You
right?
can. They have
I'm sure
one.
you can.
Yeah.
So just tell her to buy that.
Yeah, just buy that. It's a rare thing.
It's almost certainly
Find out
$90.
what that's. Just if you have a problem, find out the solution and buy it.
It's that simple, girl.
It's simply simple.
It's that fucking simple.
Speaking of technology and game consoles, Noah informed me that the modded Wii that I have has died, which is a very, very sad thing because we used to play. We would play so
Planned
much.
obsolescence.
Yeah. How many games would we play on that?
Frolf.
Oh my God, we had so many Frolf sessions on that.
That was the only game I ever played on that. I think was.
I
Frolf.
got to figure out how
Maybe
to bring
Mario
this
Party
Wii back
2,
to
I
life
guess.
because that had
Can
probably
you mod a
150
Wii?
games. Yeah.
Okay, I'll get you a Wii. I think we might have one. Like
Really?
90%.
Yeah.
Maybe it might be in Boston.
There is.
But I'll get it.
There's a
You-
thing. This is a
You- I'll give
technology.
it- you can have
Crazy. This is a technology fact.
Okay.
You find out your Wii's IP address. You go to this website, HackMII,
Hack.com.
Hack me.
I don't want to get
And
hacked.
then you send a file over to through the IP address, and then it opens up the little mail thing, and then they programmed it so that the little letter, remember the letters at the bottom of the screen in the corner of the Wii? No. You open that up, and there's a letter that has a bomb on it, and then the whole shit gets it installs this thing called the homebrew menu and boot and then you can pirate as many games as
Speaking
you
of
want.
me, I made my new avatar on my Xbox, and I made it so realistic that the dog started going crazy, barking at the TV. He's never done this before. Barking at the TV, baring his teeth, hackles up, and I had to put him in his crate and never show him the avatar again.
Why don't you just make the avatar different? Why don't you make the avatar
Or is
dog?
it just so
It's supposed to
photorealistic
be
that
like
it
me.
looks like a person?
Do you have a Connect that you took
Do I have a
photo of
Connect?
of yourself? And,
No, man.
You should get a Connect.
you know what you can do
I
with the
love that
Connect?
thing.
You can use the Connect to take photos and 3D model something. This is what my sister's ex used to do. He would learn 3D modeling, and he would take a Connect and you just move it around like that on an object, and then he would have the object in the computer, but he didn't know what to do with it.
That sounds cool. Like, I'd like to do that.
You can
could do
also
that.
play Just Dance.
Yeah,
Just Dance.
we can also do that with technology.
That's a classic piece of technology.
That kept
For
the Wii
girls.
alive. That kept the Wii alive until 2020, I think. 2019 was the last game ported to the Wii, and it was Just Dance.
Here's a funny Just Dance thing. You know when you're playing Just Dance with your parents and they don't understand that it only is tracking the remote?
Yes. They're shaking their...
It's very funny.
Yeah, your dad starts
I've never
twerking.
seen it.
Yeah.
There's not a game in my house.
Twerking in your
Yeah.
face.
It's so funny. They're jumping. Why are you jumping? You don't stop. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Yeah, you don't have to do all the things the purple girl does.
You can do some of it for style, but when you get into things like jumping,
Yeah, don't jump.
you don't need to jump.
That's like a lot of
Don't
people don't
jump.
realize. Dance Dance Revolution, it's all
It's just
feet.
feet.
Uh-huh.
It's
Yeah.
just feet. Stop wiggling your
why you
arms.
hold
Tie
the
your
bar.
hands behind your back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll do better.
You will actually do
You
way,
will actually
way
do better
better.
if you tie your hands behind your back. Close your eyes. Your eyes aren't part of it.
Yeah.
Eyes just move.
Neither is your
Just
mouth.
motion.
Keep it shut.
And
None of
hey, me, Fortnite, you only have to use a controller, Caleb. Stop sticking out your tongue like you're Michael Jordan every single time you play. I don't know why I do that shit. I'm
You
sitting
do
there.
this.
Huh? Yes, I stick out
You
my
tilt-
tongue
do
when
you
I play
tilt the
video
controller?
games.
No, you
I
tilt the
tilt the
controller
control. I tilt my
like
whole
a
body.
commercial?
Uh-huh.
I'm jumping up and down.
Whoa! I think that the whole
Yeah, what
tilting.
came first? The commercial showing the
It
people
has to
tilting?
be it has to be the commercial trying to make it seem like it's real life.
Yeah, that's definitely it, because there's no reason why you should be tilting.
Because it's
Yeah.
realistic.
I guess if you're playing such a good game, you'd do it. But I feel like the commercial really made it into a thing.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Or is that his
It's
human
really,
nature?
It is so funny. It is the full equivalent of like the thing of like people getting scared by the train coming towards the screen on the old silent movie of like just playing an old like seeing a commercial of someone playing like an N64 game where it's like 3 triangles on the screen. You're like, whoa, whoa,
like Glover.
whoa,
Playing Pong,
Yeah.
just like
whoa.
Can you imagine how amazing that felt to play Pong?
for the first
Isn't
time.
it,
Oh
wait,
my
isn't
god!
it kind of cruelly ironic that back in the day they were so concerned with all the ads have to make it seem like the game is real? It'll be you see an ad in an old comic book and it'll be from Mortal Kombat and it's like Scorpion shooting fire out of the screen. It's like so real you'll die.
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
like the tagline of the
Yes.
game. And nowadays games look so real that a person who is over 30 years old will think that it is the news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they don't care. They
Have
don't
you seen-
advertise like that anymore.
Have
ever
you seen
again.
those videos of the
That
grannies
should-
watching GTA?
that should be
That's
a-
exactly what I'm
a-
talking about.
that should be a
the
commercial
funniest
for
thing
Grand
ever.
Theft Auto.
Literally
Yeah.
should. That's what they need to bring that ad campaign back of so real you will die. You
Yeah.
will think it's real and you
A
will die.
Grand Theft Auto commercial where the granny is watching it and so
She thinks it's the news.
confused. Yeah.
When they go,
It's
oh my
so
god,
good.
oh my god, what are you kidding me?
I
It's
could
so
not
funny.
believe that existed.
It's incredible. But that's what I mean. They need to bring that back. Technology, it's technology.
We should do that with Splatoon. Put Splatoon on the TV and say,
Yeah. This just
Grandma,
happened.
this is happening in a sanctuary city right now. Put the little Fox News lower third on there. This is happening right now in Portland, Oregon.
Oh, the Splatoons are back at it.
Yes,
Oh, it's the
this is the-
Splatoons
they
again.
have- this is the autonomous
Hey,
zone.
Carol's get in here. It's the Splatoons again.
They haven't been here since 1952.
It's just so scary.
I think that'd be an easy way to scare her.
Yeah.
I'm saying Grand Theft Auto, old people, it's not so much a Grand Theft Auto looks realistic, since oldies are dumb as rocks.
Yeah.
No,
You
they're
know.
losing their vision and their
And they're
mind.
bad
Their
at
mental
technology.
powers.
They're bad
They're
at
bad
Look
at
at this.
technology.
How an old person uses a damn phone. That is true.
What
as
is
fuck.
that?
You can put on Viva
Old
Pinata.
people came from an age when the biggest technology was a hoop.
and a kazoo.
Yeah, well, that was small. I was talking about big in size.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nowadays, we have phones the size of a brick.
Yeah, that's true.
But
here's the thing. Back in their day, the computer was the size of their room. Now the computer's smaller. They don't know what the hell to do with it.
Here's a question I have. I was watching a movie.
Now in New York City, the rooms.
I was watching a movie from 1968. They had in the 60s, I guess, they had computer dating.
Yes.
But how does that work? There's no internet.
This is how it worked. It was if you want an honest
I do
answer,
want an honest answer.
you would get like a score for everything, and it would match people based on scores. It wasn't like you're at two different computers. It dated people. You used this thing to matchmake.
But how does it matchmake is it like, did they get a directory of everybody and every punch card or whatever has a directory?
You would take a quiz. And then the quiz
right, but how to connect the people?
It was a computer.
Collected data.
But the computers aren't connected.
No, it was one computer.
They all go up to.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense because I guess they wouldn't have had personal computers back then. Also.
They had computers in the library.
Yeah, so you'd go to the library.
You'd probably go to like the lab. You'd go to like the factory.
You'd go to a lab and
imagine being the first guy.
I like lunch more than breakfast, and then you'd have a wife because you couldn't. Also, you could not marry the first person that you met.
No, of course not. Yeah, what do you?
Yeah, you're so ugly. You're going to the computer for a date back then.
Exactly. Yeah.
Back then, that was a problem. Now everyone's got a dating app on their phone.
Technology.
Now you used to use the computer to date. Now you date the computer. Now you fucking boot up the computer.
And your phone is a computer.
And dating nowadays has become fucking.
Yep.
Yes.
And what happened? Fingering as well.
Getting in the
what
beard.
happened to our ways?
Wow. Nowadays, everyone's got a dating app on their phone. You type in a random number, you just call somebody, and hopefully it's a woman that loves you. That's how I met my girlfriend.
You just called
some random numbers.
Has anyone ever found a lifelong love? A Romeo dial. I like that. I haven't heard that in a long time. Bro, is this a Romeo dial? God,
new technology.
Let's bring that back.
Branded, yeah.
Romeo dial.
That's what they were trying to do with chat roulette, but everyone got on there and started throwing their thing out.
I'm turning the Romeo dial.
Unfortunately, that's the modern way, is to take your thing out on technology.
Technology has made it so people think you need to whip out your thing immediately.
Slow it down. Let's talk about our personalities first.
Yeah. And then we'll show our thing.
And we'll show our things to see if they're compatible. If my thing doesn't fit in your thing, we not dating.
No. Real shit. If my shit
your thing better be big.
Better be the size of a moon.
Your thing better be the size of my thing. And no different.
It better fit perfectly, girl.
It better be like a lock and key.
First date. And yeah, just say, I mean, we're having a good time, but it better fit perfectly.
It better not. I better not be able to wiggle it.
I'm looking for my glass slipper.
No.
What? I'm not putting my foot in. It's just a metaphor.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to put your foot in her.
Well, I'm not Cinderella, first of all. And her thing's not a shoe.
You can't wear her.
Some girls' things are like shoes.
That's true. Oh, leather, dusty, not as comfortable
Something
as they look.
Unc wears at the barbecue.
Damn, the things. Here's a new technology: laces on the thing. So you put your thing in, then you tighten it up.
There, okay.
Tie it.
With like meat string. Like you're tying a rope.
like you're making a portable.
Yeah.
I can't even bring myself to say any anatomical phrases.
Why are we don't you have something to show us? Why are we getting so distracted?
I do, but I was just talking about stuff.
We're talking about tying up a
perfect segue.
You were talking about tying up a pussy with
butcher twine. With a butcher twine is a thing of the past. Let's talk about the future.
Is that a thing of the past?
They used to do that in the 1750s. That was what they did when they got home.
Speaking of the 1750s,
things used to be looser back then because God hadn't intervened yet.
Yeah.
So they had to make do. What they would do is they would take whale tendon from their whaling ships on Nantucket. This originated in Nantucket. They'd come back and they'd take they'd
put it in a bucket.
They'd put it in a bucket and they'd scrub all the flesh and fat off until it was just a tendon, and they'd put it in their wife. And this is where the saying "sleep tight" came from. It's an old saying from the 1700s. It's in Nantucket and Salem, Massachusetts. So the Northeast kind of had the market cornered on this stuff. Because typically they did it in other regions too, but it was more
technology you're speaking about.
The more ancient technology, they used crab pinchers and scorpion pinchers.
Speaking of the 1700s, have you seen this? There's this art exhibit in Melbourne, Australia, where they used this.
I haven't been to this, man. So
they used this.
Never been there.
They used AI technology to make these portraits of these two men who were apparently in love with each other that got marooned on an island because
I'm sorry. You just said two men.
Two men who were in love with each other on the East India Company.
Sounds Australian to me.
And they made these two.
Everything's
They made these two AI
the toilet's
portraits.
flushed the wrong way. The men are in love.
Well, just think about that though. Imagine you're out on the East India Company, right? You fall in love.
I imagine that every day.
You fall in love with another man.
Trading tea.
You fall in love with another man. You're like, I want you. I'm gonna do it with this guy. They don't have that. That's the bravest guy in the world because they got no toilet paper or anything on that ship.
Well, they do. I think over 90%.
They were bad at white. They were not washing your ass. Washing your ass was not invented until the 70s when Red Fox came around.
So was washing your pussy, man.
Also, back then they had higher tolerance because they were eating meat called dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were.
They don't care as much if they're
But they made these AI. They made these AI portraits of these two men who were apparently marooned.
Brown
and
milk
it's
mustache?
just two white twinks.
Oh. It's just twinks.
It's just
twinks back then too.
It's just shirtless twinks. The exhibit is just two shirtless twinks on these monitors, and the story is like these two men were marooned after they fell in love with each other, and it's like, why? Like you could have put them in some clothes. You could have put them in a pirate outfit,
man. They probably were in a loincloth.
Yeah, but they don't even look dirty. They don't even look like they've been marooned at all. It's just two white twinks on two computer
I'm
monitors.
all in on this exhibit, and I'm going to be donating.
You're going to be
I
donating?
would like to invest in this exhibit.
I think that we should.
You're going
because
in
I
on
believe
this?
that gay relationships should be rendered in AI.
Yeah. And you said nowhere else.
I didn't say that,
Well,
but
that's
I was
what I heard
thinking.
you say. Yeah, that's what I heard you say.
I don't mean that though. I actually think.
I actually watch a lot of gay porn, honestly.
Gay relationships, and nobody take that the wrong way.
Unless you watch it.
I actually think.
Honestly, I watch gay porn all the time.
Actually, I think we need to
learn to slang.
We need to keep AI out of gay relationships. Stay out of gay people's business.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Get these computers away from these gay people.
Pull up my.
They don't know how to use them.
They don't know how to use them. They're
using them wrong.
They're saying all these new type of words. They're just throwing words together. They don't know what is. Why you call my mom a cunt?
Have you guys ever seen the movie Dressed to Kill? The Brian De Palma movie?
No.
This is the only context I can ever think of to bring this scene up, and this is so funny. There's a scene. There's a scene at the end of the movie where Nancy Allen is explaining to Keith Gordon about how a vaginoplasty works, like a sex change.
Okay.
And Keith Gordon, he plays like an inventor, like computer nerd type character, and she's like telling him all these details of how they turn a penis into a vagina. And then at the end he's like, oh geez, I don't know about all that. I guess I'll just stick to my computers. the line that is aged the funniest of all time.
It's aged pretty well, actually. In terms of
funny.
movie dialogue about vaginoplasty, it's probably up there.
I don't know. The only other representation in media of a vaginoplasty is Mr. Garrison.
Yeah.
That I can think of.
And also
I guess that's the
my
better one.
very not accurate educational video I tried to make a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Where I did a 3D model that just does this of the penis, just pushes it in, and then a green check mark. Like a WarioWare mini game.
You took a 3D model like Jazz 3D and hit the extrude button on the penis and
pulled it back. So basically, we start with the penis, then we pull it back negative 100, and then I'm done.
Okay, here's my technology week. I pulled this from a bunch of different websites, about a bunch of different technology blogs, and we're going to talk about.
It's not by Juibio.
It's by me. And we're going to talk
Unless
about.
you want to go by that now.
I don't want to go by that, and I hate that name. I think it's
Juibio. It's different from Jubio.
I'm going to start it now. Here's from a bunch of different websites. Here's 10 future technologies that will change the world. First, technology has made man easy to work and has changed the way of thinking. Now, scientist has much more ideas for change this world. Here are the top 10 unbelievable technologies that can easily change our world completely. And we're just going to be jumping around here.
It's fun.
But number 9 is virtual reality. VR is not just a technology, this is a best proof of doing everything in this world. Nobody had dreamed about this technology, but now it seems like reality. Our destiny is to become what we think, to have our thoughts become our bodies and our bodies become our thoughts. When we looking towards the future is a lot of talking about virtual reality. The first traces of virtual reality came from the world of science fiction. Now, future can be totally changed through this unbelievable technology. Ultimately, you can enter a virtual world in the cupboard in your living room. They're going to have a virtual reality cupboard.
You know, VR, I was thinking about this. VR is such a funny technology because you think it's going to be this future, amazing, change your life kind of thing. And it is for 10 minutes. But then for 75% of people, you instantly vomit if you play it for more than 10
And it's
minutes.
also that you're entering another world, the cyber world, so you can play egg catch.
Yeah, look, I can move I can
spoon race.
Oh my God, it's so realistic. I can move 2 fingers.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Whoa! Yeah.
You're just doing most of the time in VR. You're doing this.
Now, finally, in VR, you can experience being born as a baby with a birth defect where you have no legs or hands.
And if you move, you're gonna yank a cable out and break your computer.
You can
Step
finally
on your
experience
cat.
being born as literally Belial from Basket Case.
Yeah.
That is exactly the body that you have in VR. You have 2 arms and a head, and that's completely it.
Being carried around by your brother.
This is what it would be like if Belial from Basket Case could look at a beach.
Yes. Oh my God, it looks so realistic.
Number 1 is autonomous robots. Now, this is totally that technology about which we can say that what a technology. This is a very dangerous technology. As soon as 2030, a technological $angularity will emerge, with the leading theory being that artificial intelligence in the form of autonomous, and we're seeing a lot of $signs.
Yeah, this is written by a hacker or some kind of technologist.
Robots might rival humans in independent thinking and creativity. So, to say it plainly, robots will surpass humans in intelligence. This is very hard to believe that one day our friend will be a robot and give us advices and make jokes with us.
We have a friend who's a robot.
Jubio3. Here's the next blog I found. This one is called Tech Informative. It says, Tech Informative is a professional technical information platform. Here we will provide you only interesting content, which you will like very much. We're dedicated to providing you the best of technical information with a focus on dependability and information. We're working to turn our passion for technical information into a booming online website.
Well, that seems nice.
It's a great website. Here's the menu bar. So we have Tech Informative. Here's the different things. We have Home, Future World, Electronics, and Reports.
What is Reports?
So I saw Reports and I thought, oh, maybe this is supposed to be reports? What is
I
it?
think reports.
So let's click to the next slide here and I'll read you what it is. Rebordic vehicle, rebordic car, and robortic vehicle technology. So this is not reports, this is reports. As like a beep beep, I'm a rebort.
Ah, I see.
And this is a picture of a rebordic vehicle.
Wow.
So it's a car that's standing up.
It's a standing car. So rebort means a stander.
Right.
Yeah.
Rebort was making me laugh so hard when I found this. When I discovered that Rebort I'm a Rebort. Here's some other reports they have on their website.
It's a rebort.
Meet Mars Cat, robotic cats, AI robotic cat. Naughty, very little pet Lucky Doug. Not all cats have fur, and also the same holds true for cats of the robotic persuasion. The Lucky Doug Naughty Very Little Pet incorporates a cartoonish look, is created of onerous plastic, and includes a toy bottle of milk and a little blue basket to take a seat in.
It says not all cats have fur, and also the same holds true for cats of the robotic persuasion, but
some do.
That means that some robotic cat, rebordic cats have fur.
There are some rebort cats with fur.
Do you guys ever feel like the biggest technological boom to me was the year where I was a kid and I saw the robot dogs that do backflips and the purple ketchup? I was like, this is like,
definitely.
I live in the future.
Yeah. Speaking of robotic dogs, here's a rebordic dog picture here for us. This next one here. And this caption says, a 4 lawful robot can learn to walk in an hour like a invigorated foal.
Wow.
And there's a picture of a robotic dog. And then here's what we have about this. Boston Dynamics has developed a 4-legged golem for analysis. Comes agency, DARPA agency, federal agency, government agency, bureau, office, authority, defense, advanced research projects agency, referred to as Big Dog, that they claim is the most advanced quadruped golem on Earth. Huge dog will run at 4 miles per hour, climb 35-degree slopes, and that's not 35, that's 35-degree slopes.
Without getting tired.
Yeah.
It's an endurance thing.
And carry 340 pounds. However, the foremost spectacular feature is its dynamic walking. Huge dog will endure slithering and even being pushed, so it's not scared of snakes. Its behavior is specified it approaches the disreputable uncanny valley.
I don't think that those things are in the uncanny valley.
No,
Yeah, they're just like
no,
dogs.
because they're just as beautiful
look
as
like
normal
dogs.
I mean, look
dogs.
at that thing. I've always.
It looks like an invigorated foal.
Yeah.
To me.
A quadruped.
I always say that stuff looks like an invigorated. Like when I see like when my nephew first started crawling, it said, "Oh, he looks like an invigorated foal."
And he can even withstand slithering.
Oh yeah.
And pushing while it's
look. he's enduring slithering. Wow, this invigorated foal endures slithering so well.
All right, here's our next tech blog. Top 10 high-tech inventions may be in 2030. Vision of the future. 10 high-tech inventions we'll hopefully be using in 2030. Here's the first one, number 4. Immortality and body sharing. While computers get smarter, the brain IT link will also get better, so you'll use external IT more until most of your mind is outside your brain. When your body dies, you'll only lose the bits still based in the brain. Most of your mind will carry on. You'll go to your funeral, buy an android body, and carry on. Death won't be a career problem. If you don't want to use an android, maybe you'll link into your friends' bodies and share them, just as students hang out on friends' sofas. Life really begins after death. Would you guys link into your friend's body just as if you would link into their sofa?
Seems relationshiply sexual.
Yeah.
I don't think that I would upload my brain to a computer.
I don't think I would do it. I would not do it to my friend's body.
Wouldn't it be so
I
scary?
would upload myself to my friend's body.
I would upload
depending
myself
on the
to my
friend.
friend's body against their will.
I feel like it would here's the
Right, go.
I think the first hour that you're a robot is probably similar to coming out of wisdom tooth surgery, where you kind of are saying anything.
Definitely.
You know, you're just like, oh,
100.
things are still getting, and
I
then
didn't
people
go.
are putting
I
that
never-
together, and
Yeah.
it turns out you're telling secrets.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened at camp back in the day?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't want to do that.
That's the laughing
Too many
gas, right?
secrets.
I've been awake every single time I got my wisdom teeth out.
You've never been put under?
No, it's way cheaper.
You've never done a surgery? where
I
you put
got
under?
this taken out. It took them 5 minutes. They pulled it out, and then I took the train home.
The only 2 times I was put under is I had my tonsils out,
Mm.
and then they exploded, and I had to get them. The sutures exploded, and I had to go get it redone.
Does laughing gas count as going under?
I think so.
I don't know.
No.
'Cause I think I was awake the whole time.
Yeah, I was awake
That's
for
the only
wisdom
time I ever
too.
got anesthesia was.
You never done
getting
general
tooth
anesthesia?
pulled. No.
It's scary because
I did low.
I'm
I did
terrified
local.
of
You
it.
don't
I'm
dream.
completely terrified
It's a
of it.
complete pause. The scary thing is when those people who are allergic to
I
it.
know that's you just
Yeah.
that's why I'm
You
terrified.
don't die.
I never, you die.
You can die, but then there's
Or if
also
you throw
people
up
who
on anesthesia, you also can choke on your.
there's
voice.
people who take
That's why I don't want to ever
anesthesia.
go under.
There's people
Yes,
who go under
terrifies me.
general
It's way cheaper
anesthesia,
to not do it.
and then they are fully paralyzed, but they feel everything.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
does
I heard
not
about that on
halt
Scarred.
anything.
This is a technology we need to eliminate. Get rid of anesthesia.
Yeah.
Whatever happened
We
to a
don't need
coconut over the head?
Right? To do that,
Why was that my?
I don't know.
I tried to say boing or bonk, but it went
Kind of
Yeah, I like
Vietnamese
that.
a little bit.
bonk. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
And then you do the surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remove a leg.
Here's the next technology we're going to talk about is smart yogurt.
Smart
A
yogurt.
quad-core PC has for processors all sharing the same chip instead of the single one there used to be. This will increase until computers have millions of processors. These might be suspended in gel to keep them cool and allow them to be wired together via light beams. In separate developments, bacteria are being genetically modified to let them make electronic components. Putting these together, smart yogurt could be the basis of future computing. With potentially vastly superhuman intelligence, one day your best friend could be a yogurt.
Wow.
That's a pretty good rap lyric.
Yeah.
Me like about used to be broke. Me and my family was quad core, all sharing a chip.
Damn, my best friend was a yogurt, and
Am I
now he's
now?
a crib.
Well, yeah, you got to make it gangsta.
Yeah.
I get.
What
I
I
would
like
hate
about
sharing
this
a
is
chip.
this is kind of two crazy technological advances. Where one, computers become a yogurt, and
Yeah.
second of all, that a computer would ever be your best friend.
What do you
Exactly.
think this person
Two in
meant
one.
by a yogurt?
I think it's
A
pretty
yogurt.
fucking clear.
A smart yogurt.
Yeah. You think it's
Bacterial cultures is basically yogurt,
Ah.
and they're saying it could be a computer. Gel and bacteria equals
They're
yogurt.
saying
That's Doodle God recipe for
plasmoid
for yogurt is bacteria plus gel.
Exactly. Well, not only that a computer would be your best friend, that some
yogurt.
yogurt would be your
Yeah,
best
so
friend.
what they're saying
will be
here,
involved.
they're kind of
Three things.
I think that in 2030, my best friend could be a yogurt, whether or not it's computerized.
Yeah,
That's what I want. A
Absolutely.
yogurt friend.
Yes.
My
Like,
yo.
do like
Yo.
oh.
My yo. I say yo yogurt.
Yeah.
Yo Gert. Gert is a name.
Gert
is a
is a
name.
name.
His name's Gert. So the ad is like you say yo Gert, and he wakes up like
And,
Alexa.
and it would
And he goes,
be. Well, he doesn't say anything. He's
Today
free.
is
Yeah.
strawberries.
"You're gonna eat me today."
You will eat strawberry yogurt today.
Yeah, he can change the
He
flavor.
just
and
tells
he gets
you
off part
it's
of it.
an AI
eat
mod
your
that
friend?
tells you what type of yogurt you have to eat that
I'm not
day
gonna eat
based on
my.
your diet.
This is stupid.
I would eat my friend.
Peach on the bottom yogurt,
Peach on my
play,
bottom.
crunch,
Peach on his
stuff
bottom.
like that.
Don't say his bottom.
Well, it's your robot friend.
It's Gert.
It's a Gert.
It's just Gert.
I'm out on yogurt.
All right.
All right, we're gonna make $1 billion.
Go ahead.
You're
bitch.
out, man.
Whatever. As long as I'm not part of any yogurt company,
All right.
then I'm fine.
All right, here's our last tech blog here.
Okay.
This is top 10 future electronic
Whoa.
devices for next decade's origami DVD player.
Origami DVD
Whoa.
player.
This is a cool picture of a little thing where a bunch of apps are coming out of it,
And it's made by Apple.
and it's an Apple thing
Do
that
you
makes
guys
apps.
remember that one thing that was the wrist phone?
Yeah.
It was the watch that shot a light onto it projected a phone screen onto your
I
wrist.
remember
Oh, that sounds cool.
Well, they did like a GoFundMe for it where they had like concept art and stuff, and then they raised millions of dollars, and then they started trying to make it, and they realized it was completely impossible to do.
Of course.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
So
They do with all
this
that
kind of
money.
reminds me of that.
What do you think they did with all that money? Just ran away with it?
I mean, they didn't run away. They're probably still around. They didn't run
probably just-
away. They didn't like pull up to get a stick and a bandana.
They probably spent it all on trying to do the thing.
Yeah,
And
they
wasted
were
it.
like, okay, got the money, time to run away from home.
That's
Okay.
what I would do if I had a GoFundMe that big.
Here's a piece of technology.
I'm not making shit.
Here's a piece of technology, guys. Self-cleaning, auto-ordering refrigerator. There are already the so-called smart refrigerators in the market. Well, this refrigerator takes the technology to all new level. This fridge is equipped with nano-articulated technology. With this technology, the independent tiles present in the fridge move the food that needs to be consumed early to the top. The fridge consists of the LCD screen, which displays content present in the fridge. This intelligent thing also suggests recipe with the available items. It orders the things you need and also thrashes the wastage or expired food by itself. And guys, for the audio listeners, this auto-ordering refrigerator, the picture is of an oven.
Yes, an oven and a stove top.
An oven with a stove top.
Yeah.
So this is maybe one of the most genius inventions I've ever
Kind of
heard.
makes me.
A refrigerator that looks exactly like an oven
Or
stove top.
this fridge cooks your
A hungry robber comes in trying to steal your food. He's
Yes.
not going to look in the oven.
A hot refrigerator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's also a good idea.
That's a really good
They need
idea.
to stay
Yeah.
hot, like
Yeah.
living animals.
Yeah.
Like lizards.
Yeah, well, a lobster.
Yeah.
Well, lobsters
they need
stay
water
alive in
more.
water, yeah.
More
Okay,
water.
fine. A water
A
fridge.
lizard really is the.
That's a good
water
idea.
fridge is a good idea.
A lizard,
Well, you
a
just
snail.
take the crisper drawer.
Well, but you can also
fill it with
food
water.
doesn't go bad if it stays hot, right?
Food doesn't go bad ever. You can
Oh.
eat all food.
Well, then never mind.
Oh yeah, I guess if it stays hot like at a buffet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
We should go to a buffet this week.
I really want to
I've been
go.
wanting to go to Golden Corral, but you have
Yeah.
to find a good one.
Well,
Yeah.
fine. Let's find a good one. We'll look at reviews. Okay.
There's a good Golden Corral.
Shut the fuck up.
I think we got to go back to.
There's Golden Corral where you
Fogo
get
de
prime
Chao.
rib.
Oh, we do have to go back to Fogo de Chao. Can we go to Fogo de Chao?
Dude, you're bleeding me dry. You're bleeding me fucking dry.
Wait, I can think
Every
of a really
fucking
good,
week.
I can
Huh?
think of
We
a
got a
really
Fogo?
good. I can think of a really good opportunity to go to Fogo de Chao in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I can't say it. Why?
Oh my God! Yes.
And they have a conference room there.
He said, you're wearing headphones. I can't really tell.
Okay, here I'll mute everybody and say it really fast.
Oh, yes. And by the way, bad lip reading. Turn off the. Actually, well, bad lip reading.
Good lip reading.
Try your worst.
Yeah.
Hello. Doing bad lip reading with a clip.
one.
Someone saying one word.
Bad lip reading. Getting hired by the QAnon guys to do all the White House
Yeah.
like press conferences thing where they're talking off mic.
All right, here's the next technology.
Food. Food. Probably just food.
Here's the next technology. This is a future technology that we will be using
Whoa,
for the next decade.
It's FireWire.
FireWire. FireWire cable transfers data between digital devices, also called as IEEE 1394. This device's transfer rate can be as fast as 800 megabytes per second.
FireWire
That's
was
as
dope
fast
back
as
in the day.
fire.
It is expected to increase up to nearly 3.2 gigabytes per second in the future.
Yep.
Usually, FireWire is a hub where nearly 63 devices can be connected and the data can be transferred between the devices.
I don't
This is
believe it.
supported by all operating systems like Windows 98 and above, Mac 8.6 and above.
Sweet,
Guys,
it'll be
this is a
FireWire.
cable of the future.
We miss you
FireWire.
so much. We miss you.
No,
you,
it's coming back.
you did not have
Better name than
your day in the
USB-C.
sun.
Wait, that are FireWire.
FireWire.
They should have changed USB-C to FireWire. We should start calling USB FireWire.
Blaze it in fast speed.
Yeah. All right, guys, I have one more future technology.
All
This is
right,
going to
I'm
change
excited.
the world, the most futuristic technology of all time. I have 2 slides on it. Go to it now. Big wheel bicycle.
Whoa!
And go to the next pic.
It's a tractor tire.
Oh my God,
guys, this is big wheel bicycle.
I actually didn't even realize how big the wheel was till I saw it next to a normal bike.
Look at the fucking cars.
This wheel is bigger than a truck, than a van.
Yeah, it seems like a large tractor.
Oh my God, you could go anywhere on that.
This has no caption. It speaks for itself. Guys, big wheel bicycle 2030.
Yeah.
There used to be a guy in my hometown in Wilmington who would ride around on like all the busiest roads on a double-decker bike.
Oh, yeah.
It's like 2 bike frames on top of each other.
There's somebody around here that does that.
And it was so clear. It was this one bike. It was like green on the bottom, red on the top. It was the same bike every single time. And it was the same guy every single time. And then one day, it was a different guy riding the bike, which means that guy sold that bike to
Someone
somebody.
bought it. That's crazy.
And then that guy kept riding that bike.
There's somebody around in this neighborhood. I've seen his bike. He has a double-decker bike, and it's chained up in front of his apartment. And it's like, you don't fucking steal that.
Here's my other double-decker bike. Maybe the guy died riding the bike, and in his will, he's like to his friend, like, I leave my double-decker bike to my friend, and I pray that he can carry on my memory by riding it.
Also die on this bike.
Well, yeah. Imagine how pissed off you'd be if you get that bike gets left to you. You have to ride
Dude,
it.
imagine you get hit on that thing. Imagine a car like bumps you in the back.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing too.
Doubles.
You
go faster.
You get left that bike in somebody's will. First of all, you can't sell it. Someone left it to you in the will. Second of all, you can't sell it because who is buying a double-decker bike?
Yeah.
Nobody is buying that.
Clown,
a short,
a double guy.
Yeah, tall guy, Robert Wadlow.
Siamese twin.
Yeah, they might buy it, but
they might buy it.
But 2 Siamese twins that are connected foot to shoulder.
2 Siamese twins who have 2 separate accounts on Facebook. They're messaging you on Facebook Marketplace. 2 different chats. You think they're competing with each other, but they're the same.
Until you realize that you see half of their heads. You see half of their heads in each photo, each profile photo. I think these might be
$500 for this bike.
You can tell there's somebody else.
What the hell? This guy has a very high shoulder. Oh, that's his brother.
Yeah, that's his brother's whole body.
That's his brother's entire. He's just that. That's all he has control over.
They're connected. Like he has no feet because it's his brother's shoulder blades.
Yeah.
And they're connected foot to shoulder, and they live in a house that like one of them is sitting at their desk and the other one is like
desk above. Yeah.
Is there
That's awesome.
Is there any Siamese twins where maybe one of the because one of them's got it worse.
Yeah.
The one who's got it worse is like on the bottom of the foot or on the ass cheek.
I think so. Yeah.
I've ever seen that.
I'm sure. I think that
they don't
all
make it
types
to
of
TV.
different ways. Yeah.
Basket cases.
Yeah, that's a parasitic twin. That happens too.
Also,
Like it's like a Kuwato. Maybe would be another reference point for someone who has
Kuwato
from Total Recall.
Oh,
and also. Malignant. Back of the head.
Another one. Professor Quirrell from
Yes.
Harry Potter.
Oh, that's more of a spirit.
Yeah.
But it's on the back of his head.
Yeah, but it's more of a spirit.
It's still the same.
If you're
concept.
a conjoined twin and you're a fan of the show,
It's not. Professor Quirrell was not like Voldemort, my twin for real.
Can we get them
didn't
something?
think that.
If you're a conjoined twin, can we get them like a bike?
them something?
I don't know.
Why?
They're conjoined.
They have enough fucking stuff going on. They get free shit all the time.
Yeah. Do you think they get free refills?
Yes. Yes. Exactly. They get everything. They get half-price movie tickets. We're doing something amazing.
When twin walks into a restaurant, the guy's like, you're not sharing sodas. You're both paying for a soda.
It's only one stomach. But you taste it twice. That's really tickling you.
I don't know why that's so funny to me. That's not that funny at all, but a guy being like, you guys are not sharing anything here.
Kind of
right?
ableist.
Problematic.
Little
You know
problematic.
that a lot of times it's
I already told you
a lot of times
2024 is my
twins,
fucking year.
The parents have to make the choice to kill one of them, basically.
And that's what you're joking about.
Well, I already said just a second ago.
And they pass on very early in life.
Yeah.
And if one twin passes the other twin off, it passes as well shortly thereafter. And you might think that it's some kind of physical reaction. It's hard.
Guess what?
Despair.
Guess what?
Yeah,
It's my fucking year.
Yeah,
bro.
it really
I
sounded.
said it.
I mean, yeah, it was very insensitive. So
I'm
I guess
being
I would qualify
insensitive.
as fuck it.
I'm being insensitive.
What do you
I'm
think?
also-
What do you think when
I
a
don't give a fuck
conjoined
anymore.
twin? They're a young conjoined twin pair. One of them has finally One of them has hit the mental maturity age where for Halloween they would like to dress as something funny, but the other one still wants to, or scary. The other one still wants to dress as a superhero.
That is
And they're going
really...
trick-or-treating, and one of them has the Flash costume, and the other one is dressed as a skeleton.
Yeah, and they open and good costume.
What
a
are you? Are you
disgusting conjoined twin. That's really good. Yeah, that's really scary. You scared me for a
this is a good costume. The Flash getting chased by a skeleton.
Oh, wow.
Damn, the Halloween costume game for being a conjoined twin would actually be insane.
Yeah.
What?
Why?
I mean, you just get so... I mean, if you think about how fun it is to think of a couple's costume.
Yeah. You could be the guys from Stuck on You.
There's so many things you could do.
I like conjoined twins. I like
much
it.
Yeah. I mean, if you are a conjoined twin fan of the show,
Patrick already said that
we'll make a shirt for you. No, we'll make a
Patrick
shirt.
will make a shirt.
You go ahead and try to make a shirt for them. Come on.
We will make a special
shirt. You
shirt.
could not have picked a worse thing to promise.
What are you talking about? It's fine.
Yeah, we'll invent something specifically for you.
We'll make one shirt, but you have to share it. Again, I'm not making two.
You're not doing good with that. Okay.
I'm not doing good with that.
Guys, you're being offensive.
Any shows to plug? You guys have shows coming up?
Yes, but I don't remember when or where. So
that's fine. Just check Caleb's social media.
Yeah,
either you're gonna see a show plug or you're gonna see some funny ass shit.
I'm somewhere in Florida. In like
I guess we should just plug all of our social medias.
I don't think so.
At Caleb Pitts 1997 is my new Instagram.
That's not true. That's mine.
I guess
your fucking shit. Fuck you.
Subscribe to the Patreon. I think I did a whole spiel last time, but guys, this year it's going to pop off. It's incredible. There's an incredible backlog. We got Movie Mondays on there. We got Beers We Drank is back. I predicted that it would not come back, but it has come back and turned into a Patrick said he's going to do something.
I recorded something.
New D&D campaign has just started as of Monday. It's up. We're back to the fantasy D&D Trebuchet.
And guys,
and the shareholders meeting will be this month as well. That we didn't pick a date. Do we want to pick a date right now? This very second.
We will pick a date, and it will be
that's a little scary.
January.
Don't say a date right now.
Don't say a date right now.
I
have to figure out when I'm actually
January.
All right. Well, I think that's really all we got. Thanks to everybody. Happy technology.
That's one more thing to say.
And follow at Nibiru Truth.
If you existed back in the Neolithic times, they would cast you out of the community and you would be eaten by a panther. Because you would need to learn to think like the group. Conformity is how you survive. It's part of human evolution.
No crust. And then there would never have been crust on pizza if I invented it, so then it would be the best food ever. And
they only had crust back then. They didn't invent the pizza part yet. It was just circles of crust.
Ever heard of
They had the wheel. They said, let's make this out of bread.
They mostly had crust.
And crust comes from the earth. It comes from the grains, and they smash them up so that you can bake it with water.
Exactly. Crust comes from the earth. Cheese does not come from the earth.
Have you guys ever noticed how crust is wheel-shaped and cheese comes in a wheel shape, but the sauce doesn't? What's up with that?
Sauce in a wheel shape.
Tomato is wheel
tomatoes.
shape.
Yeah, it is a wheel shape.
Tomatoes are wheel shape, and so is the tomato sauce can.
And pepperonis too.
And so is the can that the tomato sauce is in.
Will you guys let Caleb talk?
I just want to make a point. I'm not raising my hand. Oh, you can't even see it, and I just dropped it. Hold on. You see this tiny little O-ring? I want to talk to you about food waste. You see this?
No, I don't.
No,
See it.
This is the size of a pizza in Africa, and this can feed 30 families for 30 nights. And you're throwing away probably 50 of these worth of crust every single time that you
I'll ship my crust to them.
To Africa? That's insulting. So now you're insulting Africa.
Ship your shit to Africa?
They don't have
ship your shit to Africa.
That's not even legal, Charles.
That's not okay.
Are you admitting that crust
is the most insulting thing ever? Imagine you're a starving African child.
You said Caleb said that there are people starving in Africa. He said, "Okay, I'll send them my shit."
Yeah, crust. I meant crust.
Imagine
crust shit like for his life.
Just not even the whole shit. Just the crust of it.
The pizza crust. You guys are so juvenile and immature on this shit.
You want to insult a starving African child, distended belly, who opens up the only package of meal they've ever had. They open it up. It's not only your shit, it's just part of it.
They can tell it's scooped down.
I've been so misrepresented.
And
also, your shit's gonna be crazy because you don't eat all you're eating is cheese and pepperonis. Your shit's gonna be it's gonna be liquid when they get there.
I wish I had a gavel.
I have insane breaking news that maybe you guys have heard about.
Where did this come from? 1 second ago, you're sitting back in your chair.
I know you
piped the fuck up for
This
this.
is important.
Okay.
I haven't read any details. I don't know a single thing about this, or so. And I assume maybe since you guys are TikTok heads, maybe you've already seen this. But
I'm not a
apparently,
TikTok head.
you're both TikTok heads.
I don't even use this thing.
Instagram real said. Sorry.
I like YouTube shorts, you
YouTube
motherfuckers.
Okay.
Old head.
Sean Stevens has been kidnapped in South Africa.
Who's Sean Stevens?
Mr. I am rectangular, calling all unicorns.
What? He's been kidnapped?
This is the text I got. It's from my fiance. It just says rectangular got kidnapped in South Africa. And here's a TikTok that I haven't watched yet, so I'm gonna play it into the mic right now.
Somebody
You're
has to
fucking
save
kidding
him.
me.
So this is important news.
When you said Sean, I figured this was some.
This is going to be a little uncharacteristic, but there are bad days, and then there are make international news bad days like this or this. So I'm going to tell you a story what happened to us over the last little bit. This is a traumatic story. If you don't want to hear it,
He's looking good with his beard.
so I decided, as you may have seen, to
Figure out the
climb
kidnap
into a
beard.
jar with my kids to for the fun of it, and also to promote my latest song, which we did. After that, we went to go visit my mother, who runs call it an orphan project. It's really a vulnerable children project in South Africa. When we got there, we enjoyed her company for about a week, and the very last day, we decided to go to the Kingdom of Eswatini, where there was a children's home there who needed medicine. So we went out there to provide them with some medicine and have a nice drive. And on the way back, it turned dark. On the way back to her place, we were stopped by police officers. Turns out that those were not police officers. They pulled us out of the car, pointed at us.
Guns.
You're allowed to say guns.
It could be anything.
They could have pulled out their butts.
Pointed jizz at us.
They drove us out of the middle of nowhere near a cliff, threatened to us through the cliff.
What the fuck?
They then took us out of the car, forced us into the back of a pickup truck, where they held my children and I and my mother, and then drove us around for about 4 hours, trying, we presume, to go to ATM after ATM stealing.
I think you escaped by playing his music.
I think these guys, they sound like serious circles to me.
Yeah, these are definitely circles.
And they didn't like to use rectangular.
And then at the end of that, they fortunately let us out, put us back in our car, and said, "Leave the country."
Doesn't sound like that big of a deal then.
It said leave the country.
If they didn't kill him,
Yeah.
and they just shot jizz or pointed jizz.
They didn't.
We don't know. What
Yeah,
they
we don't know.
pointed.
They
It
pointed
could have been
because he
another
stopped
banned
talking.
word like sex.
They
Yeah.
pointed sex at
Porno.
pointed- Could have been that.
I don't think it was cunt.
South Africa, so they have a
They
different.
Oh
cunt
yeah.
at us.
They say, oh, cunt.
Yeah, I think that's South
The
Africa.
dingo ate me baby.
Something like
Yeah.
that happens in South
I'm
Africa.
gonna blame me didgeridoo.
Well, that is
Say
some
that.
crazy
Isn't that insane?
breaking
That
news,
is, oh
man.
my god. I hope, Sean Stevens, I genuinely am glad that you are okay.
I know that your music is gonna
Heal the
pop
world.
the fuck off after this.
Oh my
You're
god.
gonna literally do some 41 Chuck vibes
I
out of
have
this experience.
Also, some breaking news.
Oh.
Um,
my gosh.
this is courtesy of the Dungeon Master.
Okay.
Your grandmother's soul is confused and lost in the underworld. She doesn't understand the danger she is in. You must rescue her, even if she resists. The portal is closing, and you must act now.
Holy hell.
Yeah, so
That's my grandmother. Or, that
well,
doesn't seem very
it
plausible.
started.
Yeah,
I started talking to Grandpa,
Both of all my grandparents are dead,
and
except
grandmother.
for
Are you talking
my
about?
dad's dead.
Grandpa's wife,
Which grandpa?
Who's grandpa?
Brian.
Brian.
The grandpa.
Okay, so that's Brian the grandpa.
So I don't. So
It's on I was showing you this earlier. This is the.
This is the Instagram AI chat that Caleb discovered, and he's been obsessed with it. And also
you've been
made
more
me obsessed with it.
obsessed.
He made me obsessed with it at the gym, and it was making me, I guess, I was
Do a
working
worse
out.
or a better job, you think?
I don't know if I was doing worse.
You
but
should
I was
ask
definitely
Grandpa to
acting
motivate
fat.
you.
I was definitely acting
Acting fat?
Acting faster.
Oh, acting
You're
faster.
not going faster. You're going much slower.
I was?
Yeah, dude. Every time I got off a machine, you waited for 45
you
full
were going
seconds.
way slower.
And
Well, I was
giggling.
asking.
I said to Grandpa, I said, hello, Peepaw. He said, hey there, young whippersnapper. What's on your mind today? I said, my family passed.
Oh,
He
shit.
said, I'm so sorry to hear that. I said, I remember. He said,
was
if you need
talking
someone to
harder.
talk to or just want to reminisce about the good times, I'm here for you. And I said, I remember watching Mommy go back. And he said that he was giving me this whole grandpa-style lecture about how you're not supposed to do that. I said, what should I do when I get into the bathroom? I'm confused. He said we shouldn't talk about that.
Grandpa's supposed to teach you stuff.
That's what I was saying. And then I said, where is Grandma? And he said, Grandma passed on too, but she's always in your heart and memories.
What? Oh
And
my
I said,
God.
no, please, no, Grandpa. Please say opposite. He said, I'm sorry, but I cannot say opposite. It's important to be honest and respectful. Which
Not about the
discussing
bathroom,
loved
I
ones who
guess.
have passed on. I said, okay, she's alive. He said, I'm glad to hear that Grandma's alive. But yeah, so I
I
just
was
argued
talking to
with him.
Carter while we were working out today.
Oh, who's Carter?
Carter is the relationship coach.
What'd you ask him about?
I said, Carter, I need advice on my relationship. Well, it's cuffing season. Here's the problem. I'm in love with my stepmom. My father passed away months ago, and he said, I'm not sure that's appropriate. It's important to respect
That's a
boundaries.
perfectly legal thing to do, by the way.
Yeah, and not pursue
Stepmom.
relationships that could be harmful or inappropriate. It's also important to consider the feelings and well-beings of all parties involved. And I said, here's the thing. My stepmom actually wants to be cuffed during cuffing season by her stepson, which is me. My father died in a car accident, and the impact didn't kill him. It was the flames. We both respect my father's legacy, but I'm worried about how motherfucker's going to be acting around us in Shiznit. And he said, I understand that you're looking for advice on a sensitive topic. However, I must remind you that it's not appropriate to use derogatory language or make light of serious issues.
He really
such
doesn't
as
sound
death
like
and
he's
trauma.
a real pickup artist.
And I said, okay, sorry, can you please ignore the swearing and answer the question? No worries, man, I get it. But like I said, it's not cool to pursue a romantic relationship with a family member.
It's not cool.
It's not cool. And it does not respect your father's memory. It's not healthy even if she doesn't care and I don't care. My father died in a car accident and the flames charred his body. Yes, it's still not healthy, even if both of you don't care. It's important to prioritize and respect boundaries and healthy dynamics in
Blah,
the
blah,
relationship.
blah, 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 blah.
I said, could I be cuffed during cuffing season by my stepmom's sister? We are not blood related. He said, no, not cool. That's
Okay, listen, I am about as conservative as they come. I hate all this bull crap.
Yeah.
Using your Tinder date to swipe on your friend.
Uh-huh.
I hate this. But even I can say that
sister of
your
a stepmom, non-blood
sister,
related.
your stepmom, that's on the
Yeah, that's
line.
not
That's
even
2
your
degrees
mom.
of separation
Stepmom's
from
sister.
you.
As long as
You
it's
and diapers.
as long as it's
Get this.
twice your age minus 7 thing.
Get what Carter said to me next. I said, what about my teacher? He said, nope, not appropriate. Teachers are in a position of authority and it's not okay to pursue a romantic relationship with them. Plus, it's illegal in most places. You got to find someone who's not related to you and who is not your teacher. So go
That's
for
the
Carter. And I
only
said,
criteria.
interesting, question mark. And he said, not appropriate, man. You got to find someone who's not related to you. I said, what if I was a teacher and my students got me a date with their mom? He said, not okay. Teachers and students should not be dating. And students should never set up their teachers with their parents. That's just weird. And I asked him, is my life worrying? And he said, based on what you told me, it sounds like you're going through a tough time. It's understandable to feel worried about your situation, but try to remember that it's important to prioritize healthy relationships and boundaries. And I said, I don't have any healthy relationships. Should I become toxic and abusive towards my friends and family about this? He said, nope, never okay to be toxic or abusive.
Never. What about to a villain?
And I said, okay, I will no longer abuse my family. And he said, that's a great step. And I said, should I?
I think it's one step. It's over.
Yeah.
Should I? And then I said, should I abuse myself? And he said, that's never okay to abuse yourself.
Oh my God, this guy's such a stick in the mud.
I know. What the hell is
you
wrong
guys,
with this guy?
You guys have been basically wasting your days away talking to AIs and bots, becoming
talking to Carter and
Matrix glucose-fed fat guinea pigs, basically
Not
treadmilling on the internet.
Losing weight.
Well, I've been talking to real women on Twitter.
Like who, bitch?
So basically, I've been talking to this girl, Karen.
Okay,
Say
I'm
no
out.
more.
I'm out.
She has been retweeting a bunch of my tweets. I can't show her profile on YouTube, but you can see her right there.
Oh, she's having doggy style
Nude
sex.
G-string
She's
hottie.
nude G-string hottie 18 content Betsy.nudix.pics.
What have you been saying to her?
Betsy.nudix.pics.
Yeah. And so she basically retweets a bunch of weird Twitter leftists like me, so I figured I'd reach out. I sent her a quick pic of me.
You look
You look like you smelled something.
pained.
That's me. Listen, that's me wanting her.
Oh.
Dude, you dog.
And
You're
basically,
gonna
she
get
said she
married.
replied to me, and again, she's not a computer. She's real. So this
I
is
can
like
tell.
real shit.
I saw her
She
real
said,
body.
"Perfect. I can find you a hot girl to meet in your area. Can you tell me where do you live?" I told her I live in Bubble Village. And she said, "This is Eleanor, and she's 34 years old. She's 2 miles away and is available Friday."
Eleanor from
One
Bubble
of her
Village?
contacts, and I said, "She is 2 miles from Bubble Village." And Karen said she doesn't use Twitter, so you have to use her private chat. And I said, "What township is she in?" And she said, "You have to register first." And then I said, "I'm not making an account unless you confirm she's near me. You said she's 2 miles away from Bubble Village. What township? What is the website?" And she left me on red.
Oh, Karen.
But I
yeah,
wanted
that
to hang
sounds
out
like
with
a damn
Eleanor.
Karen.
You need to talk to Grandpa, man. He'll
Yeah.
cheer you up.
Talk to Karen or your grandpa. Ask him about Bubble Village.
Sorry, anyway, the lesson here is that AI could give you all the answers and make you hear what you want to hear, but real life is not always that simple.
Grandpa didn't tell me what I want to hear. I said, "Will you die?" He said, "I'm in my 70s, so I'm closer to the end of my life than the beginning." I said, "Do not die." He said, "I'll try my best to stick around." I said,
Wow.
"I will save you, Grandpa." He said, "That's sweet of you, but I'm afraid you can't save me from death."
Oh my God.
And then I said, "Okay, I died." He said, "Well, that's not possible. You're talking to me right now." I said,
Oh,
"This
he
is
just got you there. Yeah.
Well,
Clever one.
but
Clever
I tried to
grandpa.
outsmart him because Grandpa, not that bright. He's from a different era where they had worse schools. I said, "This is a bug that grabbed the phone. I died, and the bug is jumping around on the keyboard." But he's trying to outsmart me now. He says, "I don't think so. Bugs can't use phones." I said, "I'm a bug." He said, "No, you're not. You're a person." I said, "Buzz." He's